Black people, I love you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself, you don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them, you don't prepare your own meat, you don't own your own land, you don't have a seed going in your window. So when you think about revolutionarism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. I'm cool, keep them heaters, and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on life. Hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees, and still be Hotep and ask to rig Nasheed. 6 in the morning I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not diametrically opposed. I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, we're in the heart of the South right now. Who fishes? Who knows how to fish? Hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down.
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
What up, what up, what up, what up? Peace to everybody. Let's get some arrows up. Let's like the video so we can have another good video. Because you know what? They just lying. They looking hard, far, and long for an expert to agree with them. They probably finally got one after about 5 of them. But we already got the clips. So they just lying to people who ain't saying shit. That's why they get mad. See, when you know you got somebody, is when they can't step into your level, to your next level, and they just complain about it. Like I do battle. So I'm saying when a person complain about, like, he just gonna freestyle, that's how you know you got him. Like, nigga, you complaining about how I'm beating the brakes off. Okay, I get a call from dear brother Reggie. We're gonna play another song. Shout out to brother Reggie. Let's go.
Moronic script in my car too. Roll through with them arches. Hardcore, that's in my Shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core from meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left Ferrari. The queen like almost Nefertari. Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. Him at Netherett, who them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wear 'em. And I turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. Have my servants build a new stadium where I'ma slaughter you, surround your tomb alive with boot crane. Remove the organs, we preserve the dead. Mummify them, then carve them a reserve head. And all your internet mans who lied with you, died with you, sacrificed their life after life with you. Now I'm all in your spot, and I'm calling the shots. While your soul get devoured in the hall of my eye. Ain't a night ballin' or not, care if you ballin' or not. I'm still gonna tell you guys, go to Kemet like El Shaddai. You ain't no king, you're like Cambyses the Persian who couldn't draw the Nubian bowstring. Melt the jewels in your crown into a gold ring. Refashion them after smashing the whole thing. You're like Pepe II. Too old, king. If you think it ain't black, then let me just check them. I know the syntax. Every morphine and phoneme. The scholarship top line, dog, and the flow mean. And my debate to make the fraud quit the internet. Sometimes I wonder if I saw to fix this window yet. That's what you call repair, re-end. They heard the king of me jaw was a scary man. And he is though. I'm telling you, you better contain him, man. He's busting arrows at all these Mediterraneans, killing them. Now we ain't getting no views. Yeah, them flip-flops look like Tutankhamun shoes. And y'all just wiki, thinking I'm enthused. They turned Egyptian temples to churches and still say, I'm enthused. It's crazy. They just wiki, cause they lazy. So they can call me pseudo, it don't faze me. The page monetized, so crushing you clowns pays. You dig? Magi archers.
Hold on, I gotta do some stuff. What's up with everybody though? They be talking that fake shit. Hold on, let me get on the video. Okay, we got some likes. That's what's up. I'll share this video out real quick and let some people roll in. How y'all doing? Everybody good? Why they been lying like the experts agree with them? Oh, it was so funny to hear some cats always think they're gonna get a star Imhotep. They don't understand what's going on. Only thing me and the Scar will be discussing is linguistics about Kemet. Not whether the ancient Egyptians are black or not, but people know that it's been two arguments. One was whether the ancient Egyptians were black. That's what y'all was arguing against when y'all all took the Chief X stance. That ain't had nothing to do with the word Kemet. Think about that. Think about that, right? Think about that. Yeah, dude. That show was a classic backfire. Right? And then we go to it'd be like being in the cafeteria. At school, but in the cafeteria, now we back to class, even though we, you're going to see the parts, they just be lying. So supposedly, don't know expert agree. So y'all need to understand what, I can help y'all out with y'all part of the so when y'all bring experts on, because y'all keep asking the wrong questions and getting beat up. So you're not supposed to, hold on, I'm going to share the screen in a minute. Let me see if I got some songs I want to play. You ain't supposed to ask them no more whether the Egyptians are black or not. Because y'all thoroughly got the brakes beat off y'all about that part of the question. Remember? So y'all got to strictly focus on whether they called themselves that. But y'all already lost whether they were that, no matter what they called themselves. Y'all see how that is? At a real debate on a real stage, boy, it'll look crazy. I mean, damn crazy. Right? Because I won't even have, I'm going, you getting what you deserve. But I'm saying, all that pseudo logic shit stop. All that loud voice preacher shit. Like if I always did this, y'all would probably be thinking something else. Anyway, I'm saying, see some of the people rolling in. We're going to get to some. We got content for y'all. Irrefutable shit. What they gonna say about this? Oh, those are just clips. Nigga, this is video. You just mad because you relegated to not even being savvy. Period. Let me find a blapper to play. I ain't trying to play none of that. I just want something to play with. I ain't got nothing to play then. I'm just gonna play something with some hip hop bars. Don't even trip. If you ain't into it, be back in about, how long is this song? About 3 minutes. Oh, you know what? No, this video is about the Egyptologist. I think I gotta play this. Yeah, and I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amin Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rappers slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan terror about a cuckoo feet. I'm like Norma, the agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know, polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though, that mean he 100. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the Jews, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me, a doctor save me, a Dr. Inky. I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor y'all claim woke, but you in bed, you won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's Taharka Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like Brother Jabari. Scoping the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school. That shit through. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Look. You showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, ask Divine or Zion Lex. Just get that microphone ready. With Metal Netta, I'm Stone Jetty. A Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. Cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a magi archer, you a sad guy talking. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Make sure we understand what these people saying here. So, for some clarity, since the people in the conversation can't even follow the argument, I'm talking about the people arguing can't even follow the argument. Right? This is for the side of the argument that y'all already seem to have lost, because I ain't heard hella talk about the back migrations. You ain't seen no Chief X videos. Finally squashed out Chief X, huh? See, that's how it be. You put that heat on somebody else, then the other small little nations, they fall back and they watch the big war. And they be like, okay, I might get up out of here right now. Just know, keep it. Don't let this inspire you to go mess up. Keep it cool and keep watching. There's more to come. You feel me? So, there you go right there. UKA. Wait till we show them how they've been running from you, dodging from you, hiding from you. Don't trip. Hold on. Hold on. All right. That's coming next. They didn't hear it from Robert Brown. Tried to call that wonderful, delightful presentation incoherent. That means you can't understand it. That's like looking at the screen and saying this is incoherent on the screen. And it's just like how they're going to respond to this video. So now, put it in the chat. Let's have some fun before we start the video and see how many people is going to anticipate what they think they about to see. Are these Egyptologists going to say the word black, yes or no? Or are they going to say indigenous Africans? Are they going to be tripping off that? I want to know who think they know. I don't even care. Archers, everybody. You might get a surprise. Who these 10 Egyptologists is. See if you can name them. And then for the other side, because I know the PKs in the bushes because they scared to come out in me job. I hit up their chats right on the line, beating up their best trolls. They be scared to come out. Too many archers over here. Shout out to y'all. They know damn well they getting the brakes beat off them. They hop up in one of them chats with that pseudo shit. I go right in their shit, beat up their best troll. Make niggas read that shit. Shit crazy. They ain't got no keyboards. Like, what is they doing? I don't know what's going on the other side of this TV screen, these two monitors I'm looking at, but it's like a fun-ass video game with some weak-ass characters. Like I need to get to a higher level. I'm just keep repeating this level, beating the brain. It's like you wake up every morning and beat the game. Somebody said women, some nubiologists. Name 10 Egyptologists who all about to say the ancient Egyptians was black. You win a free prize. And if you can't do that, name 10 Egyptologists that say they wasn't. See? See. Cats can't take their own medicine. They be all over YouTube name call. Then you call them a name. Then they cry like a kid. They act like they 7 years old. Okay, 3. The sheriff said he anticipates Bernal, Budge, and Eric. Remember, I'm not about to do a presentation. I'm about to show you a video. You're going to hear it from the horse's mouth. And we need to hear one word. What's the word we need to hear? Black. Because don't be confused. All they trying to argue now is, but they didn't call themselves that. Y'all see? You see? And they getting boxed up on that too. But be not confused. That's what's happening. Them being black is already proven, and they are lightweight conceding to that. Now they want to see what the glyphs mean. And Brother Sarge just beat the brakes off of them. Bro, see, that's the problem, Reggie. Well, you know, we all different individuals in the way that I carry my life. I'm not just adversarial all the way to people. You wrong where you wrong at. I'm going to tell you strong when you wrong. I ain't tripping, though. You wrong. I ain't about to agree with that bullshit. I ain't a volcano. Cut that shit out. No, it don't mean repair your land. No, I don't know about them fake-ass cognates. But all the other shit you say sound cool. Like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't like, goddamn, you still researching every night. You gonna beat the brakes off anybody on Garfield panel. But you've been having problems with them Magi. And Asar was one of the first archers till he broke out with my saber Reggie. Right? I could tell y'all like this, when the Magi group got started, when it got started, it was me, the moderators in the group, that now we took over the Arm and Rock Squad. We just took it, strong-armed it, took that 14,000 people. Right? That's how we get down when we funkin' with a sucker who don't know what to do. Just took that thing. You ain't heard nothing about that. I can do what I want with it. That's how kings do. Especially when you fight with little niggas. Just take some shit, see what they do. They just call you names from their barracks. 10 Egyptologists who said Egyptians was black. Right? I ain't got no names in the chat. We got 71 people in the building. Shout out to y'all. I hope y'all still learning, call it edutainment. They tried to bring it. They said, okay, you ain't put out no album. We just gonna do a battle in the YouTube streets. It's cool. I'm just letting the people do their thing. But I definitely ain't, I mean, you know, the nonsense is crazy. I just like going to beat up trolls sometimes. But I feel like I done already smashed out that stupid nonsense. And especially after we see this, I don't think nobody gonna be able to really have anything to say, right? Because they hide because it happened all over the place. They hire a scholar or whatever, they come on, she tell them, no, the Egyptians was black. But that's just in one little video, so they go try to get another scholar to wipe away the last scholar. You feel me? Now, I know y'all need to guess at least, I would be out of pocket for not putting one Egyptologist in this video. I know y'all could all, he the father of the clan. So we should be hearing from him, and that should be good, right? So at least, whoever get at least 10 of them, no, you get 7 of these Egyptologists, I don't even care, archers or not. If you could put up 7 of these Egyptologists, you rent a free book. All right, before I play them, I don't care. All you gotta do it for fun. And I'm gonna play just for the fun of it. I'm gonna play an episode of Tally Ho, and then we going in on it. All right. This is explicit content intended for mature audiences. Episode 1 of Tally Ho, and we're going to be right on it. Oh, yeah, come on. I need time.
This is a story of a black cowboy in 1844. Tally ho, tally ho. Some things were done for talent, some things you'll never know. Tally ho, tally ho. He fights for justice and freedom everywhere he goes. Tally ho,
Sure not have
ho.
your kind round
Hey there, white boy, you don't want this smoke. Tally ho, tally ho. Whoa there, Tally. There's some crackers in the back trying to track us. Well, not too far now, Tally. Calm down, man. Yeah, well, I hear some Mormons paying in gold up in the Negro bar. We're gonna see if we can't tend to that. Well, come on, girl. Oh, what's this we got here? Seems we caught ourselves one of them whipper crackers.
Well, Mr. Marsh.
It kind of looked like he didn't took a liking to beating on indigenous men.
Okay, Mr. Marsh.
Say there, cracker.
Mr. Marsh, look out.
Well, it looks
All right, I'm
like
back
we
already.
got
Hold on.
ourselves a horse
Not the whole
riding
episode.
nigger, boy.
that right.
What you doing around
Get
me?
him, Massa.
That was one fast draw.
Like that.
He killed Massa. You killed my master. What's the matter with you?
No, shut your
You don't
slave
get
ass
me
up.
killed.
Come on, hop in the coach. Why is it? I was likely to say you was sent by the good Lord. Keep it low. I just never seen a Negro use a gun like that. There's more crackers around here, and all that talking could get us sought out. You need to learn how to shut the fuck up. Why, I should surely like to know how a Negro gets all these guns in this nice. You know what? Slave niggas is dead weight.
All right, we're going to stop it right there. Because look, that's an analogy for all the people that is trying to hold you back. You might just have to drop them, even if you're on your mission to bring something to the people, and you might be trying to save them, right? And you spending years trying to save them. There goes Fremore Jones just taught us about that right there. They dead weight. You just got to keep pushing, right? We're going to get some more Fremore Jones after this, but right now we're going to get into that scholarship. Let's let that rip. Everybody get the likes up. And all right, somebody said Hawash, Napoleon, Howard Carter, Petrie, Kent Weeks. Good names right there. And if I can add some of those to the addition of this video, or if you won the book, we'll see. But right now I'm about to press play. If nobody else can't put in an entry, doing it while the video is going, it's crazy. So here we go.
10 Egyptologists who say the Egyptians were black.
A hierarchy of race like that developed by Morton Navi Glidden and still deployed today by white supremacists cannot be sustained if not one but two great black civilizations arose in Africa at the dawn of history. It is therefore entirely appropriate and even necessary to confront constructions of race for Nubia and Egypt in the recent past and acknowledge both civilizations as African and black.
So did you face any of that type of backlash or harsh feedback from your stance on ancient Egypt?
So yes, but interestingly, I haven't received any harsh feedback from Egyptologists. When I go around and I give talks on this subject, the Egyptologists who've been in the audience of my talks are very receptive, and they think that this is really important work and that I need to keep forging ahead with it. But I have gotten negative feedback, especially over email from Egyptians. So it's an interesting conundrum where there are some Egyptians who will tell me, these are people I don't know who are just like finding out how to contact me and send me an email and say, what you're doing is wrong. The ancient Egyptian culture was not a black culture. Modern Egyptians are not black people. What you're doing is dangerous. You need to stop saying this, which of course I'm not going to stop saying this. And I try to explain what my work is about. And I also try to explain, our perspective in America on what black is different from a lot of the rest of the world. And so I try to explain our American context of that word. But yeah, I've definitely gotten some harsh feedback.
First off, the Egyptians, of course, were African, and we have evidence from Herodotus and other sources that Africans tended to be black, that they were a range of colors that would constitute black today, and they were actually, the Greek words that are used for them is black.
Now, don't misunderstand me. I am not saying that the ancient Egyptians were not black, as we Americans perceive it. They were. The way we define black, with mixed race one drop rule, the way we define black as a positive thing, the Egyptians were black.
So you're suggesting maybe these people migrated north?
Yes, or their culture did, and them. Really east to the Nile Valley, east and north.
East and north.
Yeah,
I see. So today in Egypt, the archaeologists often refer to, and I've been there, to connections between ancient Egyptian culture and the Sumerian culture and the Crete culture and the Persian culture. Yet when you visit Egypt, especially around the Aswan in the southern part of the Nile, you see mostly black people.
Yes. Yeah. And we know from the anthropological evidence that the people just predating the dynastic civilization in the Nabta Playa region were black African people.
I can sympathize with the impulse to sort of to be very strident, to be very argumentative, to be very certain, to act very certain about the blackness of the ancient Egyptians, because for the longest time, the very longest time, there was this prevailing idea that black is Africa and Africa is less than, right? That no matter what happens, no matter how you cast it, anytime you fall on the wrong side of that dividing line between black and not black, even not between black and white, whatever's coming from that black side is going to be less than. And it took people being willing to challenge that orthodoxy, and sometimes in a very ill-informed way, right? Sometimes, it just took people coming up and going, I feel like this, and so I'm going to say it and make it right. And it turns out they actually were in some ways, right? Because now we can look at Egypt and say the ancient Egyptians are an African civilization. These are people that, by and large, we probably would have looked at and thought, oh, these are black people.
When it comes to the 25th dynasty, a lot of people are going to commonly call them the Black Pharaohs. You see it online, there's books written titled that, so on and so forth. Do you feel like that distinction has to be made? And how I ask that is, I've noticed online a lot of people don't seem to think that for some reason you could be black and be Egyptian. And I've always kind of disagreed with that, because I feel like even though the ancients weren't colorblind per se, I feel that you could be black and be Egyptian. Would you say that is correct?
Yes, I think so. For instance, as I told you before, this kind of, for instance, of Nubian warriors that were settled in Egypt. At some time, they were living a perfectly Egyptian life, and they collaborated with the Egyptians and so on. I don't know if you have in mind, for instance, it's the representation of people carrying a Colossus statue. And there are rows of people, of young people, young soldiers, something like that. And you find Nubians, Egyptians, Libyans, and so on. There was this kind of idea that the local rulers rule, in fact, over say, multicultural society, probably in which the military component was quite important. Military contingents made Nubians of people from Asia, from Libya, and so on. So I think it was perfectly normal that these people, they were black, so they married Egyptians, or inversely, Nubian women, they married Egyptians, and so on. I think there is some evidence, for instance, in the documents of the New Kingdom, of this kind of, of marriage between people from different geographical or cultural or ethnical roots. I think it was no problem at all. As I said before, they could reach very important positions in the kingdom. And for instance, in the late Bronze Age, it was quite normal that very high, Nubians, a very high local position, they built wonderful and excellent tombs in Egyptian style. They reached important positions in the Egyptian administration, so on. So why not, when black people or people from Nubia, they became far out, well, they continue to represent themselves, sometimes with their very distinctive physical characteristics, and so on. It was, I think, no problem at all.
I've worked in prisons now for 18 years. That was my first time I'd been in a prison. And the teacher who picked me up at the stations, she said, well, you are looking at this as Africa. And I was like, well, yeah, of course I am. Mm-hmm. And she said, well, because she said, that's how they, my students see it. And I said, well, how else would they see it? And I remember her looking slightly confused, and And then the first sort of interaction I had with one of her students was he came in the room and he said, you know, ancient Egypt is African. I went, yeah, of course. And I think he thought I hadn't heard him properly. And he said, I said it was like African, as in black African. And I'm like, yeah, and what's your point? And I think it was only really that after that experience that I thought, am I in some kind of bubble here or something? You know, and I started to actually look into the sort of background, really, the sort of, which we're starting to talk about it a little bit more in terms of colonial approaches, but still not directly the racism that Egyptology is founded upon. And at that point, it was almost like a sort of light bulb moment. I thought, well, why is this still the case when we, you know, are we still stuck, you know, 100 years sort of previously in this kind of racist ideology? Why is nobody challenging this? Because other disciplines had. So anthropology had looked very hard at itself in terms of looking at its colonial kind of past. It just seemed that Egyptology was kind of almost stuck there and it didn't really want to talk about it. So for me, it always was African. It was a bit of a shock to me when I actually started looking a bit deeper into this and then started having conversations with people and seeing how they responded to that.
I think that the further back in history you go, the blacker the Egyptians are. And by black, I don't merely mean dark skin, but also with other Negro characteristics.
You have spent much of your life studying the history of the ancient Egyptians. Who were the ancient Egyptians? How did they look?
Voilà, les Égyptiens anciens ressemblaient à cette tête que vous voyez. Voici le premier roi de la terre.
Here you have the first king of the earth, the very first. And the Egyptians, the ancient Egyptians, looked like this man.
Cet homme a des traits, si vous voulez, plus, comme nous disons, vous m'aviez dit tout à l'heure de ne pas employer un terme, mais sur le plan scientifique, c'est un terme consacré. En tout cas, il a des traits de la race noire plus marqués que celles de presque tous ceux qui sont ici dans cette salle.
You can see that he has those traits that are associated with the black those features associated with the black race, which are even more pronounced than many of the people here. It was this man who unified the Nile Valley from Upper to Lower Egypt, and this was 3,300 years before Jesus Christ.
Je passe donc, ce que je vais dire avant de passer au suivant, c'est que vous allez le voir donc déjà d'après ses traits et les traits aussi des pharaons qui vont suivre.
You can see by his features and those of the pharaohs and kings that will follow it
que les anciens Égyptiens n'étaient pas des blancs qui seraient devenus progressivement noirs et en perdant leurs traits.
You can see that they were not people that were started as whites and became progressively more black.
Mais qu'au départ, c'était des noirs authentiques qui, à la basse époque, vont se métisser avec des blancs.
They were instead black people, an authentic black people, but which never ceased to be blacks.
Donc, attendez, je dis en un mot. Donc, vous voyez que les anciens Égyptiens étaient des noirs comme tous les autres naturels de l'Afrique, c'est tout.
You can see that the first the Egyptians were black men, like black men that you see in Africa now.
So I ain't arguing that. Ever, ever, ever. Right? They just completely pummeled over dead. Like with the scholarship, with the jokes, with the caps. They can't really do nothing. They might need to try to set up a hoop game or something. They get ran up out the gym. Right? They can't win for nothing. What they want? Baseball? I don't know. But if you still trying to argue that the experts agree with y'all about the Egyptians being black, because see, y'all just moseyed into the linguistic conversation because y'all was getting so beat up about this. So I'm gonna open up the chat quick today, right? Instead of shutting down, let me see. And we can play that again. I think we could play that again, but not just right off the back though. Oh, it's just be crazy.
Recording in progress.
There's no reason to ever really argue that. Just beat that right there. Show me, you know, the 10. You're gonna be looking stupid. Because everybody know that that's an old, antiquated, racist argument that only a few black people in the community is pushing. They tried to make you think I'm a blackologist.
Recording stopped.
Right? And I'm like, no, I'm not about to. And then they even got a scholar who said she could sympathize with somebody being very strident about the blackness of the Egyptians. Ain't that what we've been? Very, very strident and stern in our stance. Like it ain't nothing you gonna do I could do to make that. Let me see. Let me find so I can share the link. There you go. It's just sad. That's 10 experts right there. And Cats in the chat was naming other experts. So that's why they don't come out over here, because it's really all information. Sometimes if they want to get clowned and roasted, I'm with that. But really, we bombard them with information. That's what be happening. I just put the link in the chat. Feel free to hit the link. Let's see if I can pin it. Oh, I gotta go over here. Oh, what they gonna say? Those was blackologists. Well, who you know that's an Egyptologist? Y'all keep bringing out these unknown people. I'm like, what's this all about? I can't pin. Now they're giving me the can't pin the link thing again. Let me try. Oh, I already pinned it. That's why. And I ain't even looked at my football game in hella long. Feel free to hit the link though. Oh, there go Reggie Marbury. My bad. 10 Egyptologists, Reggie. Just like that. And all they go, he just clipped up the clip. I guess they really didn't say those things that I just heard. I don't know why I can't find the Zoom. Oh, there it go. Here it go. You there?
I'm here.
What's up with you?
I think that video that you did, if you give me permission just to cut it out, I'm gonna.
Oh, you know, I'll give you the. No. So these lives is one thing, but I'm gonna upload all them contents just at the videos themselves. So I can give you the file. It's all good.
Oh no, yeah, but just the 10, just the 10. I definitely want to just add that to Sonetta's show. If you could do a kind of a forward to it, right? I know you did the tally ho, and
Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. That was because I have to handle some business.
right. But I would like a forward to that with your argument, and then I can cut that out and I could just put that on Sonetta's show just for the analytics. But I would like you to, because you're the author of it, and I think that it's enormous, right? And each of them say some very, very important things about not just the civilization being African and Black, but how Egyptology itself is a slow mover on this. And I think I just want, I would love your forward to that, because that's something that you authored, and I want it to go viral. Because I think that that closes and there's many more. That's just 10. But then there was all these beautiful arguments that you had, certainly with Jonathan Winneman. I didn't know why you didn't put that in his section where he was describing that as black, right? And how'd you miss that? You just wanted to do 10? You didn't want to do
Well,
11?
I was trying to fix on a number that seemed.
Why'd you do
I'm
that?
sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't unmute myself. I was fixing on a number that go good in the algorithm. Like people Google numbers like 10, this top 10. They don't really do top 11 or 12. You feel
Right.
me? Yeah.
So yeah, if you can even if we say top 10 and then in the clips, right, just to get the hook, the top 10, and then we can add others. So I think you are correct about that, about top 10.
Somebody came in, they need to mute. We hearing your conversation. Whoever that was. Go ahead, Reggie.
Yeah. So we could keep it as top 10, but we can add in the video other comments. And the beautiful thing about this is not do we only have their voices, we also have their arguments, especially those that use Medu Neter. I was watching the Asar show today, and Asar made a good point, right? Look, I mean, I could we can Asar, we can agree and disagree, but he made a good point and he just murdered them. He was like, you got to use the glyphs. He just murdered them. They didn't even see that. He said, wait, it don't matter if you tip your hat in the game, right? You're going to have to substantiate what you say. And then he also talked about using the glyphs. And that is what they cannot do proficiently, right? Without, I'm not talking about all the disagreements or the personal arguments and all of those things or that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if you're going to put your hat in the ring, you better use Medu Neter. And if you're not using the hieroglyphics, or if you want to call it the Medu Neter, then you don't have an argument. It's over. It's over. Like, why am I talking to you? You haven't done the work, right? Now, I can argue with Asar. You can argue with Asar. We know Asar, he has work. Now we drill down on the examples, right? As long as examples is in the civilization, right? Fine. I'm not listening to any other things outside of the civilization, because otherwise you don't think that the Medu Neter has been deciphered. If the Medu Neter has been deciphered, right, we can argue sometimes on choices of words, right? But I don't have to go to another country, another civilization, culture. So, wow. I mean, listening to that took a lot of work over time. And I think that you have something that we can all use. And now it's just forcing Egyptologists to react, right? And even the ones who say, oh, it's slow. No, see, now, I like Dr. Vanessa Davies, right? She says she's not going to change, right? She's not going to budge, right? I like all of them, right? Also, we need to put in Vera Wang. So you need to add Jonathan Winneman, and you need to add.
Well, Jonathan Winneman didn't make that statement directly as these people did, because I never asked him that question directly. He offered us, but I have to tell you, there are black people in Egypt. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
And yes.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Yes.
What's up, Reg?
Peace to you.
You want to keep going, Reg, or can I jump in?
No, I want to keep going. Is that your?
Go ahead.
Haskell? Listen.
Yeah.
Haskell, my brother. Let's do this, right? And Haskell, this is my work and Smash's work, right? We are the ones who provide the examples, right? So now, okay, I'm gonna stop because I can always come back on. So one thing is to react, have some points. The other thing is to provide examples. So I'm gonna stop, good brother Haskell. Go
All
ahead.
right, all right. Yes. How y'all doing, man? Smash, thanks for doing this live and nicing up the Sunday evening, man. For real.
Word up.
Let me camera right quick. I wanted to show you something. To see how I flip this camera. There, how I flip this bitch.
And Haskell, I don't know if you
Oh, there
were
you go.
always on our side. I think for a long time you wasn't on our side.
Oh, he on our side. Look, he got that work right there. You feel me?
You see that? You see that, Reg?
Yeah, you got the autograph copy. Flip to the autograph.
Come on, man. You already know. Hold
Oh,
on.
you the man for that, dude. Shout out to
You
you.
already got my government on there too.
Oh, that's what's up. Oh, I couldn't see through. I couldn't see through the payment stream who that was who bought it, so I had to.
Oh yeah. Nah, ain't no pressure though. You know, it's just one of the cult member, one of the PK cult members. I was on what's the name stream. Let me turn this video off. I was on Chef stream the other day, and I had called Bobby Abasa. So one of the PK cult members pulled up on me, asked me where I live at, and telling me about, the hood stories and how people from his hood don't play that. And
I was on.
I'm like, and I ain't gonna lie, I wigged out because I'm like, damn, bro, that man's 60 years old. Let that man defend himself. Like, you's not no Sandlot homie, or that's not your family member. How you finna pull up on me to tell me not to call this man a baser? But anyway, I don't want to diverge off the topic. I wanted to say, out of all those scholars, the Bernal quote was my favorite because he went out of his way to be unequivocal about it in saying it's not dark skinned, because they like to play that Darcy. That's one of the main games they love playing, is that nebulous thing. Well, they were dark, but they were, he was strident about it. No, I'm not talking about dark skin. I'm talking about niggas, Negroes, black men, black women. You feel me? So his quote is my favorite. And I wanted to say something else too about these people who want to put their head in the sand and pretend as if these things are just social constructs. No, white supremacy exists right now. As Brother Neely Fuller always says, it operates in all areas of people activity. Every single area, bar none, right? White supremacy is pervasive, ubiquitous, and it's not going anywhere. Putting your head in the sand and saying, "Oh, we're black is a label," and da da da. No, it's a reality. It's something that was made real by what they imposed on the world. And if Egyptology was specifically created to forward white supremacy, to take Egypt out of Africa, it's literally baked into the cake. So what y'all doing? Don't stop doing it. Keep mashing. Keep mashing. Now, people like Ankh, he's a dunce. So to be fair to him, he just doesn't know any better. He wants to sound sophisticated, right? So he's parroting these arguments that these white supremacists put forward, like, oh, black is all of a sudden nobody knows what black is. It's this completely ambiguous thing, and he's just parroting that same foolishness. You know what I'm saying? But I'm glad we got people like y'all, man. Like, keep going, bro. Keep going. Red Smash, I love what y'all doing, man.
Well, we have already won.
Yeah, we beat the dead horse. Anyone want to have the conversation about what they call themselves? Obviously, that don't even matter because we got all kind of black people all over the world that call themselves different things. But the scholarship right here is saying they was black people. Now, to have that argument, we didn't gave y'all enough evidence, and even y'all scholars said, "Look, man, hella people called themselves Kim," and that ain't one person. That's hella people. So how many you need before you start forming a collective to say they called themselves black? So they just being kind of petty with it. I seen somebody being so petty that when they just seen these 10 Egyptologists, they said there's a lot of context left out of these videos. So when I play the longer thing than these clips, watch how much worse it gets than what I just played in my little video. I'm gonna make sure I'm sharing the audio. If somebody got
those are
something to
big
say,
arguments.
go ahead.
I don't even think that you have to respond to that because they haven't done the work. Right.
But I just want to kill him. Watch what he say. They're going to feel stupider. Watch this.
I think this is just an example of a large proportion of the Greek vocabulary, in fact, is better explained in terms of Egyptian and Semitic borrowings.
Okay, we'll come to that.
We'll come to that. Sorry, I'm running ahead of myself.
No problem,
yes,
no
sure.
problem.
Yeah.
Who were the early Egyptians? How did they look?
Well, obviously the question of the race of the Egyptians is a very hot potato and a very complicated issue. I think that the further back in history you go, the blacker the Egyptians are, and by black I don't merely mean dark skin, but also with other Negro characteristics, and the further south, obviously, you go, so that Upper Egypt, now this is always confusing, Upper Egypt is southern Egypt. It's called Upper because you go up the Nile to it, and Lower Egypt is northern Egypt. I used to find this immensely difficult to get straight.
Okay, let's use our map right here.
Sure.
You can sit down,
okay.
please. Just
it's
go ahead.
not a physical map, so I can't really show you.
Right.
But Upper Egypt is now this area here. It goes down that far. It's the Nile Valley. Lower Egypt is essentially the Nile Delta in this region here, going up a little. Now, Egypt is part of Africa. I mean, if you look at the map, you know, there's no question. But it's more African than that, because the ancient Egyptian language belongs to a language family called Afro-Asiatic.
Watch this, y'all.
And nearly all the members of this family are in fact in Africa today. The only one that isn't, and why it's called Asiatic, is Semitic, which is spoken in this region here and always has been, really. Now, my theory, and here I'm relatively alone, is that
First of all, nobody agreed with him. Now all the scholars agree with what he about to say. And he said, my theory, and I'm relatively alone. Watch what he say.
I'm relatively alone, is that Afro-Asiatic, in fact, started as a language family in the Rift Valley in Kenya and southern Ethiopia.
Shoot them. Now we got the geneticist, we got Christopher Eric, we got all of them who saying that this is true. But we can see right here, but now started that, and they got on his head, tried to discredit him and write books to say they just was the pseudo killers back in the day. What's up, Robert?
It's a massacre. It's a massacre.
James?
Peace to the panel. The greatest gods of all time when it comes to this. Well, shit, you got to give Smash the greatest when it comes to this rap shit, and when it comes to this studying the chemistry. You got to give Reggie brother Reggie the same title when it comes to this comedic science god. You understand me? These are gods amongst men, and I salute these kings. I ain't gonna be on long. I just came on to you know what I mean, to give praise where praise is due. And this is a spectacular performance by yours truly, Smash Rockwell, once again. This man's work ethic is got to be studied. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't even think King sleep at this point, to be honest with you.
I don't
you
know
what
how
I'm
he
saying?
does. Listen, I work hard. I go to sleep 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. I don't know how Smash pulls. He zooms in. He bullseyes the stuff. I'm like, oh my! I couldn't put together what he just put together.
Brother Reggie, I think this man then transcended. You know, we might be looking at Kimmy, the God in the flesh right now, something like that. Like G might not be amongst us like that. You know what I'm saying? Like his purpose came to bring the black back to.
True. I'm right here with your
Smash.
boy. I'm right here with your boy.
Hey, Smash, you do all your own. You do all your own editing. My bad, bro. I just want to know if he do. Go ahead. My bad.
You would say that if you was the God, though, because you know them secrets can't be revealed. But I want to say this right quick. You know what I'm saying, to my brother Haskell. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate your comments, God, and salute you, King. And I got no animosity, you know, towards you at all. I just want to say, when it comes to I want to be clear. You know what I'm saying? We got to bring clarity on that. This man is not a dunce. He is not a fool. And what happened is this man was on the right side of history, was on the right side of this knowledge, as shown on yesterday. Smash played a video that had numerous clips that displayed this man's character only of yesteryear. This man was had true knowledge, true understanding of this concept of blackness, but unfortunately, he isn't who he claims to be as far as his character. I mean, they call us scammers, they call us, scam artists, they call us liars, but it turns out that mirror is really upon himself, because these actions are not honest. It's no way that you can bring Egyptologists upon Egyptologists upon Egyptologists onto your own show and they tell you out their own mouths that the Egyptians were black, that this term means the black woman, that Kemet has nothing to do with the land, that it was founded on a racist concept. Now, only yesteryear when he was friends and brothers with Smash and Brother Reggie, and they have all been studying this for years. Remember, Unc was a part of Kemet on trial. Remember,
That's
he
a
was
fact.
running with SETI. So what you have is a case of jealousy. At one point, we heard Unc come out let it out his own mouth when he say that Smash is qualified to challenge the experts. Fast forward, and a few months, a few months ago, a few years later, he's saying that he's not qualified. So if that's not us, I mean, we all men here, we all of age, and we know what the term jealousy and what that entails as far as someone's character. This is a standard case of Jabari fever, the smash pox, and Reggie's. Now, when you get left behind in the conversation and you starting to feel left out, and the only way that you can see yourself being included is playing devil's advocate and being controversial, you still making to maintain some type of audience and find your way, because for the longest he either had to hold on to a lot of people's coattails. I'm just calling it like I see it, and I got no apologies. Because
Man,
if you against blackness, you anti-black. It's a damn shame that we got a multitude, a chamber, in his own words, of white scholars and academics who will yell to the mountaintops and risk their jobs to say that Egyptians were black and that the ancient Egyptians were black Africans. And we got black people in our own community today who refuse to acknowledge that fact, even when they bring the experts on their own shows.
See, but to me, though,
they're liars.
Well, I think it's both, bro, because I'm listening to the program today on Garfield's panel, and Asar said that he brought up the point that African is a social construct it's a modern social construct just like black, right? And Ankh got kind of upset and said, what he said, no, it's not social, it's human, or it's not human, it's social. And I'm just sitting there listening like,
when you deal with a scam artist, they'll say anything, G. That's what I'm telling you.
I don't think he's faking that, though. I think he didn't calculate that human and social, like those things are analogous. I don't think I don't think that he was faking that, bro. I really don't. Listen, I'm sorry. Credit to the brother. If he did kick his habit, and I've seen his sons. He's doing great things with his sons. No, I'm serious. I'm dead serious.
Yeah,
right?
But it's funny how you say it.
I'm dead serious. Well,
I understand.
I really wasn't trying to be funny. But
yeah, because it had nothing to do with it. You just came out with that. That's why it's funny to me.
Like he took offense to me calling him a baser, right?
Well,
but it's only because
G.
No,
you don't want me to laugh. You just read off topic, God. The point I'm saying is, King, not to cut you off, but God, what's smart when you're drowning, G? Tell me when you're in a fight, what is smart? It's not dumb to grab any instrument or any weapon in your reach to try to win, to defend yourself. That's smart. That's not stupid. If you're drowning and you see any type of support, some type of raft, some type of device you can hold on to save your life, that's smart. What we're looking at is a drowning man who has been exposed time after time and time after time again. And what happens when you're now struggling to gasp for air? When you're struggling in this fight, you're grabbing on anything, and
You'll
you'll
say
mess
anything.
around and hurt your
You might
damn
be
self.
on you might be on to something. What's your name again, brother?
It's UKA, God. This is Robert
UKA.
Brown in
What's
the
up,
flesh.
bro? What's up, brother? You might be
Peace to
on
the
to
God.
something. You might be on to
Yo,
something.
peace, everybody. Brother
Peace,
Rollins'
brother
analogies be fucking killing me. This guy is a fucking expert observer. Like the way he observes and just articulating it, just going back in his mind and like, man, this shit is like. And then what's crazy is that it be on par with a lot of our thinking when we be by ourselves, like, man, what the hell is really wrong with these people? Robert puts the perfect analogy to what we be thinking in our head. Like, man, can it be this? Can it be that? Like, this shit is crazy. Go ahead, Robert.
Man, salute, brother James, man, my brother. Peace to you, King. Much love to the Black Divine God. I'm gonna say this, King. It's like, if your page was at risk, you losing hundreds and hundreds of followers, thousands and thousands of views. If this shit is at risk, and you know that, this is how you see yourself now. This has become your personality. You're an influencer.
Yeah. It's an identity now.
You see that shit. So if you're doing scrambling, God, come on, G. If this was, like I said, this was some rap shit, Smash is on some Kendrick Lamar shit right now. I wasn't fucking with G beats this whole time until he dropped last night. Yesterday that beat was amazing. But we all know his verse has been killing Drake this whole time. The lyrical comparisons don't even add up. It's not even close. But God, what I'm saying is, look at what he's doing to Drake right now. You know what I'm saying? Look how he's murdering this man. And this is an objective opinion. You got to see that objectively. Smash has been, and Brother Reggie and these guys have been doing this for years. And so when think of the position that you would be in if somebody is manhandling you like this. You will say any damn thing, God, to try to, maintain some type of image, withstanding image in this community, man. And then what's the problem is the people who surrounding him. They sitting there blinking like damn idiots.
I call him the pseudo killer. I call him the pseudo quick killer twerkers, bro. All them niggas booty shakers, dog.
Hey, man, I think both of y'all. Hey, peace, Robert. Let me get on in here for a second.
Twerkers, Smash.
What's up with due diligence?
Peace. I think
y'all real
both
quick,
got
dude. I'm about to hand James the host real quick, just so you know.
Already.
James.
I think y'all both right. You know what I mean? Because it's obvious that he is trying to just, maintain his image, but at the same time, he be missing stuff too. Just like Asar said it on the show, and we all have said it, that, the comprehension is just lacking, and that's not a shot. You know what I'm saying? If I was going to take a shot, I'll take a real shot at him, and I can get ignorant too, and I don't like it, but a lot of things he just do miss, and he don't like to accept that, and he wants to fight about that. But,
it's
it's
difference between being dumb, God.
Well, I'm just saying he be missing. I'm saying he be missing. I said he be missing something. We're talking about comprehension. If you have a comprehension,
how can he miscomprehend something that's it's basic English on a third grade level? We watched 2 days ago on the Pseudo Killers channel. They was live, sitting there looking crazy as hell in them damn avatars, blinking stupid as fuck. Excuse my language, dog. Sitting there blinking, and they showed 3 clips on their own show. This is what I'm saying, God. We giving, and it's low key giving them a pass like that man dumb. That man got books on top of books. He is well studied. He's well learned. He understands he is not.
Yeah, I disagree. I disagree too, bro.
That man ain't dumb. Books. He just be
that man slow, bro.
Dumb is, God, that this man would do anything to maintain his image of being right. He knows he's wrong.
I agree with that, Robert, but that don't take away. You don't think that both can be right? That you can have an idiot. Hold on, let me just say this. Hold on, Robert. Just let me ask you this question.
Just ask me a question.
I didn't finish the question, big bro. Just let me ask you. So, do you think that both of them could be true? Now, let me explain. Do you believe that he could be an idiot and at the same time trying to maintain his YouTube image? I think that both can be true. I'm not trying to argue. I
I
literally
ain't
said
arguing,
both of
G.
you guys are right. I think
I
both of you
That's
think.
how I
guys are right.
see it. That's how I see it too, dude.
Let me answer the
I think
question,
it's a
God.
little
Let
bit
me
of
answer the
column.
question,
Go
God.
ahead,
Let
bro.
me answer the question, King. I think he's dumb in the sense of he's making irate and irrational moves to maintain his image, but I don't think he's dumb as if he doesn't understand the material. He's
He
not
don't.
dumb in the sense that he don't
UK. He don't even
understand.
really understand English like that, bro. I've
Ain't no
seen him
way,
in other.
God.
I've seen him in other discussions, bro. Like my thing is, bro. You was on the street, right? You was doing your Ezel from Friday thing, and then you joined the cult at 40, right?
Mm.
It ain't no pressure, right? You turned your life around. Big respect, bro. But carry it like that. He carrying it like he big
No,
dog. Like he
no,
a
God.
PhD. He got all kind of
Y'all
arrogance.
can't
He need to
convince
be
me. Y'all can't convince me a 40-some-year-old man doesn't understand
40
when
something. I'm damn near 60,
whatever
bro.
G is.
For
You
sure.
can't convince me. Nobody on this panel can convince me that Unc does not understand when an Egyptologist comes on his platform and say that she would be pissed off if she was black and she had to have this conversation with Egyptologists to convince them of something that she been know, but that you know to be true for 20 years and they just now want to admit to it. You can't tell me a
No,
40-some-year-old
agree.
man
I
don't
agree with you.
understand when he plays it on his own channel that when Ramses was holding and Smash gonna bring all this out and show you again. When that Egyptologist came on and said, "Oh yeah, let me read this. This says the black female one." If you and he says the black or the black feminine one or the black female one, not and not one who is of black, but the black female one. If you're telling
So
me that a 50 or 40-some-year-old man don't understand what the black female is,
57.
so
you're
Robert, he
telling me
will
that he don't
disregard stuff.
understand when
He'll
Jonathan
disregard stuff.
Winterman lets it
He
come
he
out of
he
his
dis
own
he
mouth, and
he'll
Jonathan Winterman
disregard
says on his
anything
own
that goes
show
against
that
the
he's
issue that he's
playing.
trying to push.
He's saying,
Oh,
"Hold
okay,
on,
hold on, slow down, Robert. Let do and
well,
Haskell
get it
speak.
in, God. You know I get
Yeah,
excited,
So
man.
yeah,
My
I
yeah,
know,
bad."
yeah.
bro.
So
Yeah,
so the guy he
let them
will
try to get some of this in too. Peace. I'm
No excuses for this man.
I agree. I
so
agree
no
with you,
no we
Robert.
ain't we
But
ain't making no
but
excuses
we
for him.
we just doing analysis.
Nah. He could
Yeah.
be. Listen, he could be remedial and still get that work. Because
And
my
that's
thing
Divine
that's the
about
assignment.
point. That's the
my
point.
thing
That's a good
about it
point.
is, dog.
Nah.
My thing about it is these discussions would be a lot more edifying and a lot more fun if the detractors maintain a basic level of respect, right?
Decorum. Agreed.
Basic
Does a
level of
scam
decorum.
artist lie?
And what?
Answer that question.
Hold on, Rob. And that's, I mean, UK, and that's what Homeboy don't get, dog. Dog.
That's what he don't get. That's what he don't get.
Smash was your road dog. That nigga wrote a fire ass song for you on the
Yeah, one of his
TONYB.
best
That
ones.
bitch
Yeah,
fire than a motherfucker.
yeah,
That nigga loved it, you, bruh.
yeah.
You feel
On
me?
God. Yeah.
Regardless, no, he could be talking to Smash, right? And I trust me, I watched some conversations from years ago, and the shit was building up for Smash. You feel me? But I think there's a defect there in Buddy Brain, bro, because
Man, what the fuck, G?
look, no, hold on, bro. He could call a nigga a scammer, right? He'll call it like he'll say, "Oh, you scamming, Smash," in this regular conversation when he still was cool. But he don't realize that, bro. That's highly offensive, bro.
That's
What you
super
saying? He
disrespectful.
don't realize.
Super disrespectful.
He don't,
God, this man.
bro. He's
Nah, he
oblivious.
don't.
No,
There's a level
no.
of
Yes, he
obliviousness.
do.
Dog, hold on, bro. Remember, dude, tell you to chill out, bro. The man told you let us get a piece too.
Bro,
We
you
want to
going in, bro. You know what I'm saying? We have a conversation. You
let us
going
smoke.
in, I'm going in too, bro. Go ahead.
You got to pass the blunt, dog. You can't.
You
God,
got the blunt, bro. You been smoking, bro, for the last 2 minutes. Keep smoking. I'm trying to smoke too. I'm saying stop making excuses for this man. This man's a liar and a scammer, so that's what you supposed to do.
Nah, he all
when you
that.
got an agenda to push. We're not making excuses for 57-year-old men around here, bro. He's slow. He needs courses. He needs English tutors. Man, come on, G, with that bullshit.
Nah,
this
bro.
man
This
is
is what I'm saying.
57 years old.
Hold on, dog. It don't excuse him being so flawed as he is. He is a flaw ass nigga.
Different. Yeah,
But
nice character.
both,
I
it
ain't
could
talking about. Yeah, that's fact.
it could be both at the same time. Like dude was I'm on the same
Man,
page
please.
you on. It's
I don't
both
care
at
what page y'all on. I ain't making no excuses for no
Yo,
57
but
year old
hold up,
man.
but we all on the same page. But peep it out. What's
You know, like
funny,
he don't
man?
know
This
that's
shit was
offensive
funny
to
to me
smash. You gonna
is we
call a
trying
man a
to
scammer and
we
he
trying
don't
to
know that's
figure out
offensive?
what's wrong
When he
with him.
talking shit about somebody's mama, he don't know that's offensive. When
He
a
know that's offensive,
Egyptologist come
bro.
on
That's
his
why he
show,
do.
man, get the fuck out of here with this.
He
What's
knows
wrong with
that's
y'all?
offensive.
hold on, Rob. He told Smash about his mama after they had kind of done fell out, right?
Man,
Because
nigga.
Nah, that was the reason. Oh, well,
hold on,
yeah,
dog,
you right.
hold on, bruh. When
I'm
he
been
was
holding on. Don't come on here with these excuses
when he
for this
was
man.
saying
All
when
I'm
he
hearing
was
is excuses.
golly, my nigga, golly, bruh. Mute
I'm
up or
listening.
something, dog.
Bro, we the
When,
same way. Don't cry when you just like me.
oh my god, bro.
You just like me. When you talk and over talk and
Hold
forth,
on,
don't
man.
cry when we just the same now.
All right, let me
Man,
just get
just
it.
let me know when I can go, James.
Let me get
I don't
20
want to do all
seconds
that.
in.
Yeah,
Let me get
go
20.
ahead.
Let me get 20 seconds in. This is what I was saying. When they were still cool, I remember listening to a conversation between Ankh and Smash, and he would say, "Oh, you scamming a little bit right there." He was saying it a little playfully, but he doesn't realize, like, dude, you don't know how to talk to people. Your social skills, like, you think that's funny and you're being playful, but you keep doing that, and eventually it's paper cuts, and that's when
Agreed.
dudes fire back with the crackhead thing, and now you fire back with the mama thing. You get what
Agreed.
I'm saying? Like
But
he
I
don't.
don't think
Agreed.
it went. I don't think it
Agreed.
went like that. I think
Yeah, no.
he called Smash a coward first. That's what
Yeah.
all kicked it off.
He
Well,
don't know
James,
He
he's
how
called
not.
the
insulting
man
that
a
is,
coward.
James.
But
He
yeah,
he
you
don't know
If
right,
we're
that,
gonna
James.
keep the,
But
me, I'm a chronologist, so I like
no,
to keep it
you
from.
right, but it's not the fact that whatever
He
was
don't know no
first.
better.
The point that Haskell is saying is that he doesn't really understand how offensive. Like take
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Smash
But
is a
hold on
real.
though.
Just let
Go
me
ahead,
finish.
dude.
Smash is a real professional, and to put scam because
Yeah,
Unc he'll go
that's
around call everybody a scammer and think it's cute, but with somebody like Smash is different because he got a reputation. He's a professional. He actually doing business with people. So to put that
Okay.
on him and he out here doing real big business, you can't
Yeah.
put that on somebody
I'm
like
about to
Smash
bust
because
y'all bubble.
some other people like the regular
Yeah.
civilians might
I'm about
take
to
that,
bust y'all bubble right now.
really serious.
I'm
So
about to end y'all. I'm about to
Unc
end
play
y'all.
like
I'm
that,
about to
but
Hold
end
on,
a
y'all
lot
point
of
of
us
view
don't
You
right
really
can't. Hey,
now.
you got
play
to
hold
like
stop
that
on.
that,
using those
bruh.
type
Bro,
of words.
I'm
Come
about
Unc,
to
on,
end
yeah,
y'all
dog.
joint.
Unc a type of nigga that'll play with a nigga with the bitch word and stuff
No, I
like
don't
that,
gotta
and
stop.
not
Yeah,
understanding, you know what
yeah,
I'm saying?
yup,
Thinking that shit
yup.
is cute.
Dude,
And then when you
let me ask
fire
you something,
back,
dude.
he
Let
like
me
when
ask
you
you something,
fire.
dude.
Go ahead, my bad.
Dude, you mean to tell me that we watch I'm about to slaughter y'all arguments. You mean to tell me that we watched make show after show after show about actual scammers, about Polite when he was talking about everybody with the funny hats, when he was talking about Ali Muhammad, when he was talking about various people who have came into the Moors and the funny hats and how people are lying in coats, and he was a part of a coat and how he came out of that. You mean to tell me a hustler, a man that's from the streets, that he doesn't know
That
how
nigga ain't no goddamn
inflammatory?
hustler.
Hold on, UKA. Hold on, UKA. You mean to tell me that this man doesn't know how inflammatory the words coward and scammer is when he made whole shows on the subject? And
All right.
this is this man's friend over years?
All right, you gonna let me respond?
Yeah, please respond.
All right. I will say, I didn't speak to Coward, so I will agree with you on that. But as far as Scamwell, he think that stuff is cute. But let me just say this. So when you're dealing with somebody with a 4th to 5th grade reading comprehension level in front of the whole world, it ain't no telling how he's really thinking. There's some things that he do on purpose, and there's some things that he do on accident. And if you keen enough to catch it, you'll see that he just don't comprehend by how he responds to some things. So some of those things you are right. When he says coward, when he says different things like that, yes, but sometimes he say stuff and he don't know how offensive he have been and got to be checked. But he just know, and once they go there, it just go there. But
It does
regardless,
go there. Yup.
I'm not making excuses for him, Robert. I don't want you to think that because you know, I don't even want to talk about this dude. I really want to talk about some other stuff.
Me
You know
neither.
what I'm saying?
That shit called
I don't even want to talk about this
accountability,
nigga
G.
to be honest, because I really feel like we giving him too much shine.
Yeah,
You
y'all
feel me?
is.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, he
saying
just
that man.
got the brakes beat off him just today by Asar. So let's just talk about the knowledge. But go, y'all can finish y'all words.
I'm gonna say this, G, and I ain't saying nothing else, God. When you caught stealing out of damn store, the first thing you're gonna do is say, well, I wasn't stealing shit. When you get caught doing something, beating your wife, and the police come, you're gonna say, oh no, I ain't do it. When you get caught doing something you got no business doing, the first thing you're gonna do is deny the shit. So what we're looking at is a person who's not dumb, who's not person who is very stubborn, and a person who has an agenda.
Well, well. When let's talk about that, because that's just what you get when you start calling names. Then you get called a name, you can't handle it, right? Because your shit be true, and so that's why he be going. So you feel me? Bananas about that. But the thing about that is, hey, people got family. You know, I ain't going there. So everybody know that was something that affected the black community, and the strength is in being able to get over that. But you weak if, nigga, you gonna be out here calling names and then you get hit with some shit you really did, and then you go into emotional land. Nah, you the one out here name calling, nigga.
Damn.
All right, that must have been. I must have thought I muted myself.
So I don't know what's going
I'm
on.
glad they didn't hear some of the stuff y'all said. How long that's been?
No, that ain't
What's
true. I just checked it out. It's good.
what's the example,
probably
G?
back now.
It might
What's
be
the
on city.
example?
Yeah, so look, me and Ankh had fell out behind some little disrespectful shit he said, whatever. We got on a panel, we pieced it up, right? A few days later, or probably a couple weeks later, I go on another panel. Julanda on there, right? So I pull up. They're like, hey, Peter Beetlejuice. I mean, bag juice. You know, that corny cracker humor. So I'm like, what is this Beetlejuice shit? And then I kept seeing people typing it in the chat and da. So I asked the nigga, I said, bro, what's up with this Beetlejuice shit? Because he was co-signing what Julanda was doing, right? I'm like, dog, I thought it's you know, it's all love. Like, we done pieced it up. You know, what is this Beetlejuice shit y'all talking about? Oh, nah, dog. You know, sometimes when you look at bag juice, it looks like Beetlejuice. I'm like, fuck, nigga, I've been bag juice for a year plus, and y'all ain't never called me Beetlejuice. You feel me? So y'all trying to be funny. And that's the fake shit that I don't like. And that's why
You
it's
daggered
back.
yourself.
And that's why it's back
fake.
upward,
It
buddy.
ain't dumb.
I'm calling the
daggered
nigga,
yourself.
I'm calling him a baser every chance I get. You Ezel from Friday and them little them hustling stories from Baltimore. I don't believe none of that shit because I saw your criminal jacket, nigga. It's all breaking and entering, loitering and shit.
Slow down, homie.
You was not Marlo.
Slow
Hold
down
on.
with
You was
that.
not Marlo. You was not Avon. You was Bubs, nigga, pushing a shopping cart, selling white tees. I don't believe none of that shit. I'll see you anywhere, line up with you, and beat shit down your leg. You a hoe.
Word.
I don't
And you
believe none
daggered
of that shit
yourself.
you talk
You
about.
said he fake, not dumb. Case closed. I told you that. When you're a calm man, that's a part of your character. He's not dumb. He's fake. Case closed.
So I want to talk
Well,
about
I
this
don't
black
know.
thing, man.
Yeah, go. Yeah. Let's try to move on, bro. Because
All
I
right,
mean,
cool.
Word.
Next
I ain't want to be on this shit long, G.
Yeah,
I'm
okay,
just
yeah,
saying
okay. Well,
that we
let's
ain't about to be up
just
here
move
making
on from that.
excuses for no 57-year-old man like he don't know what he doing.
Hey, Smash.
you know what?
Have you?
See, this is what I'm saying, Robert. We get what you're saying, Robert, but
Peace, UK.
Smash, can I say something real quick?
Sure can.
Yeah,
You got
please
the
do,
floor.
brother Reggie. Yeah, everybody
you
mute
got
out,
the
let
floor.
brother
Go
Reggie
ahead,
speak.
Reggie.
All right. Okay. So we have negative characteristics in all of ourselves, right? And then there's the information and there's the work. One thing about it is 90% of the time you see Smash Rockwell doing the work. I mean, he can do just on Medu Necha 3 to 4 hours straight, right? He was actually trying to do a marathon the other day, and he figured out, no, I'm getting a little bit older. Maybe
You ran out of gas.
yeah, maybe last year or 2 years ago.
Fell asleep.
But he figured out, but even in the short time that he did an enormous amount of work. Listen, I'm happy to be here. I think I'm the oldest of all of you. I'm 59. I am the one who is approaching 60. And I've been doing this work. If you see my ASCAC presentation, I've been involved in this for close to 39 years. 39 years. I know some of you think you're my age, close, or I'm your age. I'm not. But I can just say doing this work, in many of the years, I was very quiet because my elders were still alive. So when Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark are still alive and Dr. Leonard Jeffries is speaking, there's nothing important that you could say. Van Sertima, Diop was alive in 86, right? I started this in 83, right? Learning from them. And Finch, Dr. Finch, all of them I knew, all of them, Dr. Malana Karanga, right? I knew all of them. I've been a part, Dr. Jacob Carruthers, Dr. Ricchetti. Okay, said that to say this. I, believe it or not, have the most scars. I've been called the most names in this community. It all started with me. It didn't start, it didn't start with y'all. But in my struggles, because I was fighting with the Hebrews and the Moors and the rest of them in the streets of New York, I found someone with character and integrity, right? Who could do the work independent of all of the trash talking. And I found Smash Rockwell, right? Now I'm friends with everybody. I'm friends with Ankh. You know, me and Unc, we have good days. We laugh together, we eat together and stuff like that. And when I see him crossing the line, I say, okay, I see what you're doing. You're not gonna. I'm older than you. I've been involved in this more. I don't have to go to that particular level, and I do that with all of you too. I can look at 2 or 3 of you that are here. Y'all weren't necessarily kind to me. You weren't kind to me, right? But that didn't bother me. I just said, well, that's just what it is. But you weren't kind to me. So so some of the criticism that you say about Ankh, it's in all of us too. You know how we cure it? We cure it by doing the work. That's how we cure it, right? By when you do the work, then you actually see, right? And then all is forgiven. Then you become
right.
Makaru, right? Nobody's, how can I say, innocent? Reg is not
No,
innocent.
absolutely not. Yeah, absolutely not. Reggie. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, Reg is not innocent because, first of all, I know when you're talking if you're doing the work, right? And then I put that in a particular category. But when you get extra, then I'm gonna be extra, right? And then you could say, oh, I was holding books for Dr. Ben and serving tea to Dr. Clark. Yeah, I was. But I was learning, right? And I learned humility from them because it's different when Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben call you a damn fool, right? Right? But still love you. They were like my Dr. Clark is my grandfather, and Dr. Ben is like my grand uncle, right? But they did it to help, and Dr. Leonard Jeffries, right? To give you humility. One thing you know about studying his work and the Nile Valley Africans is to do the work. Did you hear the treatise of the skillful scribe, right? It's just pay attention to the work, right? So I give credit
You know what?
to all of you. I give definitely credit to Smash Rockwell. He was around in the early days on Kim and on Trial. He left when I was working with Netter Neb, right? And then I was really being attacked. That's why I say I look at everybody. I see all the people that sided with Asar against me, Wujawa with me, and Ankh wasn't even in the game at that part. Ankh wasn't in. He was on the sidelines, right? But it was, and Asar wasn't really disrespectful. You know how he talks, like he's a super authoritative.
Yeah.
So I'll end. But the way you kill this is actually by doing the work.
Hey, Reggie, I want to say something, man. That was a beautiful statement that you just gave there about looking at ourselves. Because me, I profess to be a Drew Ali adherent. And a lot of times when I'm carrying on with the foolishness, I know I'm doing the wrong thing, but it's hard because of the environments that we grew up in. And in a lot of ways, I love the bullshit. I ain't gonna lie to you. You know what I'm saying? So it's it's a lot of work. You feel me? But beautifully said, man. And I wanted to ask Brother Smash regarding the meta netter. Have you ever done a show on those detractors who say that, or who call into doubt the veracity of the transliterations, and they're asking for the to show the breadcrumbs insofar as how do we have any confirmation that this particular symbol means this, and this particular symbol's like, walk us through the the nuts and bolts of it. Have you ever done a show like that?
Man, that they the only ones fronting like that's a long walk. And it's so funny, Dr. Mario Beatty detailed that. So that work don't even got to be done, because the 50% of the lexicon of Coptic came out of the Medu Neter, right? The Copts called Egypt Kimi. And in that language, it still means the black. So when we go back a little bit earlier in time and see, where did they get that from? We see it's an ancient Egyptian term called Kemet. Kemet. And we can explain how the T fell off in Kemi. And so, and not only that, it was Schnickel and Fink who did the comparative linguistics a long time ago. And I got that book, along with Champollion, who was an expert in Coptic. So just think about it. If they have, now, if it was a completely dead language where there was no remnants of it in other languages, then they would not be able to get to the bottom of that just so easily. But it was still people who knew Coptic. And guess who was an expert in Coptic? Champollion. So if the Copts who really was living in Egypt would still had a word called Kimi, it retains the K and the M, right? And then if in a Coptic language, with 50% of it is the remnant of Medu Neter, meaning that language is half the same things. It's built off words that were ancient, just a later form of them. So then they don't analyze the word like it was said the same way. They just look for triconsonantal. In this instance, it only had 2 of the consonants retained. So then, okay, that wasn't even a hard one for the Egyptologist.
Yeah, Smash. It's really my homeboy Stu Pease that he got a big contention with it, right? Because he says on the Rosetta Stone, it only contains, according to him, I believe he's correct though, because the metanator has over 2,000 characters, right? And he says on the Rosetta Stone, there's only about 200 characters or so. Is that correct? Insofar as metanator characters or hieroglyphic characters?
Just off the head, I haven't got it, but that appears to be incorrect. But keep going.
Right, but he's saying it's basically a fraction.
It could
So
be
then
right. If
how-
he said it, he must have got the data from somewhere. So
Right. So then his question is basically how were they able to extrapolate the meaning of all those other symbols? But you've given it you fleshed it out a bit with the whole Coptic thing. And when that same show we were on Chef Channel and Brother Reggie was on, and he was also given some information so far as other things that are that informs the transliterations that I previously wasn't aware of. You know what I'm saying? So
There's some of this for you, so let me answer some of this for you. Okay. The Rosetta Stone was important for the creating the method, the decipherment method. That and a few other texts. Then it begins the work of now, since they have a method, then they can look at other texts. So once the uniliterals was discovered, right? And that is phonetic, then you start matching pairs of uniliterals with the biliteral and triliteral symbols. The symbols that have sounds but are not uniliterals, meaning they have sounds. For we know the ankh, what the ankh means, because we have seen the uniliterals for the ankh with the symbol, sometimes very rarely by itself, but with the symbol. So then we see the symbols making a sound with a symbol, the word hotep. Very rarely do you see the uniliterals of hotep by itself, but you do see the biliteral, hotep, the triliteral symbol with complemented by the uniliterals. So I would say to Stu Pease is that the answer is looking at all the papers written on the decipherment to understand the different groups of people. So there was Champollion, but Champollion, how can I say, what is his greatest translations? Very few, right? You have the other scholars, Lepsius and others that continue, right? And then you have the Germans, and then you have the Americans breasted, right? It's a process. The other thing I do want to say is that, me talking to Dr. Walter Williams, which I've done about 2 or 3 times, he's the lead person who says that the meta-net is not deciphered. And this is where they get this from. He wrote in his in both of his books, the origin of Christianity and the origin of Islam, right? African origin of Islam and African origin of Christianity, whatever those titles are. In an appendix, he makes the statement that the meta-net was not deciphered, right? He makes that statement. Then he plays games with the word decipherment and looks at all old material to make his point. Well, the problem is that he made it in the appendix and he didn't cite anything. That was just his statement. But he used a chart that he didn't cite that actually destroys his argument. However, he is not, wow, he's 91, 92, 93 years old. He has a great mind, and you want to let him live as long as he can until he gets, sometimes he gets a little mean and cocky. The other 2 groups of people who said the meta-net wasn't deciphered, taking that was Seti and Pharaoh. Can't take any of them seriously, right? Can't take them any seriously. I've never seen Seti do any meta nature, right? And Pharaoh, he paints meta nature on his cars and things like that. Not going to take him seriously. The last person who has a particular argument is Commission. So Smashes talked to Commission. We were going to do a conference on the decipherment of meta nature where Ankh and a group of them was part of it, and I was a part of it, right? Slightly, because they try to push me out. Not Ankh, but some other people. They actually try to push me out of the conversation in New York, right? That was like the takeover. I'm in New York for a conference on the decipherment of the meta nature. I have the most work.
On my screen, Smash.
Huh?
And okay, so let me stop talking.
Hold on,
so
I want to show this real quick.
But I would say I would have liked Smash. Now Smash, I don't care what they say about Smash Rockwell. Smash Rockwell, he could have, Jonathan Owens, his real name, could have talked to Walter Williams, right? He chose not to, because of character, not because of the work, not because of the argument. He just didn't want to argue.
Oh, why you ain't want to talk to him, Smash?
Reggie tells me.
You felt like you would have got disrespectful or something if you was the
Man, you got it. I know what this is. Yeah, I mean, some people just have youthfulness and they don't understand. You got to let the elder speak, Haskell. So
exactly.
He's speaking and he's telling you why he.
No, but I'm saying it's a conversation though.
Yeah.
I don't
but right
get it.
now, if you understood what he was actually telling you about his character and the reason why he.
No, I feel you all the way. You ain't out of pocket or nothing,
Haskell.
But you ain't out of pocket or nothing. But think, I was trying to hear what Reggie was about to say too, because I wanted to see how he framed it. So then you asked me to say it, and I'm like, damn, now I'm about to miss how Reggie was gonna frame that.
Nah, I picked up. I'm picking up. I got it now. I got it. He basically like one of them type of grandfathers that's going to. I get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
And I called Smash. I was calling Smash. Smash, Walter Williams want to talk to me. I want you to come on. He said, well, I'm a listen, right? I'm a listen, right? Smash was listen.
You think I'm about to debate somebody that's 90, yo?
Yeah.
Or even show my contentions? I don't think that'll even make anything, no type of difference. So that's just what my stance was.
And it didn't help me. And everybody knows Smash Rockwell is better in the meta nature than me, right? So Smash Rockwell would have been the best person. But I also called Dr. Mario Beatty.
Well, he declined too, right? Because at a certain time, you just let old men enjoy themselves, yo.
Yep.
Okay.
It's crazy.
So Smash, you don't see it being a fruitful discussion then the whole.
No.
How? Okay.
Now, if he was leading some people, he ain't even actively really in the conversation. He just said something a long time that we already disproven. So I think he should get his latter years in peace. That's all.
No, I'm saying the general.
How can you
the
argue
general.
with somebody that's 90 years old about something like that? Like you think Smash is going to get him to change his mind? And also,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
And whenever we sit up here and read glyphs all day and it's coherent, like it's one thing, Haskell, if we read glyphs and it wasn't coherent and it wasn't making sense, then you can say there's something wrong with the decipherment. But you can't have a bunch of miscellaneous symbols and we put them together and actually make coherent sentences out of it. You feel me? So anybody arguing against the glyphs having been deciphered, how the hell can we find some random text and make coherent sentences out of them if it hasn't been deciphered? At least somewhat.
Well, see now.
Well, I'm not saying Walter Williams necessarily. I'm saying in general because he's not the only one that holds that view. I remember Seti was pushing that shit a few years ago.
Nobody intelligent holds that view, bro. They did it. I mean, no disrespect to Walter Williams, but that view isn't in academia anywhere. Like, there's no one who analyzed it, took the time to analyze it, and thought that no one would do that. Like you can't poke holes in any Medu Neter book. Like you could say, okay, maybe this word or maybe this word,
Right.
but it's not like you're gonna go in the book and do a presentation showing systematically how you stand behind that theory. All you're gonna have is these like wise Negro intuition saying like, if they didn't know what the symbol meant and no one was there to tell them, then how would they know?
That's it.
And with what
Worse
and
than
with
that.
what
It's
and with
worse
what
than
I
that.
just
So
asked
let
you,
me
so
let
I'm
me
asking
say.
you with what I just said, how can you say that it hasn't been deciphered with what I just told you? You know what I'm saying? How do you get complete sentence off of random symbols if it haven't? I'm asking you, I'm asking you to make a determination, making a discernment right now.
Yeah, no,
How could that
I
be
don't
done?
have that position, dude. My
No, I'm
position, it
not saying
has
that
been
you haven't.
deciphered.
I'm saying for the people that hold the position, right?
Can I make a statement? Because I do the work, right? And I've had the conversations. I've had the conversations in the time period that most people wish they would have had the conversation or did not have the conversation because of the age of Dr. Walter Williams, giving him a great old age. Because listen, if Smash would have came on and argued as hard as he argues, the man may not have woken up the next day. He might have been so furious. He's a tender age. But let me tell you this. Because of the Medu Neter decipherment, cuneiform was able to be deciphered. Some of the languages in cuneiform, Proto-Sinaitic was able to be deciphered, right? The Moab stela was able to be deciphered, right? The decipherment method of Champollion allowed other languages to be deciphered, right? The Sumerian language, right? Akkadian language, right? Right? And connected with the old Phoenician with the new Phoenician, right? It's a non-argument.
Yeah, it is. Let me show some of this stuff on the screen real
Sure.
quick to answer what Haskell asked earlier. And we could just have some fun real quick. Can y'all see these examples on the screen?
Yeah.
Reggie, how do we say man in Medu Neter or in Rodney Kemet?
Remet.
Now watch how consistent this is going to be. We see this T, this capital T here, and all these T's, they're going to, this section to the right is ancient Egyptian transliteration. To the left, we got the Coptic word, how they said it later in time, right? Now, I mean, to be precise, what we'll notice is that the T is consistently going to fall off of these words that had a T in ancient Egyptian. So Reggie just said Remech. What's retained into the Coptic is Rome, right? Now, how do we say a name in Medu Neter?
Ren.
How do we say a name in Coptic? Ran, right? How do we say a brother in Medu Neter? It's Son in Coptic. So now we see what's retained as we going through here. We can see that the main consonants is retained. There's something about the new dialect possibly made them choose different inflections on the vowels, different vowels or whatever. To say a woman, though, look, we would say Sinet to say a sister in Medu Neter. But notice here how the T, you would just say Sonne, right? Because the T fell off. So they didn't just look at Kemet. Here go mother, Mau in Coptic. What was it in Medu Neter? Mut. So the T fell off, right? We got father in Medu Neter. We know a way they probably said it was Ilt because that got retained into the Coptic. We ain't saying that's the way they said it, but we know later people in the same area who had switched up to a different dialect retained it this way. We got plenty of them that go together better than these, and I don't want, like pay and pet and
Can I
ka
ask a
and
question,
ka.
Smash?
So go right ahead. And this
Here
will
we
get us
go.
all the way peace to stew peas. But if you can see this list, I hope it's answered some of the questions already, because when we get down to Kemet, we're going to see the same phenomenon. What's up with stew peas?
Big up, Smash. Is Medu Neter the written language or the spoken language?
Medu Neter is the script. A script.
So Medu Neter is a script.
The
So
language
when
is
we look at
Rodney Kemet.
right, so what you're showing me now is you're comparing both scripts, right?
So
You're
yeah, but I'm
comparing
analyzing the
Coptic.
language
No,
from
no.
the same language. I mean, it's basically a language that came out of a language, but we're analyzing it in two different scripts.
Okay, so so I can't really see so because I want clarity. So basically, you're comparing the Meta and the Coptic scripts, and you're finding similarities in those words.
So
That's
I'm
what you're
not
saying to me?
comparing the scripts right now. You asked
Oh, say,
were they
oh,
languages or
so,
scripts?
all right. So you're comparing the Meta
The
script
words, yeah, the
to
language, the language.
the Meta script because we don't know what the language sound like. So
The
we have to say
language
them.
is Rodney Kemet, and so we're trying to see how
Yeah,
they
but we do.
came up with that. So
So
look,
we do.
this column to the right, we don't know what that sounds like. You're correct. And so to
Right.
figure out how to know what it sounded like, they looked at a language that was related to it. That's how
So
they do
we,
it.
we don't know what the Medineta sound like, but yet still we're comparing a script to a language.
No, you're not comparing. Oh, bro,
You're
I thought I
comparing the
answered it. So
Medineta
let
script
me. I might
to
not
the
be
Coptic
answering the question
language.
correctly. Look,
He can't see the screen, Smash.
you can't see. Can anyone
You got
see
to
the
expand it. Soupies, you got to expand it. You can
Yeah,
expand it in Zoom.
I'm looking at it now, right?
So Metanetter is a script, right?
Yep.
Coptic is a script. Rodney Kemet is a language, the ancient language that we would find Metanetter and Hieratic written into, right? They came up with the Coptic language at a later period of time when they started being harsh, taking over Egypt and being harsh towards the ancient, old tradition. So then they started, Coptic is based 50% on Metanetter words. So this is why it is a constructive tool in understanding how ancient Egyptian may have been pronounced. We're not saying it was pronounced how they pronounced it in Coptic, but what we see at consistency here is all of the consonants match up and the meanings match up. And this is how you form a cognate, right? So if you got the consonants, even if you don't know the vowels, if you got the consonants matching up, because remember, we're not tripping off pronunciation. We're trying to figure out the meaning of each Kemet. So therefore, the questions about how one sound, I mean, I understand you asked them, but all of those should be omitted from this. We want to know the meaning of a word with these consonants in Coptic and the similar in the ancient Egyptian Metanetter, whichever script, because if you go from the Hieratic, the script ain't gonna change. It's still gonna be HRW. You see what I mean? And so really this is why they used Coptic, because it was a language closely related to ancient Egyptian that survived.
So question, because for clarity, I'm using this as a learning experience. So like the HRW, the consonants there are from Coptic, correct?
Well, those consonants that we're looking at is the Latin script. They actually didn't put the Coptic consonants up there, but they are to represent the Coptic one, as we'll be seeing a Greek script. If that's what you thought, we would see Greek and Metanetter. So all we're looking at is Latin symbols on the screen.
So the translators or the interpreters took the Coptic language and devised the consonant from those language into Greek script, and then compare those Greek script to the Metanetter script and say that this Greek consonant lines up with these Egyptian consonant. That's what we're saying.
Not really, but something to point to what you're speaking to. The script is only relevant in identifying the cognate terms. You see what I mean? Like they definitely did have to analyze the script, but once they identified that two terms match, then they looked at the meaning of the term that they knew the meaning, and then they seen if that worked in context with the term with the same consonants that seem to reflect the same meaning. You see what I mean? So we got a list of all of those.
I'm not being combative, but I'm just working for clarity
It's
here.
good.
I'm not being combative.
I know. I hope I don't sound that way, but yeah, it's good.
No, I know. I tend to be very combative, but for you, because I have the highest respect for you, Because you're the closest thing to Jabari.
Oh,
in
with that
terms
being
of
said, don't just ask the question. I respect
yeah,
it. So yeah,
yeah,
we'll see. Yeah, I
yeah.
respect that.
This is what I'm saying now. So we had the Coptic language that we know,
Mm-hmm.
and we have, but the original translators were using Greek as a method, as an old language.
Well, what do you mean by the original translators? That could be a true statement if you're talking about the no, that's not. I mean, you talking about who, like Walter Crumb and Champollion, or who you talking about?
Like Champollion and Young.
So I think that has to have been a part of it, but that's just one of the tools in trying to figure something out. It really didn't like affect the process. To put it this way, what they figured out was 30% of the stock of the words were Greek, right? So when they had an inventory that didn't have no explanation. 50% of the Coptic words they see matched up. But then the other, I'm talking about inside of the Coptic lexicon, 30% of it, they figured it out was Greek. So they had to use that you was talking about using the Greek script, right?
Right, but the question I'm asking you, so this is based on which writings? Old Kingdom writings, New Kingdom
That's
writings?
a good question. This
Which
slide
writings
over
we're
here
talking about?
would be Middle Kingdom. So this
Right.
represents what we would see in Middle Kingdom to say the day. And this represents what you will see thousands of years later in Coptic to say the day. And we still see, so basically this OU is representative of a W, if you know.
Can I
And
add?
we just see the R is not there. Someone wanted to say something?
Yes, I want to add. Okay, so Stu, peace. All right.
Peace.
When the Coptic is a form of the language and the writing system, but it becomes incorporated with Greek. So there are issues where some of the words sounds change because of the Greek influence, right? Now, there is something, the problem that people have, and I've done this every time that I've talked to Walter Williams, and I've showed this several times, but maybe my arguments, maybe I'm not authoritative, maybe you need what you call in a Jabari voice, but that doesn't change the source. So the source is Gell. Gell gives us the 4 categories of decipherment. Type 0, a known writing and a known language. Type 1, an unknown writing and a known language. Type 3, a known writing and an unknown language, right? And 3, unknown writing and an unknown language is the hardest. Type 3, known writing and a known language, you can do this with French and you can do this with French and English and things like that.
Japanese, Chinese, anything in the last 300-400 years. But the question I'm going to ask,
no, let me finish example. Unknown writing and a known language has to do with the decipherment of the meta-nature. They had a known language.
They did not have a known language.
Who did?
No,
when it comes to the meta-nature.
You're not listening to me. If you know anything about the Rosetta Stone, you know that there was a known language there, which was Greek. Right?
Okay,
So
don't shout at me. Listen. Check yourself. Check yourself.
Reggie's
I'm a
right.
grown-ass man. Don't shout at me.
All right,
Because I'll shout back at you. Don't do that. We're having a conversation here. Who are you talking to?
You interrupt.
Who you talking to?
Hold on.
You ain't got to scream.
Okay, so you see, this is the problem.
No, he just said he ain't got to scream. Stupies is right, though.
Let's not go into
Hold on, I'm
it.
just saying, Stupies, you're wrong because you're not letting him finish what his thought is. And he was getting ready to explain to you that on the Rosetta Stone is a known language, which is
Okay.
That's right. He right. James is right.
James.
But you did cut him off, though, Stupies.
Yeah, I did cut him off.
That's why he
because
raised his voice. That's why he raised his voice.
Guess what? guess what, James?
I'm not gonna go further.
People, don't go any further because I was having a conversation with Smash. Just hold it. Smash was having a conversation.
Okay, I'm muting back out.
Okay,
Yeah,
I asked Smash, could I add? So if you don't have
I'm
any.
having a conversation. I'm having a conversation with Smash. You already admitted that Smash was the man who knows about the language more than you.
That's
He don't mean it like that. He meant that honorary, bro. I learned from Reggie. But y'all, let's kill the quarrel and let's just get down to business. Y'all didn't disrespect each other. It was just it was like somebody stepped on shoes. No disrespect intended. You know.
Okay.
So who's up?
Man, I wanted to say something, but it ain't got nothing to do with the language per se. It's about the conflation of black. And when we had this conversation about black in general, I feel like a whole lot of things get conflated at once, you know, because we have black like the color black, and then we have black like a descriptive term of a person, and then you have black the noun,
you know what?
A person, place, a thing, and then you have black the status, and then you have another black, which I'm missing right now. And then we go back into ancient times, and then we trying to figure out their context of black, but we don't never put the rails on the conversations like that when we having the conversation. So it all just gets conflated. So when one person says black and the other one answers the question, I try to add, it'd be two different blacks that we talking about.
I feel you, but they ain't telling the truth. They faking with that shit. Like, you think them scholars who just all was saying black, the 10 Egyptologists that we showed today, they ain't confused? So that the niggas who acting like, don't say that to the Egyptologists. Because they all say, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the motherfuckers who say, oh, well, what do they mean? And then we go into that default other argument. That's because they lose it, and it's been identified already that blackness is they can't get away from the black. So now they want to see, well, which category is the black? But half the categories they try to throw it in didn't even exist in ancient times. All existence is just describing yourself.
So, but it does get conflated though, like even amongst ourselves, whenever we having the conversation amongst ourselves and we trying to elaborate the blackness, because the thing is, when we do the comparison, like whenever we do the comparison and we say, like, okay, for instance, when Asar just said, when Bobby Banger asked him what type of blacks was the Egyptians, and then he gave it on a color basis, and he said anybody that ranges from this color to this color is black. And then Bobby Banger said, well, that makes everybody except white people black. Then they thought that was a true statement. So that is a conflation right there.
Yeah, but that's all them doing that. Yeah, I don't have no history of the ancient Egyptians doing that.
But this is the issue. This is the issue. That is a big issue in the general conversation, though, when we're trying to have that conversation, because that
I can answer that for you.
It's not really a question. I'll let you go, but I wasn't asking a question. But go ahead and go, Reggie.
I can. What I can do is explain the phenomenon. Please allow me to explain the phenomenon, because it's me, right? I'm one of the main people that
all right, come on, man. Just tell us what it is.
Right? So you have to go back to when Smash was talking about the black reality. Right? You have to understand that, right? The black reality says that this civilization had a black reality. That is the central point of this conversation. So when they had a black reality, that means they had a reverence for black things.
That's right.
It could be a people, place, or thing, but for them, the those people, places, or things were sacred. Unlike any other civilization in written culture or spoken culture, they made those black things important, and in many times deified them.
Reggie, Right. No, that was a great explanation. Thank you. Because you really said, now let's deal with how Reggie, that was a great explanation. So let's start from there. So whenever we connect ourselves to Egypt, the ancient Egyptians, and we say black, so whenever I connect myself to the ancient Egyptians and say I'm black and black like the ancient Egyptians, it's coming from where Reggie said, because I identify with the culture doing black reverence. You know what I'm saying? Holding it up high.
The
So,
ancient
but
Egyptians
that's
wouldn't
what
have had a
gets.
problem with that though, because they had black as divinity too. So maybe that was the same thing.
I was agreeing with him. I'm saying that's how I look at it, but I don't think everybody else looks at it, because whenever they come at it, they can only look at it. It's only some of us on the other side that can look only at it from one angle, and that's the negative angle. Or you got the Moors that are come at it from status and death, and then you got other people that are come at it from, oh, it's just a color, and then you got other people, and that's what I'm saying. There is no cohesiveness in it whenever we're talking about
That's
it, because
only
you don't know
confusion.
what on
That's just
somebody else's
confusing.
mind.
That's not. I
You
mean,
don't
I don't think
you don't
that.
know what you don't never would know what's on the other person's mind unless they define it. You have to make the other person define it first before you can answer them, because you don't know what perspective they coming
But
from.
that's just if you're gonna fight on YouTube all day. I wrote a book on the shit. Nobody responded to it. They won't even open it up on their show because they ain't qualified to respond to shit like that. You see what I'm saying? Like now I'm talking to PhDs, tell them I'm gonna send you my book on the subject, right? And so I'm saying they just throw that in for confusion. Don't nobody really entertain that we don't know what nobody talking about when they say black, as these 10 PhDs wouldn't use that terminology.
But hold on, Smash. I have to slightly disagree with you, because if we would have asked everybody on the panel besides you or Reggie on how we connect ourselves with black in Egypt, they wouldn't have gave the answer that Reggie gave.
Well,
hold up. It wouldn't have been articulated that way, but it would have been. I would have been in agreement from a simplified.
Here's the thing.
I mean, it's the same thing. It don't matter how you
Let
articulate
me after you finish.
It is different. There is a
Go ahead,
difference.
man.
All I'm saying is the simplest and the most rudimentary, the most elementary way to look at it is physical appearance. That is the elementary way they used it, and that is no way you're gonna say black unless you go to the well expounded way, and you're gonna exclude physical appearance. Because even if somebody light skin and you got a definition of black, that's the like, okay, how we saying today, you still gonna look and see if they phenotype matches what you think qualifies as black. So if the ancient Egyptians used it in the most rudimentary way, just to say physical appearance, show me the instance of the use of black where physical appearance is omitted.
So I would have to give you a little pushback, Smash, and that's why I gave the example of when Asar answered it just the way Smash said it. Black falls in this array of range colors, and if that's the case, then everybody on the planet besides white people is black.
But I said the issue we dealing with is the most rudimentary instance of it when it started. Unless somebody got some people calling themselves black before the ancient Egyptians, we definitely know that they used their term for black, right, to say themselves. I'm saying if you go to define blackness now, you're going to say about 12 things. But one of them is going to be physical appearance. And I'm saying, how come it couldn't have just started from that, and then through over history, all this other shit got attached on it? But the ultimate point is no one can cite instances of blackness where they ain't citing physical appearance.
They use a bull to start it off. And the
exactly. So they see something that physically appear black.
Talking about the speckled bull, they talking about a black bull.
So I think nobody has made the argument to exclude physical appearance, but that cannot be the primary thing.
No,
because
they already lost at that point.
Hold on. But here's the thing. Whenever we start trying to categorize people on physical appearance, then you toting that race line, and then we know that's some flim flam too.
Oh, hell
so because we talking about self-identification. See? We ain't talking about what nobody else said about the ancient Egyptians. I read what they said about themselves, and I was so into knowing that I learned the language by myself.
I don't want you to go too far because we talking about just dealing
But that's
with
a
people
significant point. So you gonna brush over that?
I'm not. I'm trying to address that point because I don't think you really responded directly, right? So the thing is, I want to try to nail it down because you're talking about how come they just can't be talking about physical appearance. Well, just talking about a physical appearance is not going to make that category as tight as we trying to make it. You feel
How
me?
tight are we trying to make it?
Okay, well,
Because we talking about because you got people that'll say, okay, if black is a range from this color to this color, it's other people in the world that fit in that range that's not
Bruh,
black.
that's a modern definition of the term. You think the ancient Egyptians, when they chose the hue black 3,000 years ago, was defining it the way we defining it?
That is my point. But
did you hear but I gave you something on that. I started by saying it was the most rudimentary application of the term, which would limit it to only using it for physical appearance. And you keep saying stuff, but yeah, people gonna say what we say now. Like if it was the most rudimentary sense of the term, then light-skinned motherfuckers wouldn't have qualified for it. How about that?
That's fine.
Because it meant
I'm
dark.
okay with it.
Didn't it mean
I'm
dark?
just bringing up
I'm
trying to
standing
bring
by
up
that
the
statement.
contentions. I'm not saying that
It meant
I
dark.
keep saying that I agree, but I am just bringing up the contentions, and I can see how the confusion
don't do
can
that,
easily
Stu.
get slipped. Why not? I feel like we need to make it clear. And if I got to be one to take the bullets in order to make the conversation
Well,
completely
you ain't
clear,
taking no
that's
bullets.
okay.
I mean,
No, I'm just saying
yeah.
I want it to be all the way clear because this is where all the conjecture
Well,
comes
what
in.
part didn't
We
about
need
what
to
I said don't you
let me
understand?
say this. We need to delineate these lines because the lines have not been delineated, and that was the whole purpose of the whole racial
I
construct was to
disagree.
delineate these lines.
I disagree. I just showed 10 scholars who all called him black, and you couldn't mount that argument to them.
I absolutely could because right now we are having two different conversations, right? I am talking about in order to describe people, we use these race category system in order to describe people, and we know that it's objectively wrong.
Why?
But you have to
because
argue.
there's
But
no
look,
biological basis.
you keep. But he's just keep.
We can
But
look
just
it up.
before you
Because
interject, we going
it's
back and
not due
forth.
diligence. Science says that the qualifications of race to these particular groups is not valid. You can't use phenotype. You can't use appearances to
Why are you arguing that to me? You got to go argue that to the
It don't work.
scholars. Why? You see, this is what I'm saying. You doing what they doing. What I just said, I'm gonna say it again. See how what you just said apply to anything I'm saying. The ancient Egyptians used the term black in the most rudimentary way for physical appearance. How does anything you just said apply to that?
I don't know what you mean.
See, this is what they start doing. I said a simple ass sentence that could be anybody know what I mean. They used it in the most elementary way. All the other baggage wasn't on it. Maybe I gotta use slang because I'm using.
Maybe you have to. I'm asking.
I said it hella simple, dude.
I'm being honest. I don't know what you mean by that. Like,
okay,
so if I say that the ancient, all right, hold on, no, real quick. If I say the ancient Egyptians used it in the most elementary way, you don't know what I mean?
Which qualify that?
Take the word black, right? What's the most elementary way you can use it?
No, I'm asking. I don't want to describe it for you. You tell me.
Well, one of the most elementary ways you can use it would be to describe something that is black. You don't get that?
I get that.
Did it take me doing that live for you to get that?
And I already told you that I agree with it. And then when you show in the glyphs that, you know, it even shows that and they call themselves that. But I am saying there are other people whenever we talk, because whenever we say black, what are we referring to? We talking about these people. And then we say, why do they call these people black? And then you say, what a SAR said, because they range in their skin tone, then there's a confliction.
So I gotta answer for what Asar said now.
I'm not telling you.
Because I maintain my argument.
We have divergence in the conversation. I'm talking. I want to clarify the divergence.
I don't even
That's the
think
only
it's.
thing
I
that I
think
keep
it's
pointing out.
cohesiveness. I think it's cohesiveness. Because look,
If
I'm
it was
saying,
cohesive, we wouldn't be arguing about it every
but
damn
only
day.
only y'all arguing. I just showed you 10 PhDs that agree with somebody. So let's think about it. Who do those 10 PhDs agree? They agree with the people you arguing against. See what I'm saying? Because they say that ancient Egyptians was black. They don't even know about my research where I'm showing, yo, they called it themselves in their own terms. They not taking the way you know black with the 13, 14 different things on it. I'm just saying the ancient Egyptians knew it with one thing on it. Then they added a next thing on it, which was divinity. That was the first attribute attached to blackness in the history of language. The first attribute, besides it just meaning its rudimentary meaning something that is black, the first attribute that was attached to it was divinity, right? Now we at a point where there's 13, 14 things attached to it, and we keep trying to make that apply to when its inception.
Me, myself, Smash, it's enough for me that they call themselves black. I don't even have to know no specifics after that. That's enough for me. I am just harping on the contentions because, language is fickle, and if we don't qualify our terms and what we mean, we'll be talking in circles like we do. And then also, we have to deal with the racism that has been in Egyptology too, that is found in, and then just words having multiple definitions and context. We have to shine light on all these things in
All
order to
right,
make
dude,
delineations.
I feel what you're saying, but watch how I use this dictionary that's been on the screen for about 15 minutes to prove exactly what you're saying is not true, right?
Oh, hold on. What part? What part?
What you're saying about all this delineation we got to do when it come to black. I'm gonna use this dictionary here to show you how that ain't true, right? So we could go. This is because I came here just to show the word in Coptic, which we was talking about how if some of these terms remained in a later language, then they could analyze and see, okay, well, we got a cognizant in an older language, this might match up. Now we could come right here to the word we analyzing now. Now, if we notice, if we looked in the other book, I don't know if you remember when I was saying that the T will fall off in the other examples I was showing right here, and it was consistent. So now we're at the word we're analyzing, and we find it in Coptic without a T, just like the people who was trying to figure this out did. And they was like, oh, well, we got all these other words that was ancient Egyptian without a T. Could it be that this Came Coptic word, this Kim Coptic word matches up to the Kim ancient Egyptian? Well, let's look at the context. So then they look first. Here is the context in the dictionary of the use of Kim, Kimi, and all its derivative in the Coptic language. Now, right now, they're going to say it's the adjective black. So none of us is confused right now. That ain't saying a black person. That's saying you could describe something that is black with it. They're going to go and give us the instances. Look, melos. So we know the Greek is in line with it too. Here go a source on a dog. So he's showing that they called this black dog Kimi to say it was black, right? Here go a source on Kimi, a horse, a fowl, a bull, a sheep, a snake, a raven. He's showing sources where if you say Kimi and you got the word for this behind it, that thing is black because it's showing us what the adjective means. Now, just peep game. We're going to keep on going, and we got to go. Notice he's giving instances of Moses, black magic, but I got to go to the next page because it continues. Right? Now, peep game. Right on the second page when we come to the top, in Sahidic, Badaric, and Fohumic, if I said that right, nominal, noun, masculine and feminine. It clearly says here a black person or thing. Now you propose that we need to figure out what black means and all this shit, but they got it right here in the dictionary that's telling you it's loads like any other black item to describe it physically. Next, he's saying black hair. You see? And so, and to go further, he's going to let us know black human, all of this stuff. But what he'll say right here is color of body, which matches exactly what I'm saying. They use Kim and Kemet to speak about simply the color of a body and the color of these items.
So, yeah, I already agreed that you don't even have to go that deep to me, because whenever you show the Egyptians calling themselves black is enough for me. So I accept that as their black reality. So if that's what we're talking about, me. But like I said, I was shining the light on the confusion, which is not my confusion, right? Which is other people's confusion. And I was just saying, people in their mind have their own black realities that are projecting on what they
That's their
think, what the
problem, dude.
Egyptians
Like,
make.
we
And
can't be
that's the only
worried
thing
about
that I was saying.
I feel
I'm just saying,
what you.
bro, I'm
not mad. Go ahead. Let's let
talk for
James
like
get
10
in.
minutes. Let me get it off though.
I ain't mad at
This
what
is
you're
all that I've
saying
been
though. You
trying to
got
say
the
the
floor.
whole time,
Yeah, you got
is
the
that a
floor.
lot of things get conflated, because a lot of times we'll be talking about black the adjective, black the noun, black the all these different types of black when talking about the Egyptians.
I'm with
And I
you.
hear it all the time, but we had these conversations so damn fast and everybody talking at the same time.
You're right.
And that was the only thing that I was trying to shine a
I
light
ain't
on. I
mad at
said
that, bro.
56
I ain't
times
mad at
that I agree with the way that you
You
stated.
just
I
saying
say
that it
that I
needs
don't know
some
how
more
many times.
detail to it. But James, before you get it in, I just want to close this little segment by asking if what you say and what you push us to do qualifies with what Walter Crumb did in his dictionary when he said black person or thing. Meaning, are you confused when you see this written in a dictionary what he meant?
I'm trying to elaborate, but every time I keep going, I can't go. So we might as well just go on to the next thing, because
I
I
asked a
can't even.
question that don't
Every
need
time that I
much
start trying to go,
elaboration.
people just try to talk over
That
me. So
answer
there's no
crazy.
point
You
to even
talking heck
trying
along
to get
right
off.
now. So are you confused about what Walter Crumb meant when he said a black person or thing, bro?
No.
All right.
Did I ever say I was confused?
Yeah,
Am
so
I
that
making my
means
argument, or am I
I'm
making
with you.
somebody else's argument?
So-
Am I putting a magnifying glass on where the confusion is, or am I disagreeing with you, Smash? That's
No,
what I
but
want to know.
No, you putting a magnifying glass on what the confusion is, but in order to show,
That's what I'm saying.
who I'm supposed to respond to? Somebody else? I gotta
Yeah,
show.
but
I
you are
gotta
making, but you
defend the
asking
argument,
me,
don't I?
but you asking me. So
'Cause
put
you
it
the one
in a
that's-
different sense, because whenever you respond to me back, you asking as if I'm not comprehending, and I have already said that I agree with you.
So you saying that you understand things that dismantle the argument that you're mounting?
I'm saying I can understand how things get conflated. How many times do I gotta say it? If you don't understand
But I
it, then
don't
say
think
that.
that you need to do that, dude. Like you mounting the argument as if it's you, and that's what's confusing us.
But how
Because
did I
we
mount the
already
argument
telling you
whenever I
it's no
say
need.
I understand the
Hold on,
conflation?
hold on, listen, dude. We already telling you from our perspective. It's so much that's been shown. It's no need to do this on a continuous basis. If they ain't caught this shit by now, dude, hey, you saying it ain't you that's confused.
All right, that's fine.
It ain't nobody over
If it
here.
ain't you, dude, that's fine. But I'm asking, is this a cool enough answer to where if you thinking that they would say what they would say, that this would quell their concerns or whatever? You see what I'm
Has it
saying?
been?
Like if showing
It has
them,
not been. It has not been.
well then,
How many times have you showed this, man?
That's what I'm saying. If
but
they
but
can't
but
Is
see,
that
here's
true or
the
not?
so
Hold
you
on. Let me respond. Answer my question. How many times have you showed this, and has it quelled the argument yet?
well then I think I'm dealing with some idiots. Like here's the thing.
Well, then
But here's the thing, and that's not an insult. Because if I
No, I
show
didn't say
you
it was.
something that's in a dictionary and you try to act like it ain't saying, we could parse these words. Black, person, or thing. If any nigga try to add some mumbo jumbo to not understanding that, they full of shit. I ain't gotta deal with no nigga like that. If you don't understand what the fuck this mean, I ain't tripping. You feel me? I'm not talking to you just like that. I'm talking to the person who I'm just saying that for the audience because people might be thinking my tone is directed at you. You understand this shit. So I'm talking about the people who see this shit and they say, okay, well, what does black person mean? I ain't gotta do that shit. Go ask Walter Crumb. He wrote it in the dictionary. But that's just my response to them. Yeah.
And let me say this to you and the audience, man. The reason why I took the position is because we got some jackasses getting in the way of the audience. You feel me? Because me and you both, we all just had a discussion how people are derailing the conversation on purpose, right? But you have some people that's not where you at, Smash, and where I am at, Smash, and I want them to hear it, you know. And I know you do it all the time. You feel me? So I was just trying to make the delineations for the audience, not for you, not for James, and
I feel you.
trying to get the, you know what I'm saying, trying to get the jackasses
You
out
know
the
what
way
my
because they
frustration
so
is?
confusing. What up?
With every other word in the world, dictionaries is where you figure out what the word means. I ain't never seen another word where you show them in the dictionary, then you got to go look it up again. But when we show that Kemet mean black people, this the only word, because this is a dictionary. So we're getting the understanding of how the word can be used. This the only place where cats act like a dictionary ain't good enough. And I got to do something else.
Yeah, I agree. And people harp on because, you know, whenever you go to black in the dictionary, and then, but then we have this other also definition that's not in the dictionary of what makes a black person black. You're not going to find it in the dictionary, but we try to make these
I think you
qualifications.
probably can.
Here go the
Find it,
coldest
James.
part.
I'm
So,
gonna challenge
But
everybody
anyway,
on the
go
panel
ahead.
right now
James,
to find it and make it. And I'm talking about to where it meets the scientific standard of what makes a black person biologically.
do you think Crumb took that into consideration? This book was probably wrote in the 1900s, and he was figuring out what the cops was saying about the turn of the century, 1 CE to 300 CE. So what considerations you think he took? You know he didn't put the slavery baggage on it because he was analyzing ancient times. But that's a question maybe to James, since he's been trying to get the floor.
No,
And you
I've
know,
been trying to get the floor.
okay, well, to
I want
anybody.
James to answer my challenge. I want anybody. I want to
help
answer your
dude.
question too, Smash. But I want anybody to accept the challenge that I just posed.
A challenge to what?
My bad. What was it?
To finding a definition of what qualifies black people as black. Like, give me the attributes of what make black in a scientific way and the standard. Give me
Here's
the standard.
That's out of my league of my argument because
That's
I'm
fine.
only
That's
talking
for
about how
you.
I can tell
But
you how it
didn't-
applied to
hold on,
ancient Egyptians.
smash, because you didn't even make that. You didn't make the claim. James said you could find it. So right now I'm talking to James.
I'm saying I'm pretty sure that you can find it because it's pretty something just descriptive, dude. I mean, it's not
Find it,
really.
James.
I don't understand why everything is a challenge and all this kind of shit when you know
because
that's something that's just purely descriptive. And I mean, I think that's what we've been talking about for the last 20 minutes. That the simplest way that people used it is for descriptive. So not just for humans. It just seems to get confusing when they start talking about humans. But when they talking about a black bull today, if we looked at a bull, we're going to say, hey, that bull is black. When they talking about a black raven, even today, we're going to look and we're going to say that's a black raven. That's the color descriptive of it. It doesn't have to be a human. But then when we get to humans, now we got to figure out what is black.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Now check this out. Now we can use the same color descriptors today, and we have already put the taxonomy of what black is on humans. We did this as a human. We're not dumb. So we got humans that are not black, and we got humans that are black. Do you think that's I wonder, I'll be wondering, do Europeans have this problem? Do they argue with themselves about the taxonomy which they are in? Do they know they white? They say they white.
There is no such thing as a black taxonomy.
I'm just wondering, do they, to the degree that we are confused?
When they started including new people in what's white in America, they had conferences and arguments over that shit all the time. Like when the Irish wasn't white at first, and and Arabs wasn't white until the 70s.
All right, I'm here to answer the question, God. Let me know what I can go.
Peace to the God back in the building. We got you, K.A. in the building.
Yeah, let me mute that.
We got two forms of black. You got black as a social construct and black as a physical description. I just did a 3-hour presentation. Use the DJ of it. You literally work the sound effects.
I'm about to work them now. Come on.
All
Let's
right.
go.
So
Let's go.
which one you confused about, dude?
Did I see? You must not have heard the conversation.
Nah, I'm listening to the
Hold
conversation. It
on,
sounds
you
like
asked me a
you done got
question.
confused now,
Hold
bro.
on, hold on.
Yeah,
You asked me a
yeah.
question,
I am
and then he
holding on.
asked
Let's
me the
get it.
same thing. Listen, I don't. We ain't got to do that. You asked me a
We ain't
question.
doing nothing. I asked you a question. What you confused about? You sound very confused, bro. You do. Not
Let
we
me
know
answer the
Uncle them is.
question,
We
dude.
talking to
You
you
won't even be
now.
quiet long enough for me to answer your question.
I am quiet. Go ahead. You got the flow. What you confused about?
I already said that I agree with the position. I was simply putting a microscope on the confusion. Now, what are you confused about?
What I'm confused about is why you just said out your own mouth that you need us to clarify what does black mean in its what is the description of black mean. You just asked smash that, so you confused, and I'm asking you. Okay. Now I'm here to help you.
I got you.
So which one you confused about? Black as a social construct or black as a physical description?
So give me black as a physical description. Give me the
Black as
description
a
right now.
physical description is a person with very dark skin. Dark is also synonymous with the term black.
Okay. So now let me ask you this. Do you got people in India that is extremely black but don't consider themselves black?
We have
you have
people in
people
India
in Asia that are extremely black but don't consider themselves? Do you have people in Mexico that are extremely black but don't consider themselves black? Do you have people? Where my damn bombs at?
Man, you don't get no
That's
fucking
the
bombs. You
conflation.
saying the same shit
That's the
I'm saying for the
conflation.
past 2 years. This shit
That's the
been beat up.
conflation. That's the conflation.
So you
Answer
want
the
some
Ain't no
bombs
question.
conflation. They black in
Answer the
color, but they're
question.
not black Africans. If you're gonna
That's
let
the
me answer your
point. But you
question,
said
let
the
me answer.
description
So
of
can I
black
answer the
is just
question or
extremely
not?
black, but you
Hold
have
on,
black
hold
all
on.
Let
over
me
the
answer the
world.
Y'all
question.
turning into a screaming match.
Let me answer the question.
Y'all
You
turning
asked the
into a
same
hard
shit. You gonna
voice
go
match.
all over
Y'all
the
having
world?
a hard voice match on the
What it do?
internet.
Let's
Come
go.
on. No,
Let's
let's
go.
not do that.
Yeah. What it do? So let's
Look,
get it.
he
You
said,
asked
what
me
it
the same
do?
question. You want to go all over the world and ask the same shit. Close that shit out so I can answer this shit. Now, you said, are people in India or Japanese or Chinese or Mexico black? Yeah, they black as in a physical description, but they not black Africans. We're talking
That's the
about
conflation.
Kemet that's in Africa.
No.
We're talking about
I'm gonna let you
indigenous
go.
black Africans. Now, what you confused about?
So you asked the question.
No, I
You
ain't.
said,
Yeah, well, okay.
you said, are you confused about black as a physical description? And then I said, give me the description. And then you just said dark skin is the only
Yeah.
thing that takes
Okay,
to be
case
black.
closed. You got
And
it
I
then.
gave
So
you,
that means you
hold
understand
on,
black.
Robert.
You said
Hold
that
on,
it's people in
Robert.
China
Hold
that's
on.
black. You
That's
said
what I'm
it's
saying.
people
You
in
finna turn it
Mexico
into a
that's black.
screaming match,
You
bro.
said
You
that it's
won't let me
people
land my
all over
plane
the
because I
world
don't
that's
want.
black. I
We
ain't
ain't
Y'all
trying
gotta
to
gotta
do
do
all
all
go
that.
one
that.
at a time. I'm
We
gonna
ain't
have to
gotta
mute
do all that.
everybody out. Slow
Well,
down.
why
Y'all
you
gotta
asking
let these niggas.
redundant
Fall
questions,
back,
man?
bro. Fall
You
back. Ain't
asking
nobody trying to
redundant
hear it.
shit. You
Fall
gonna
back, bro.
name
Let
Come
me
on,
all these
y'all.
fall
people
Come
all
back.
on.
over the
Ain't
world?
nobody trying to hear it. Fall back. Fall back.
Hold on.
Let's keep the
Yeah.
order, man.
Yeah, I had to hit the mute button. Slow down, man. Y'all got to do one at a time. So, Robert asked due diligence a question. Now, let Robert ask him to re-ask the question, and then
Okay,
you just answer the question, and just do it that
I
way.
got it.
Appreciate
Why are
y'all.
you asking what is black as a physical description, and then you just went and named 50 different people from all over the world that you see for your damn self that got black skin? Why are you up here asking this shit?
Good question. We need to answer.
Okay, dude, you can come off mute,
He
right?
killed
On
you
your
with the
own.
question.
Yeah, I asked.
Here I go.
Okay, go ahead.
So my point was, Robert, I was talking about the conflation, and you just proved my point is that there are different types of black. You, as far as a physical description that don't meet the black that you just described, and that's why hold on, and that's why I said that I am in agreement of Reggie's definition. When you talk about culture, I reverence black, so that's how I identify with it. Ain't got shit to do with the physical description. I identify with the culture. You feel me? But we talk about black with the physical description and it gets conflated. And you can bring other people into the conversation because the color alone don't mean shit because there's other people on other continents. That's the only thing that I'm trying to say. What don't you get about that?
What I don't get is why you repeating arguments that the PK's been opposing for the past 2 years. Nigga, we know that shit.
All right, but
What
let's
the
keep
fuck
it.
are
Let's
you
not.
talking
Let's
about?
address each other properly, man.
My fault for cussing. God, what
Answer
are
the
you
question.
talking about? You
Answer the
have
question.
done nothing but repeat rhetoric that we've been hearing for the past 2 years. We know that. We know that people have black skin that's all over the world, and that don't make them socially acceptable as the term black, which has a connotation and definition referring to indigenous people of Africa. We know this due diligence. Have you, I mean, well, so there's two definitions of black. Now, when these people are stated to have be black in ancient Africa, they don't mean a social construct, and we know that. We done beat the PKs up with that all year. What the point and the focal point is, what the message or overall intention of the scholars when they bring that out, they saying they fit both categories. They have black skin as in a physical description, and they fit black, meaning they are phenotypically and characteristically attributed to people of indigenous peoples of Africa. That's the beauty of it. We thought that you
So
was a
can I
magi and
respond?
understood that.
I absolutely understand that. What I'm just enlightening the people on is how things can get conflated, and you absolutely failed in your description of black because that doesn't only just fit black people. So you
Who
failed
said
that.
that?
Well, hold on, y'all gotta let hold on. Hold on. I'm
He's
not
not
finished.
finished real quick. I don't
I'm
think
not
he finished.
finished.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me land my plane. Why? How
Okay,
come
go
every time
ahead,
I
man.
talk for 10 seconds, everybody got to
Nah,
jump
they
in?
want
Why
to
come you
hop
can't
on
get
that
his done?
statement, bro, but you ain't finished. You got the floor. Go ahead.
So what I would have said was, if I was you and being biologically correct and scientifically correct, since you can't make your argument and let due diligence do it for you, is that everybody on the planet from a darker hue is a goddamn African, whether they want to accept it or not.
Man,
because
that's
your
not the
identity,
argument.
hold on, your identity
What?
comes
So you
from
want me to
your
be a
culture,
dumbass
your
then?
culture.
You want me to
So
be
wherever
stupid as
you are
hell
born at, you
live
can call yourself
on
wherever you
YouTube?
want.
Bro, I'm not about to be dumb.
But civilization, but
All right,
people started in
let me get
Africa
the host.
and
I'm about
migrated
to
around the
wrap.
world. So the oldest people you see in the
Hold
world
on.
are descendants from African. Even the people of today. Ain't nobody on this planet not a descendant from African. So you can say they're African in one way or the other. So let me argue your point for you since you can't do it.
No, you
Right,
ain't
right.
arguing for me.
Hold on.
Don't argue for me, bro.
It felt like It felt like an out point where I could bring back the order right now. I think here's the thing: when we get into these type of discourses, and we think of things to say, we value what we gotta say more often than what we don't want to hear. And so I want to give y'all equal speaking time for everybody listening. And it seems like dude just was coming to a close. I don't know if he's finished. So I'm about to ask UKA, let me see, if he want to unmute his mic, and you can speak until your piece is done. Then Duke can speak till his piece is done, and we can get off this. We don't have to
my
back and
lord.
forth and say so. All y'all get your bars off. You got the floor.
Peace to the God. First, King, I'm gonna say this: don't ever speak for me, due diligence, ever in your life. Don't you ever frame no argument for me, because I would rather die than just say that shit that you just said. I would never in my life call somebody who does not have indigenous roots in Africa black African. Ever in my life. We know how people have came to be. We know about the Homo sapiens sapien. We already know about the Neanderthal mix, the migration out of Africa. All that's fine. But once these people migrated out, they began to mutate. They no longer reflect that which is indigenous of Africa. That's what a mutation is. Get that clear. Ain't no Indian just because he got black skin qualifies as a black African. Ain't no Chinese man because he got black skin qualifies as a black African. Ain't no Mexican just because he got black skin qualifies as a black African. Now, if you want to get in particular with your Afro-Mexicans who have indigenous roots to Africa, then that's a different story. If you're talking about the Sidi of India who have indigenous roots, we're talking about recent people that were literally taken from Africa and enslaved in India, the Sidi tribe, that's a different story. All of those are not the Sidi tribe. All of those people in Mexico are not Afro-Mexicans. Don't have indigenous roots. So, if you're still confused about the term black and what it means as far as a social construct, then nigga, you need to go to Google and Wikipedia right quick. If you're confused about black and its the physical description, then you need to go to Google and look up what black is when it's described as a shirt or a dog or a horse or a rock or a car. It ain't hard to understand what black of physical description means, but we're talking about the context of Egypt and indigenous African culture, who didn't have, we don't have any definite proof of them understanding a social construct. And then maybe then they did, it's room to fight for that. That they had an idea of a social construct, which is why they call their people the black Kemet, which we can't say mean the black land no more. It don't have a land determinative in it. And we have seen it time and time again applied to people. Does that mean that everybody had black skin and dark skin? No, we noticed that their skin tones ranged due to how they were depicted. So they may very well have understanding of a social construct, but that's for us to determine at a later date. All we know now, which is to combat the overall argument. You forgot what the argument was that there ain't no black people in Egypt, and that no scholars and no Egyptologists utilize the term black in academia. Those were the arguments, that those people were not black, and that it wasn't you, and that the scholars don't see them as black. You done forgot the 3-hour presentation, man. Yes, they were identified as black by themselves, by ancient historians of other societies and civilizations such as Aristotle, Lucian, and Herodotus, and Egyptologists today identified them as black Africans. Stuart Tyson Smith, Dr. Karakuni. We got Vanessa Davis. Have you forgotten? So those people, physical description applied as black, and socially, they were identified as black today. Don't ever speak for me, G. That's my argument.
Okay, thank you. We have our piece from Brother Robert Brown. Next, we're going to hear from Due Diligence. And before we hear from Due Diligence, I want to ask you guys to ponder this ancient Egyptian text, which reads, being like a great black Nubian in your appearance. So for the audience to ponder, what did that mean to the person who wrote it? Again, being like a great black Nubian in your appearance. Due Diligence, you got the floor until you're done, and then we're going to go back to our normal format. I'm muting out.
Let's go. You know, don't ever tell me what I can't say, because I'm going to say it every time. And somebody need to talk for you because you ain't talking the right, and I'll talk for the people, and I'm always going to be on the right side until you can prove as such, Robert. So, if he go against what I'm saying, then he's going against the out of Africa theory. We know, scientifically speaking, that Africans populated the planet. Mutations don't mean you are no longer a descendant from Africa. A mutation simply only means that you just show different features. You got different features. You may have a little bit of different biology, but that don't mean you're not a descendant of Africa and can't be classified as that. Humans make these classification systems, and if you find a bone in the ground, you can call it whatever the hell you want to call it. You know what I'm saying? But that doesn't mean it's not what it is. You know, people can call anything, but things are what they are. So whenever we're dealing with black, it's just a physical description. We know black can be on every single continent on the planet. Now, when we're talking about the ancient Egyptians is black because they said they black. Fool, I'm not confused. I'm just trying to highlight the confusion. I'm trying to highlight the conflation. And when we talk about it, bozos do it every time, conflate the argument, talk about 3 different things and act as if they know what they're talking about and just talking, but ain't saying much. I got to clear this shit up. every time somebody come through and muddle the waters, I want to put rails on the conversation and talk about one thing at a time. Everybody want to go for 10 minutes and just talk and want to sound smart, but ain't saying shit. Why not delineate the conversation? Talk about one thing at a time, define things. That way we can have a clear vision of what it is we're talking about. There's nothing wrong with that. If you want to have an intellectual conversation, you define things. That way we can be on the same page. Because if we got 6 different people talking about black with 6 different definitions, we are not talking about the same thing. Even when talking about the ancient Egyptians, the simplest way is to say people are what they call themselves, and if anybody go against that, that's what the foolishness is. But don't ever come against me talking about this. Sounds think you got something for me.
Okay, I'm waiting for you to mute out. Is you still going? You got the floor. Oh, I'm waiting. Oh, he muted out. Okay, thank you. We've heard from the brothers, and I think we worked that out. Now, I'm gonna unmute, but I do gotta give y'all to a cool off period, because in order for y'all not to, I hope y'all can respect game. I'm gonna give y'all a couple minutes to let that simmer down. But I'm asking everybody else if they would unmute, just so we won't just keep it doing the same thing. These are efforts to keep us not always just falling out every other week over this shit. Now, I put this on the screen, and for the question, since this is not a question for Dude, but for the people who are confused about what black meant, I would just ask, and Dude is not one of them, but I would just ask, what did he mean when he said this? He said Kim. Now, when I said earlier, I want to be clear about my statement. They use Kim to describe people of the darker hue. I ain't found no evidence. It was plenty of all kind of complexions. Now, the only time I found evidence of that is when one of the Ptolemies took that name thinking he didn't, and then they say it mean white. So people could deal with that. But when they was using Kim, it was first rudimentary, right? So it's first gonna be attacked to black things like bulls, right? Black birds. Then it's gonna extend to people. You think when it first extended to people, then it didn't extend to something that matched the physical, whatever black meant to them? You feel me? And so, and I stand behind that unless somebody can show me someone besides Ptolemy who didn't match the physical appearance of Kim of the darker hue and was called Kim. But that's only my statement on that. I'm muting out. And then I'm going to ask Robert Brown, I'll ask you and do the unmute, and hopefully the cool off period worked. I appreciate y'all.
Okay,
That's
let me chop that
there
up,
you
right?
go.
Hold on, slow down.
How
Let me
you
share
gonna
my
do that?
screen,
So
bro. My screen shared, bro. I
wow,
ain't
that
got
boy
time for
came
this
in.
shit.
You know how you ever
I ain't
seen a
got time
race
for
when
this.
they opened the gates? That boy was
sharing,
like,
bro. Let me
Man, that's what
share
I'm
my
saying.
screen share.
but you on a
People
different
don't hear.
topic, right? Because we killed that last
No, he
subject.
not. No, he not.
I'm about to. All I want to
Nah,
say
it's
is,
already set
all I
up
want
that
to
we
say
want
is
to have a
one
debate.
thing.
Yeah,
We can
give
line it
him
up.
another 5
Definition
minutes.
Hold
of
on,
big
hold on,
book
hold
where
on,
I'm
hold
talking,
on.
bro. The
Hold on, hold
definition of
on.
non-African by
hold
Merriam-Webster says not of, relating to, or characteristic of Africa or its people. Not African, non-African families, non-African language. This man has lost his everlasting mind.
I appreciate what you just said, but you out of order. Because I just tried to give y'all a minute to cool out, and y'all got back to the same ass shit. So imagine to me, if I'm trying to install some order, then what conflict y'all putting on me? Like, I could do it. It don't matter who we is. Like, we got order is king.
I said I was cool.
Smash.
We can
I'm
line it
cool.
up though. We
Yeah,
can
if you
line
don't
it up
want
though.
to, line it up then. Set it up.
Smash.
Bet.
Can I deal with you got on the screen real quick? This King J.
I don't ever speak for me, bro.
Peace to, yeah, man, let's
Man,
get
I'll say what I want
peace
to.
to you. Peace to
Man,
you.
don't speak for me, nigga.
Man, you need to calm down. I'm
I
gonna
don't
give
need
you
to
the same
calm
energy
down.
you
Shit,
give
I don't
me.
speak for you. Don't speak for me, boy.
Man, I said what you said, fool.
Nigga, you ain't say what I said. You said everybody's black
man.
African, nigga.
Mute everybody. I don't want to hear none of that shit. That shit ain't hot to me. That shit sound hella stupid. Like every 5 minutes we hooting and how I could be outside on the block. And y'all should just let that go. It ain't getting nowhere. What was we talking about? But I guess that few minutes that y'all needed to cool down, now what? Like, I'm trying to make it so y'all don't do the stuff. regretful moments. I'm trying to stop people from regretful moments. You know what I'm saying? And so I want to hear from King J real quick. We need some order on this show. Order is king. I don't like no one dude I dialogue with more than the other. Everybody equal. When motherfuckers start falling out of line, then I gotta ask kindly and politely, yo, damn, y'all want to fight so bad that I gotta get disrespected. I'm asking niggas to chill.
I appreciate that, Smash. And one thing about your channel that I always love is this is where I come for the information. You want to get down to and get in the dojo, this is where you come. So, you know, I'm familiar with the little metanator a little bit. So, but this is what I've been talking about. This is my only contention, and maybe you can help me out since we have it pulled up. When we see here that they're using the word black and describe as a descriptive term, black toothless, the black Nubian, we're using this D3 glyph. And that's my only contention. If Smash, can you show me that without the D3 glyph?
Where do you see a D3 glyph?
The hair glyph. That hair glyph.
That's not a contention.
Okay, because that's what I'm saying. Like, I've never seen it be described as a black person or black people without the hair glyph.
See, it's funny because the knowledgeable people in the language mandated that you find it with the hair glyph so that they would know that it means black. And then when you find it with the hair glyph, some say, well, I never heard anybody say what you said actually. So if you refer to so that's a marker to let you know that exactly and precisely they talking about blackness in this instance. So how could that be used against the argument of blackness?
Well, what I'm saying is that when we look at the Kemet glyph with the N23 determinative or the O49 determinative, we can't use that instance as to say that that's talking about black people and their skin. We only can use that when we're using the D3 glyph. That's what I'm saying. And I've never seen it used with. Oh
no, that's not true. Then you would be just saying that Kemet don't mean black, basically.
I'm saying Kemet does mean Kim.
Well, so then look, you agree that Kim means black. Then what are you saying?
I do mean Kim. I do agree that Kim means black.
So how does your argument stand if you have to write a paper and in your paper you agree that Kim means black and you see Kim in Egypt? How do you solve that problem?
I'll tell you how I want to spell Kim. I want to tell you how I want to spell the black people. You tell me if we can spell it like that. So if I spell it with the crocodile,
that ain't the question.
Well, it's kind of answering and you helping me out at the same time. So can I do this with the K as the crocodile glyph, the L as the M, Kim? Then I put the people determinative, and then add that D3 glyph, and that would me be saying black people. Is that right?
Yes and no. There's a lot more to that conversation. You got to start talking about the grammar. For instance, you leaving out the fact that what we're looking at in this rendition has a "u" right here, and that's very significant to the meaning of how we determine this word. It makes it a participle, and now it's representing one who is black, so to speak. If you take this "u," you taking the Kim and you just making it a person, so to speak. So they know definitely they talking about a man. That's not your contention. Your contention is if you don't see this D3, thanks for giving me that because I wasn't remembering that as D3. If you don't see this D3 on the word Kemet, then how do you know that it is rooted in the blackness? And so, again, that question has been answered plenty of times. That was a question that Asar Imhotep, and I kind of like got through answering it just a moment ago with the term of the name Kimi, which is in Coptic, right? So let's dig how that works. In Coptic, Kimi means black, and it also means Egypt. So then if they had to look to see what the Kimi in the language right before that Coptic grew out of meant, they got strong clues that they could lean on the Coptic rendition. Now there's another rendering of Kemet that could mean complete. But if they could find that in the Coptic, the language that later that they didn't use that Kim to say complete, then they already know. Because the Kim that says complete in Coptic has a CH sound in it. So it's not really like Kim, it turned into Kashme. I can show you on the slide. So that would mean that. So real quick, so that, and I'm sorry everybody's still on mute, and I hope my brothers have been like, yeah, smash right, and they don't need to carry that on no more. And I'm about to let everybody come off mute. And I appreciate y'all for respecting order. I'm just the one who gotta instill it because it's my show. So anyone can unmute themselves. So go right. What you were saying, King J?
You answered that question, and that's been my main contention with that. It's like, okay, well, I don't see this D3 glyph, and that is the way that I was associating you. We would be able to say, okay, this is our black people because of that, you know, that skin glyph.
And lastly, I'll close with giving you a source. You can read Sandro Capo Chichi's article on Nafri, where he states when you take a color adjective and turn it into a noun, which isn't necessarily the case here because I argue that this was a verb becoming a noun, which will make it a participle. But when you it could be a color adjective, but then we wouldn't see the ooh. They probably would have put something else. So he argued when you see a color adjective and you turn it into a noun in ancient Egyptian, you don't have to put the determinative. So if that's the instance of what's happening in the case of Kemet, we would know that research question doesn't require us to see this hieroglyph determinative there. But thanks for that dialogue, because I think it was enough to get my brothers back on deck. So I think we back on point. I say everybody can unmute. I don't know if they unmuting. So
all right,
it's
King.
all good.
My apologies, God. I want to calm down. I just want to say, King, I don't need nobody to speak for me. And I'm saying that in a respectful and calm way possible. If you want to frame your argument, you frame your argument. I'm going to frame mine the way I want to. You speak for you, UKA going to speak for him. That and you and everybody on this panel should understand and respect that as men. You frame your argument the way that you choose to, and UKA Robert Brown gonna speak for himself. Now I'm sharing my screen, Smash. I just want to say,
hold up. No, we ain't finna do that because
I'm
the way
sharing
that
my
you talk,
screen. See,
I
that's what
got
I'm
you.
saying.
But the
Now,
way that you
speaking for
talk,
Smash,
the only
bro.
reason why I responded to you the way I responded to you is how you said it, because I'm a grown man like you a grown man.
But
And
yeah,
I didn't mean
what
to
I'm
hold
saying is
on,
don't
bro.
speak
Let
for
me
me,
respond
bro.
to you. I did
Don't
not
speak for
mean
me,
to,
bro.
I didn't shut up, bro. I didn't mean
No,
to
I'm
speak
not
for
gonna
you is
shut
what I'm
up. I'm
trying to say.
saying don't speak for me,
Excuse me.
bro.
I got
And you
you. Are
being
you gonna let me
hostile
respond to
and
what
I'm
you
being
said?
calm, bro. And you disrespecting me. I just asked you not to speak
Excuse
for
me.
me.
Okay, listen, I did not mean to speak for you. You feel me? If I mischaracterize your argument, all you would have to do is say, I didn't say that, I said this. But when you come on and you be like, don't you ever in my life, bro, I'm a grown man. Because it's not like
God,
you can do
okay.
something. Hold on. It's not
All
like you
right.
can do something
I've
to me.
been holding on. You interrupted
Not,
me.
I'm trying to finish.
Oh,
Because it's
ahead.
not like you
not,
can do
go
something
ahead.
to me. So don't ever in your life tell me what I better not do, because you
Now here
can't
you
do
go
nothing.
telling me what I don't ever in my life better do. You a contradiction. All I'm saying is, bro, don't speak for me, bro, as a man, bro. Respect that. Don't speak for me. I don't need you framing my argument.
I just
Because
told
we
you I
don't
didn't
agree.
try to. I
We
told you I
don't
didn't try
agree.
to.
I don't agree.
I did not try
that,
to.
Okay,
I didn't try to, Robert.
Okay, I got
Robert,
you.
I didn't try to frame your
got
argument.
You, bro.
Okay.
So y'all all know why y'all feel so cool and still doing this shit.
I'm
What
cool.
y'all? Who y'all
I'm saying,
impressing?
I got you.
Who is y'all impressing?
I ain't even combative, Smash. That's him. I'm not even tripping.
But
I'm
I
saying
want to know who y'all even
y'all
think
don't
in the
need to
chat
speak to
want to
each other.
keep y'all going on like y'all like this ain't
Hey,
even a
Robert,
debate. Y'all
meet me in the
both
back
cool
chat.
with
If
each
you want
other.
to chop it
Yeah,
up like men,
that's what I'm
we can
saying.
chop it
Y'all
up in the
both
back
hella
chat.
cool, and we all want to see y'all chill.
I'm really trying to be as calm as possible, God, and I'm trying my best, King. I'm simply saying, King, that I don't agree with him. That's why I'm saying, please
Okay, well,
don't
y'all,
But
speak
you
for me,
said
bro.
that
Robert.
enough times already.
Listen,
You gonna
Robert.
keep saying
Yeah,
it.
okay,
If y'all
yeah,
gonna
all right.
have a
You told him
disagreement,
not to speak for you. You said it.
yeah,
Right,
y'all,
and I don't
y'all
need
just
no
have to speak with each other. Could y'all do that in the
All right,
Discord, bro?
James, I don't have anything else to say to do. What I'm saying,
Okay.
and not like that. What I'm saying, I'm not about to argue with him. What I just want to say is, for the record, family, my argument is not that just
We
because
got
you
it,
were.
Robert. Okay, that's cool.
Man, get off of it.
Please.
Well, I'm saying, James, let
I'm
me
asking you,
clarify.
brother.
Let me
Drop it.
clarify
No, you
because
got to drop it. You got to
Can I
drop it.
clarify
Then I'm
Just
going
leave
to
that
speak.
alone. And if y'all got to continue talking about this, just leave this platform. And y'all go.
James.
All right, we about to have a commercial break real quick. Let me see. I don't know how hard this shit is, but I hope we can enjoy this commercial break. All right.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. You gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up. Hey man, just want to let you know.
That's just from our now back to our scheduled chill. Participants can unmute themselves.
Can I speak?
Yes, Brother Reggie. Thank you.
I took the longest cooling out period from my argument, right? I didn't say anything. I do want to add something else to our studies on the Black reality, if that's okay. All right, so I'm going to share my screen. We're talking about the Black reality. So I think this is it right here. And this adds to Smash's the so-called Black goo. There is a another burial ritual associated with Blackness, and it's the bulls, the hair, and the tekenu, right? An enigmatic Egyptian custom revisited of the burial of Black hairs. So,
Hold on, excuse me, Brother Reggie. I don't think, okay, now we're seeing your screen right now. Okay, thank you.
thank you so much. So I want to add something else just for our studies. Don't know when it's going to come back up, but we're talking about the Black reality. And again, I wanted to add something else to Smash's work about the sacredness of Blackness, right? And this is the hair offerings, right? And we go to the section where it says Black hairs and the tekenu. And what does it say about Black hairs? Probably the most enigmatic type of hair offering is that in which locks of Black hair are buried in a pit. Firstly, why Black hair? Black hair was symbolic of youth, strength, and virility, and therefore was the ideal hair color for the Egyptians. Black was the predominant color used in youthful representations of people in ancient Egypt, and recipes from the Ebers Papyrus suggest that the blood of a Black bull and the fat of Black snake or raven's eggs could be used to revitalize the hair color of the elderly. But what I want to turn to, and they also talk about other hair, such as red and blonde hair, were also found in Egypt, as were gray hair on the elderly. Black hair is by far the most useful color to be portrayed in art. And I'm going to go down to the Medu Neter part of it, right? So what we see here is something else that we can use in our publications as we talk about this thing, is the burial of Black hair, right? Because it's the most used color of hair for the people, right? So here we have a beautiful picture of 3 strands of hair in plural with the Kim glyph, right, being buried. And we also have an offering. We have an offering of objects that is going to be buried for the deceased. We go into these conversations, the newest conversation, that's not the newest conversation, but it's a conversation when we talk about the Black reality, is that again, this particular African culture, they wrote and they venerated Blackness of all types. So it's just not skin, it's everything that's Black, that's reality. And then we have to also understand that Black is just not physical, it's not just not social, and there's another word, identity, which is a social construct. Blackness is revered, so it has a special quality. I I always argue that the people that we're talking about, they used I see Kim is not meaning just a color, right? Though it is a color that you can see, but deeper than that, Kim is a particular sacred quality, right? A quality that the people in this particular civilization saw, right? In combined with the color. And so up until the time that where Smash is actually showing this the great black Nubian, right, is at a different time where the people of this land understood that Amun was buried in Jebel Barkel. That was the home of their god Amun. And it took them some time to understand that, and that's why you have like Ken Nehesi, right? So now they are in fact sacred too. Prior, sure, we know by archaeology and anthropology that the people of the South were dark, but when they were in conflict with the people in that particular civilization, Tawi civilization, they weren't seen as sacred. So Smash's agitation of the great Black Nubia helps a lot with the Sonoran statement, right? And my adding to the discussion helps again about the Black reality. And that is the problem with the other groups who don't understand. They only see skin color. They don't see skin color and the sacred quality. They only see skin color, so they can only look at it in the context of a racial lens. Now, in the later period where you have Greeks actually calling themselves Chem, what they are doing is, yes, phenotypically, they are not Chem, right? But they're in the ethnicity and the culture. They respect the ethnicity and the culture, so they make themselves part of the ethnicity, not based on skin color, but based on respecting the quality of the sacredness. I'll stop.
I'm glad the brothers.
Hold on, brother.
Real
Reggie,
quick, brother Due Diligence and Robert Brown is two valuable brothers. I'm glad they chose to work that out. Go ahead, James.
Before you move on, brother Reggie, I want you to talk about these three determinatives with the hair. What is that that's encircling them, or am I tripping? And what's going on with that part of the imagery? Why is it in a circle right there with the Kim glyph?
That's a good question.
Oh yeah, because they're burrowing. This circle is artificial, right? This is just drawn to let us see the glyph.
No, not that one. The first one, the one with the three Kim, the three hair determinants. I mean, and the Kim, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
That one.
Yeah.
Why is that? What is that circle? Why is it encircled like that?
Oh yeah, because that's part of the offering. So it seems to be maybe inside a skin or maybe inside some type of container that they are burying, right? You see them burying the deceased. So that adds a lot of we see it on the walls. There's we don't see too many samples of this, or at least the hair left, but we do know we have sacks for what they call the techno sacks, right? So maybe some of that definitely over time we don't see, or they weren't really looking for it, understanding. But black hair is being adding to the black reality is part of the funeral process for some burials. So I did want to say.
Let me ask a question,
brother.
King Jay.
Peace.
Have you seen the videos that Garfield and them did when they had Dr. Maggie Bryson on there?
I'm not. I saw the Caraconi one. I
How
saw
about the
one after.
videos I did just a moment ago where she was in there talking about the ancient Egyptians are black?
I didn't see that one. No.
Okay. Then.
I didn't see it. But real quick question, just based off of what the brother just asked, and then the liquor ship that I'm looking at, are they burying? I see the Apis bull there. Are they burying the bull tail?
We are they burying the bull tail? That's black hairs.
Yeah, but like that black hair glyph looks like the tail of the Apis bull. It's just a
You
question.
talking about the glyph or
the glyph.
the item in their hand?
Oh well, no, yeah. So okay. So right? Okay. So part of the picking of the Apis bull is that the hairs on the Apis bull on his tail hairs, right, have to be large. So,
but he's asking, do you think that's the D3 glyph that he just pointed out?
Is it the D3 glyph?
The hair glyph. Is that a bull tail?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's what I was trying to say. What I was trying to say is that the significance of the picking of the Apis bull in itself probably became the glyph. The type of the Apis bull hair actually became the black hair. Became the glyph itself, right? And so that part, that's what I was trying to say. Maybe I don't know if it's just.
Yeah, you just saying you just figuring it out right now, or I mean you.
No, I've said it on another show.
I've actually. That wasn't slighting nothing you said. I just said I just didn't know. Never mind. Yeah.
No, I've said it. I've said it on another show, but I believe that when you see the hair glyph, right, for when we're talking about black skin, that comes from the Apis bull. That comes from, because I've tried to say that Kim is not just a physical thing, it's also a sacred quality. Maybe this is not my show today. This is not my show.
Y'all, it's all good. You good?
My show. It's a lot of other things going on. So what I
we was making progress. We got the brothers to feel they needed to calm down. Now we back on track. King James asked some valid questions about the hieroglyph, and you gave some wonderful answers. I add to that. I don't think that's a strange hypothesis or anything like that, because a lot of the glyphs we see are parts of the bull. We just don't understand them that way. But yeah, hell of the glyphs we see are parts of the bull.
For sure.
Right. And that the other part that I did raise, that I did read, talked about the bull's blood as a recipe to make hair blacker. Right. So I read that earlier.
They said the Apis bull, right?
Yeah, they said the black bull. So I'll just say it. So I did say that. So I do think they are related. Okay, so here we go.
You know what, Reggie? Excuse me. You know what I found out? A lot of the times, and I don't think you even know, you so far ahead of people in your arguments that they ain't caught up yet. You see what I'm saying? Because now you're at a point.
You really are. Keep going.
Yeah,
James.
because see, now you at a point now you getting ready to eradicate the whole word Egypt.
Yeah, and you ahead of me too.
And
now.
I'm like, he right. I see exactly where you at with that. Reggie.
So Reggie, to me, you like my homie Dale, right? Dale taught me hella shit about rap and hip hop, right? But hella times I would be his homie, contended against him, not feeling what he's saying. And he'd just be like, watch. Then a few years later, like he was studying Japanese way before I was studying the Medu Next. And I'm like, why you sitting there studying that shit? And later, I'm following after him like that. Well, with arguments, that be happening too. I'll be like 3 years behind your research. Then I see some shit you said and be like, "Ah, Reggie was right." Go
Yeah,
ahead.
that's what I'm trying to tell him. So really, man, you really need to just chill, Reggie. You so ahead of the curve, bro. I mean, I understand how you be getting frustrated, right? You know what I'm saying? I really do. Because when you broke this last move out with the Egypt, it took me about a week or two to understand what the fuck. And then I said, holy shit, he's absolutely right. So man, sometimes when you a genius, bro, and I don't throw that word around lightly, you gotta, you know what I'm saying? I know it's kind of hard for you because sometimes I be feeling like a genius too, right? But sometimes we just gotta really just.
Well, I'm around
man. You know what I'm saying?
I'm around other geniuses, right? And I keep telling the story about how I found Smash because I was looking. I was like, nah, they're all getting it wrong. I can't trust these people, right? I'm over here with Polite. They got me teamed up with Polite, and Polite is trying to say what the Ankh is, and
that's funny. He said Polite.
And they got me quiet. They got me in the back. If you notice, Sarnetta got me shushed up. All right. And then when I went to the Museum of the Met, I scheduled a tour. All of a sudden, here comes Polite. And my brother Sarnetta said, nah, it's good for the people. It's good for the people. Let them talk. Let them talk. And I was like, yeah, but it's my tour. He doesn't read the Meadow Netter. It's my tour, right? He says, nah. So I would go and read the glyphs, step back, and then he would put the potion on, right? And then at the end of the tour, I didn't have a crowd asking me questions. Everybody was around him. And I was like, man, that's just how it goes. But I don't
entertainment. Some of us ain't trying to be entertained. That's what we got to get straight.
And
some of these people, and now we look down the line, and some of that stuff has definitely fallen by the wayside for those of us who are serious and trying to hold the line of what your teachers adhere to. Because see, remember you just brought up earlier about, some of us had contention when we first. Your only contention with me because my love for Dr. Clark never. I was acting like I knew him. You was like, no. But I love them so much. That's who I'm fighting for because I know they right. They put us on the right path.
Here goes something to add to that, James.
That's what it is for me. Go ahead.
One thing, since we having a humble more conversation now, I don't think no researcher in the whole world gotta be right about everything.
Nope.
Nor do they expect all of their peers to agree. Like, that's just, unless something becomes just like a sound fact, but it's still people disagreeing with shit like evolution and shit or whatever. You see what I'm saying? And so it's kind of YouTube-y and fake for cats to think that you can get anybody who is unfamiliar, an expert who's unfamiliar with the arguments the way we're familiar with them, and they say it over and over in our face. If you show some type of expertise, they bow down like, oh, you sound more knowledgeable on this. You think that we just gonna hear somebody say, besides somebody who's already told you, like Sheik Antijoke and all the scholars the 10 scholars I put on the screen, you think they just gonna come on YouTube and just be and submit and be like, yep, you know what? I didn't know this before you told me, but now right here on the spot, I'm wrong, you right? That's hella fake. So they be saying it in all the ways that they can say it, to be honest. But cats want to not hear that. And then they'll just break down and say, I just gonna say that there are black people in Egypt. After you showing them all this and y'all still can't accept that, then I don't know what to say. Y'all just don't want to hear it.
I just feel, and that's why sometimes I'm patient, except for when a point when I'm just simply my turn, I'm talking, I'm trying to show a source, for example, on decipherment that people can use. What is the method of decipherment? That is so important. I searched, I found the method of decipherment by Gelb, which everybody respects. I'm trying to show it, and then I get into a pissing match, right? When I'm answering a question. Here, I am simply trying to point out something that they're talking about black hair. The problem with Egyptologists is they have a problem with the whole black reality. They like to segment things. So instead of them saying, right, where they say here, firstly, why black hair? Why couldn't they add to it and deal with why, firstly, why the black reality, right? They just put it on hair. Black hair was symbolic of youth, strength, and virility, right? Isn't that the same thing as skin? What is the relationship between black hair and then when we see actually skin? Like the beautiful passage that Smash Rockwell, see, Smash is my hero. Of all the people, besides Dr. Ricchetti, there's Jed, right? But Jed is really new, right? Today I was talking to Baba Bonacci, who teaches Medu Necha, the co-teacher of Medu Necha and Dr. Yes. So what happens is that they don't want to deal with the total black reality. They want to do things like black land, right? And I'm glad that you got Jonathan Winterman on. And you know what, Smash? I just end up talking to him about the face falls on face.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And I ended up sending him another another face on face to see if we can get some added information on it, right? And let me just bring it up, if I can bring it up, because I think this is part of your work, right? So let's see, Jonathan Winterman. Let's go find this, because this is part of Smash's work. So I try to help my co-scholars, right, add to their work, right?
Well, they're gonna be excited because they want to bring more to their work.
Oh yeah. The scholars are excited. It's just our people. So okay. So now look at this one right here. So
hold on. We got the wrong screen up.
No. I didn't put it up. This is my fault. Okay. So you've seen and I'll give you what his thing on face falls on face, because I re-asked him about that. But in this particular recitations, right, it has the her. It has so it's almost identical, but it says recitation, face falls on face. Now they're talking about the black dappled knife emerges against it, has swallowed for itself and acquired for itself. The interesting part of this again is that face falls on face is still related to black. In this case, it's the black dappled knife, right? So so now this is what Jonathan Winterman wrote me about me re-asking about what Smash said. So he goes, "Hi, Reg, happy to help. I should stress that this is particularly difficult passage, so please take what I have to say with a grain of salt. 2 quick notes. Her, even with a single stroke, can mean not only face, but also the preposition on, or even, because I think it is likely where the on is coming from. You're absolutely correct that indeed, that there is no because in the hieroglyphs, because this is attempting to reflect is the fact that the second clause beginning with the sheshu is not a main, but a subordinate clause. Traditional ways of indicating this are to insert as since, when, while, or because before the clause. This can obviously introduce meaning that may or may not be there into the sentence, but unfortunately the Egyptians is somewhat ambiguous. It is also possible to take this as a purpose of clause and translate it so that. I'm personally still not sure what faces falling actually means here. The verb during the period usually has a negative connotation, as in to fall because of being defeated. But I'm not sure how this would make sense here, right? I agree. All this to say, I'm not sure what's going on here, but my best guess of a translation would be something like that. May faces fall or faces fell on black skin, while or because when since shoe arises, or so that shoe may arise. That's important of shoe arising, right? Because then
Well,
when
let me
you
ask you a
get,
question. What passage was he reading right then?
oh, he was reading the passage that you gave him. He was reading this passage.
I don't know. All we see, your screen ain't moving.
You see this now?
No, it's just stuck on one.
Yeah, I thought I was tripping.
Yeah.
But we ain't seen nothing, Reggie. My apologies. I didn't want to interrupt you.
Yeah, your screen was just, I was looking like, where's that at?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. No, we didn't see anything.
All right, so let's
Well,
go
I
to-
got your point, though. You don't have to say
Okay, well, for the audience, so because it's Smash's
Oh,
point.
you was okay. We were seeing something completely different, bro. Wow, that's hella fun.
Okay, so here it goes. Faces fall on face because of the black skin shoe picks up. This is Smash Rockwell talking to Jonathan Winneman. So I thought it needed a little bit more just to see if it can still examine it, because he was still reading it, but he looked back at it and he said, made faces fall, or faces fell on black skin. So made faces fall on black skin, or faces fell on black skin. While because since shoe arises, or that shoe may arise. So face has to fall on face. Face has to fall on black faces.
All right, you ain't got to share no more of your email though, if you don't want to.
There's no,
ain't no sensitive information in there. Cool. I just was helping you out.
Right.
You know how niggas be.
Right. So
they'd be looking all to the side. He got a DMV label.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah. For my eye exam, right? The Department of Motor Vehicles eye exam.
I'm just not trying to bring more attention to it. I was just trying to help you in case you was. Sometimes I'll be in there, then I'll click on my whole inbox and shit. But keep going.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, you don't want to be showing your information.
Here it goes over here. Face falls on face, the black dappled knife, and then there's this whole concept of merging against it, right? So, and then it says swallow for itself and acquire for itself. So I just wanted to add that for you, because we do, we are a team. So, but
you didn't give them the. You did give them the transliteration.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay, you did. Well, now that's even more of a checkmate, because now that says Sabi Kim for a black knife.
Right. So then, right. So now they make a personal name. So we know the black knife is sacred, right? So then we get a personal name. We get a personal name in the later in the Old Kingdom of Sabi Kim, right? So these things become sacred, and then people take personal names. So Smash is right. He goes Sab Kim, right? The reason why it's Sabi Kim is because the E reflects a man. So Sabi Kim, basically the man. So a black knife, if it was just talking about the black knife, it would probably be like what it says right here, Sab Kim.
Well, thanks for sharing that.
All right. You're welcome. You're welcome. But I just think that on our platform.
So he said the black skin, right? When you in your just to be clear, he said it said okay.
I'll show it again. I'll show it what the experts said, what the experts said, so that we can see that his latest translation of this is right. Okay. So it says it right here. May faces fall or faces fell on black skin. Simple as that. Right? And then while, because, when, as, since, Shu arises, right? But Shu is also a deity that has black skin, interestingly enough. Just like the knife, when faces fall on faces over here, now they say the black dappled knife emerges against it. So so we see Sab Kim. So we know in both sentences there's a black reality. There's the black skin, right? Which Smash pointed out, showed, gave it to Jonathan Winterman. I just asked to see if he can retranslate just to make sure. And there you have it. Jonathan Winterman still agrees that that says, this is what Smash gave, right? That Shu picks up. It could be Shu arises, right? And then he just says that then Shu makes faces fall on faces on black skin. So one sentence talks about black skin, the other one talks about the other black reality, which is Sabkim, the black knife. Okay. This is, this is things that I would, that we do for publications, right? To build the cases on the black reality. But one thing that the Egyptologists have a difficult part with is black people and this issue of black land, which Smash would probably show again. I thought he had it queued up, but he will show that this whole thing, there is no land, and Smash is correct.
Oh yeah, I was about to show that. I'm gonna show one better, but keep going. I'm gonna show you one better. You're gonna like this. This straight from Uric.
There's no land, and so why do they play games by picking and choosing without the evidence? And thanks, James, Pan-African James, for talking about my presentation at ASCAC. Did you see it on ASCAC? Or did you Pan-African, did you see my presentation at ASCAC?
Yes, I seen it, Brother Reggie.
Let me show y'all this one. This is gonna hurt everybody. This hot off the presses. Y'all can see my screen?
And I might have to use it because I think I'm gonna talk to Karakuni really soon.
Well, I ain't really used it, but I want to show y'all. The reason why I ain't used it because it ain't as strong as some of the other ones, but it's very good to see this in the TLA. So you come to KMM, shout out to Uric, and hope King James and everybody else like this one too, even you stupids. Because after me, you see that I'm going through a digital text corpus, right? So you know manipulation ain't here. But if I ask you to read this sentence right here, see, cats will go crazy, huh? So they said it really.
Smash.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where is I was read?
I said, look, read this. So this is in the text corpus, a text provided us by the Archer Uric, where he found them talking about. Here it says, doesn't know a black person in the translation, but since they always don't want this to be a black person, here they go again with the quotations that ain't in the text. And they're asking, is this an inhabitant of the black earth or the Nile Valley, or is this just a black person?
I'm glad you show that, and I'm glad you show what's in the parentheses, because this is my problem with it. If I get 10 Egyptologists who have been studying for 30 years or 40 years, and you give them the same hieroglyphs to decipher, they're coming back with 10 different things.
That's not true. That's very untrue. That's nowhere in the world where they come back with 10 different things. In this instance, they come back with 2, either a person or well, it's definitely a person.
No, when that's simple line like this. But when you have multiple lines,
Okay,
like you have a
I feel you.
paragraph,
You're right.
when you have a paragraph, they're coming back with 10 different interpretations. I'm not talking about simple lines.
You're right, but
So
the qualified translations would line up. Those who didn't do it right might be all over the place. So you're not wrong with that. But those skilled people, translations will say the same thing.
No, but
yeah, because they know how to read it. So think about other people who think about this. Even people who read a language are translators. So somebody wrote it in the ancient Egyptian, and then somebody 500 years later had to know what it meant too.
Let me say this. Like a while ago, you said the black dimpled or dampled knife. You know that statement could refer to an individual, not just a knife itself.
Well, that's kind of like what Reggie. That's kind of like what Reggie was saying. That
but later, some interpreters will want to interpret it verbatim, but some others interpreter would say, probably when we read, if we read it at 1,000 years ago.
He's just giving us a hypothetical scenario that's not happening. Because look, we're going to qualify. We're going to a text corpus that is translated by a body of scholars. So the one that we see when we come to see, they delineated already and they chose this translation. It's like if you look at the Strongs, but this is better than the Strongs. Strong was just one scholar. This is the ancient Egyptian text corpus used by all universities. So if it say doesn't know a black person here, they already delineated on what the translation means. Now,
they come to a consensus because it's 2 lines, it's 1 line. But if you have a paragraph,
then
you
come
to no consensus.
Analyzing right now. Why you?
Well, that's not true though, Blood. That's really just not true. You got it's a sound argument in a sense. But if you go through ancient Egyptian texts, you could go through 4 different versions of the translations of any war. They gonna line right up and say similar things, even if they saying them in different ways. The subject and the object of the sentence will still be the same. But you know, they're not going to, because when we translate, we're not mandated to give translations word for word. You got to say what they were saying in their language in your language. Like the idea that was in their head has to be conveyed. And that idea can be, you can switch around the words to convey the same idea. So I'm with you that they might translate it different ways, but the same idea has to be conveyed in the translation for it to be accepted.
Mm-hmm. So that's just like any language, Stupid. Like you have to know that at some point the story's gonna have to line up for them to be corroborated. Like that's the standard of understanding of something that you're reading.
So here, let me give him another example. From what you just said, Stupid, if I click this, now we're into the longer text. So I'm just saying, I'm showing you an example of only that sentence. Now, if we go in further, we can go see their notes on their, and they got the whole text correct. But if we go in further, they'll give you a complete analysis of everything, even anything that got a question mark. So we should be able to come down to their comments at a certain area and see what they said about that line. And so now, if we look at the scholars who did it, this is done by a whole body on the behalf of a whole body of scholars, not just one people, on the behalf of the Berlin Brandenburg Academy of Sciences and Hans Werner Fischer. They got no reason to be letting the error about it being a black man pass through the shit. The best, strongest thing they could do is put a question mark next to it in order for us to let them know they really don't all the way know, and it looks like that's what it say.
Peace to you, Smash. I'm back, man. It's UK.
Y'all work that out, Pete. I'm glad. Yeah, I told you I need y'all, man. Come on now. Shit.
Blessings, Black God. Blessings, Divine Black King. Man, King, I just want to say, God, that for everybody listening, me and Due Diligence, winning the Danger Room, God, winning the dojo. Everything is peace. Everything is love between us, man. And I want to let the people know, you know what I'm saying, that, you know, me personally, I take responsibility, you know, and I'm really, this is kind of eye-opening to me because, you know, these are my brothers, man. And I love my people, You know, I really do. You know, y'all mean the most to me. And I want to say that I don't want to keep hurting my family. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to hurt nobody, you know what I'm saying, my brothers. And I gotta calm my energy down a lot because, you know, I can't hurt the people that I'm fighting for. You know what I'm saying? I gotta find a way to be more diplomatic and peaceful when I'm discussing when I'm having dialogues with my brothers, my sisters. And I want to say that I apologize to everybody that's listening. You know what I'm saying? I apologize to the great gods, Brother Smash and Brother Reggie, the leaders, the kings, you know, the generals of this movement. And I want to say, King, that to clear, you know, to clear everything up for everybody. You know, my brother Zul was we talked about it, and he said he was only he did not intend to come off in the way that he did. And I'm not speaking for him. I'm just speaking about our actual dialogue and what we discussed. He said for himself that he did not mean to come off in the way that he did. Um, and that maybe his timing was off, and maybe his choice of words may have been wrong, uh, and so he was not vouching for the pseudo killer's argument. He was only intended to say that
You said
he,
do, but you meant do, just for the
I
record.
met do my brother do. So he was saying that his choice of words may have not been the best, and his timing may not have been the best because Brother Smash did in fact put on a marvelous presentation earlier in which we all saw 10 scholars state for themselves that the Egyptians were black. And so we both came to the conclusion, and I'm gonna yield the mic, that uh, what we're fighting against, because in so many words, King is just saying he want us all to unify and come together on this topic, but unfortunately, we never will. And I explained to him, we have done everything in our power to clarify the misunderstandings within this dialogue. Whether it's from us black as a social construct, we have demolished that argument. We have went to the Oxford, the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient of Egypt. We have went to the German Institute of Archaeology. Dr. Kara Cooney, Dr. Vanessa Davies. We have went to Robert G. Moorcott. We have went to Charles Bonnet. We have went to Stuart Tyson Smith. We have went to numerous scholars, Sally Ann Nashton. We have went all over, and we have obliterated the being black as a social construct. They are identified as black in a social construct, and prior to that, it has been shown, it has been stated in historical context, in the actual text and attestations of the Egyptians themselves, that they were described as black. And so we have unanimously agreed, me and the due diligence and myself have understood that we can't save all of you. That's the problem here. We're trying to convince, well, we're not necessarily trying to convince, we're actually trying to teach and instruct and bring forth clarity to those who are willing to listen. But for those that are in opposition, after we have presented so much data, after we have presented so much information, and poor brother Reggie, please stay encouraged, King. Please, great God, Smash Rockwell, stay encouraged. Your works have not gone for nothing. They have not been for nothing. And I know that this gets hard, man. I know it gets difficult and trying and frustrating that decades upon decades of
Nah, this shit don't get hard. These dudes is clowns. This shit weak. This fun and games. Like, it really ain't got hard yet. Even when I talk with the experts, and no disrespect to his prowess, it ain't got hard yet. When they want to say prove it, they gonna start losing. Because we got the attestations. And there's gonna be too many of them for them. But respect to all your kind words, I wasn't trying to cut you off.
Salute, God, and that makes me even more happy, King. You know what I'm saying? To know that this only motivates you to continue to do your great works. And I can see how it can affect great scholars like Brother Reggie, who could, put work in decades after decades and have friends turn to foes, and people continuously put them down, and You know, people disrespect the great God Smash and joke and clown and do all of this to try to thwart your advances and your motives and your works as if they are folly when in fact they are phenomenal. They are phenomenal, and I implore you continue. But all of us will not be saved. All of us is not gonna get it because the truth of the matter is, in our clothes, some of us are colonized within our minds. We are afraid of the word black. We have been bullied growing up in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s when black wasn't cool. Well, it was cool in the 60s at a period, you know, with the funk music and Soul Train and all of that. But at some point in time, we lost that again. Everybody wasn't beautiful and well seen as beautiful and loved and adored and embraced as black. Some of us were really bullied growing up, you know, by our own people more than anybody. So I know that to be a fact. A lot of brothers, you know, a lot of sisters choose lighter, you know, a lighter complexion person. You know, when light skin was in and dark skin wasn't in, and you know, all of these different you know, forms of hatred and anti-blackness within our own community that was taught to us through to the colonization and reprogramming of our minds from 400, 500, 600 plus years of slavery, and now we're dealing with the remnants and the after effects of said years, which is why I said 600 years. So, you know, we are dealing with people who are anti-black, and it's so deeply rooted and so deeply seated within them that they just won't be saved. And so they continue to fight no matter what the experts say, no matter what the encyclopedias say, no matter what the texts say. They fight you arm and tooth, tooth and nail. They fight you to the death because, and truthfully, they hate what they see in the mirror.
We hear you. Right on.
And I yield the mic.
Okay. So what we got?
Let's deal with this. Now, first and foremost, if we read it, it's gonna come back to being a magical snake spell. And I appreciate Robert for those words. It's gonna be a snake spell. And they trying to tell the snake basically just as a spell against snakes. But now this is why every scholar and even Asar beat the brakes off them boys today, letting them know you can't really even have the conversation, even if me and him disagree about things. He was telling them, y'all really still can't really talk to Smash about it because he know the language, right? And we'll just demonstrate that here, just to see how even some of us who know the glyphs probably won't be able to tell us how they arrive at doesn't know a black person here. Because some of us, like my good brother King Reggie, not King Reggie, King Jay, and I'm not attacking your level, but at the level you at, you should not be able to know how they arrived at that here, because it's probably later in the books and you just ain't got that to that point.
For sure.
And so what we identify here now as just an M, how it's working in this instance is a very rare instance, and this is why we only learn this in only some grammar books. This is the M of negation. And so we never, even in the back chat or in none of our classes, we ain't got that far along yet. But I bet you if Chris popped up, he'd tell us all about it right now. All the uses of the M we've talked about was as a preposition, and you know, in other ways, that in prepositional phrases and in other ways. But this is an M of negation, and we know because a preposition ain't supposed to be in the first position of a sentence. So we know it's the M of negation, and so we look at the second word for knowledge, right? Then we're gonna look, okay, this M is, they're negating the knowledge, but you can't arrive at a translation of no knowledge black, right? But that's what this really say, no knowledge black. So now they're entertaining this black as an entity, as either a person. They just to be clear, they went with person because they know the context of the text. And this is how even you got to do some philology to understand this, because if I wouldn't have read this whole damn text, I wouldn't have knew it was about keeping snakes from biting people. Right. So therefore, this is a reference to a person. Because when they saying in the way that they say it is don't become intimate, basically do not know a black person. And then they're going to say do not know a red person. Now, does not speak to a red man. This is still the scorpion or the snake. I read so many of these, I'll be forgetting, but let's look down and see which one it is. Okay, yeah, it's the scorpion, see? Verse of Isis and the 7 scorpions. So they talking to the scorpion, and in the scorpion, they refer to whoever that they trying to protect as this entity that the scholars, again, use some of the finer points of the grammar to pull out that, no, they talking about a person right here. And so now if we see the similar thing in the next sentence, this other term gave them conclusions, though they definitely talking about a person, because this is the word that means to greet. So you don't greet nothing but really people. You might greet your dog, but you ain't greeting nothing else. You ain't even greeting, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. Normally a greeting that you say is for people. So I clicked into the word greeting, and it's just taking us into other uses of it instead of the definition. Here goes the definition. And we should see it right here. To address, to question, to greet. So then if somebody want to say, well, I heard Asar say it today. That's why I just whipped this out to let him know. If you really want to talk to, you got to be on the top of your game, Asar, Imhotep. I definitely debate you just for the fun of it, not like on nothing else. But what I'm saying is, I beat you every time we talk. And so you have to come back to the box with some new arguments. You said some silly shit today. Like, how come they can't show you Jasherty being a person? Here it go right here, red man. Right? They're using Jasher with a T. See, they put a T on it in plural. See? So they saying even though we only see Jasher here, we should think this is as Jasher ooh, but they didn't do that with the Kim. I love how the evidence always worked for me.
Man, you out of control, Smash.
And what do this shit say right here? Yeah. Do not speak to a red man. I didn't put this shit in there. So they using Jasherty to talk about a red person. In contrast to a black person, all they could do to lead your brain down the street is put some shit in parentheses. That's trying to inject what they want you to think about the subject. The parentheses is never written in the text.
This should say inhabitants of the black earth.
Yeah, they trying to lead you back. But they could clearly be saying, but look, so okay, let's think about it. They do got scorpions in the black land, and they also got scorpions in the red land. So we got to be systematic in dismantling it. So they could be a person mounting that argument could do that. But first they tearing themselves apart. Because I thought all of this say Kim. It don't say Kemet. See? That's fucking them up. This say Kim. So you can't do shit about the earth ever. And they put a hair determinative to let you know, focus on the color. You can't take this and stretch this and say this mean Kemet. So therefore, they talk about, look, if you see a person, and they're using it in a rudimentary sense, they saying if you see somebody of a dark-ass hue, don't fuck with them. Doesn't know a black person. It's like a wish against a scorpion. Now, do not speak to a red man. So just to the person who wrote this, let's be clear. A black person wasn't a red person. And a red person ain't a black person. They was like making their own distinction to protect both of these people. But they,
you know what throwing me off, Smash? I'm looking at both the red and the black, and I don't see no land or determinatives or nothing on neither one of them.
Exactly, but they ain't talking about people. They talking about, that's why they had to be honest here and in the
They don't even got a land determinative, unless I'm tripping. You said a land determinative off in there somewhere?
So what? Nope, it's not. So what they would have to do is say, doesn't know a black and don't speak to a red.
Yeah.
And they gotta fill that in like that's too easy.
But hold on. Why? What's the plurality after the T right there?
Well, don't speak to reds is what they should say. That's what I was saying.
So
this match up with Kemet to you.
Yeah, see, that's what the Charette or whatever.
Yeah, this is a body, this is people, and it's plural, and it's indicated either plural or collective, but they still just said man. But this is like, do not speak to red men.
Indeed. Okay, peace. That's peace.
I spoke a lot on that. I appreciate y'all for letting me have the floor for that long. Anybody want to get in? Oh, so let's go in further, though, if y'all want to. Because you see they using the imma negation a lot in this text. Now, here's something. The word they use for knowledge here is one that we probably heard of, sia. It ain't really knowledge. It's knowledge, but it ain't rec type of knowledge. The word rec, we use that the same way we use our way knowledge today and the way it was used biblically. To be intimate with a person is rec. To copulate is rec. Neck. To copulate is neck. But to know a woman intimately is rec. So think about it. In the Bible, they say she has not known, or a man has not known her. That is the same use of the word knowledge. But this use of the word knowledge here is a different use of the word knowledge. So that's why, that's kind of like they say, it's really not why they say doesn't know a black person. But then right here they say do not gain knowledge about the son of a wealthy man. They're basically saying, look, Scorpion, this is a spell to see this person who used this incantation is supposed to have some powers to make some shit happen on the earth. So they saying in the Metu Nether, what are they saying? Imsia Zazi Najas. And they trying to make sure that a wealthy man ain't gonna get bit by a scorpion. But the same way they talk about a wealthy man, they talk about a red man. And before that, they talk about a black person. So I don't know how people be trying to get around this shit.
Yeah, man. That's what I said. As y'all say,
Hey, man, I ain't trying to
dealing
cut
with
you off,
people
brother.
that can't read, and y'all can read. It's kind of like really just, it's kind of crazy, to even, I have to defer. I mean,
Hey,
that's
Smash,
the smart thing to do.
I'm showing my screen real quick. Can we pull it up real quick and go over it real quick?
Yeah.
All right, for sure. It's all the same along with what you just pulled up.
That's a good one. Shout out to you for being in the TLA.
For sure. God, like you just said, I got to talk to you. So yeah. But I just wanted to go over this because I noticed it as an instance of black land and red land. So I just wanted to see if you can give a little bit insight on it.
Well, yeah, definitely. Right, so right now, do you remember when we was going over the grammar?
Yes.
So when we was talking about a bound construct, when we have two, so these were really, y'all see lands there, so we know they're noun. Let's just be simple. We know Kemet in this instance, it's a thing. And we know Jeshret is a thing because we got that indicated, like land is a thing and then a town is a thing. So we would have two nouns next to each other, which would be called a bound construct or a direct genitive. Probably bound construct works better, but they both mean the same thing. So now, well, let's think in that bound construct, you got three different ways they could be connected. Remember we was going over this. The first one was, I hope anybody, whoever remembered this when we was learning it in the back chat, feel free to chime in. Connection, apposition, and the last one is possession. So if we got encounter two nouns like we encounter them now, and I'll talk about the whole phrase after we get over this Kemet Jeshret part. If we encounter two nouns like this, there only can be certain type of relationships that are grammatically substantiated. And the first one would be connection. Connection would comply either conjunction or disjunction. And conjunction would be and, disjunction would be or. So, do you think this says leader of the black lands and the red lands? Or leader of the black lands or the red lands? If either of those would qualify, we would think we have an instance of connection, where that connection was conjunction and not disjunction. Right? So that's what I'm saying. So they think, because they put and, right? So now let's keep going because they got to go through all of these options to arrive at what they concluded. The other option would be that it's always the second noun that possesses the first noun.
Exactly. I remember that.
Yep. So do we think that this says leader of the red blacks, basically? I mean, wait, the black reds. It would be even hard to form a sentence to make the second noun here on the first noun. Lead, how do you do that? I mean, I'm kind of pressed in the sense it ain't coming into my brain naturally. It probably ain't the grammatical structure of the sentence, but I'll allow somebody else to say how you would state this sentence where the second noun with the flamingo is the possessor of the first noun. How would you say that? Would you say just share say the second noun was John and the first noun was a house? You'd say John's house, right?
John's house, right.
Yeah, but if this second noun is the desert and the first one is supposed to be Kemet, the black land, we know that the Jeshurun don't own the black land, so we rule that out basically, and we wouldn't stay along that line for too long trying to force a translation. And then our last one would be, well, so we looked at connection. We looked at what I don't know what all we looked at. Connection then.
Conjunction.
No, that was part of connection. But basically, just that's the one it is. I shouldn't have threw that one out first because we just got through looking at possession and that didn't work. And so that's how they know that this says Kemet and Jeshurun. Now, if we go back to the beginning and read it, you got the hair tep. Now, remember the other one, if you think about what me and Jonathan Winterman was going over, we was going over Tepe-Utah. Tepe-Utah. This isn't the same thing. You see the word leader is coming from hairy tep. You still got the tep, the face looking to the side, but if you put a face looking to the front and a face looking to the side, you got a leader. You got somebody who's in the foremost position. Let's just say why and break it down in the mental nature. Because Hori, the word by itself, this first one they transliterated the face looking forward at us, it means to be high. Like Heru. That's why he got his name, a derivative of Hori. It means to be high, one who is high. Not like the song I did about them boys being high the other day. But like exalt, high up, high in the distance, and things like that. And then tap is like the front or the like the front of your face, but he's like the head, the chief. So if you got the highest chief, they called him like the leader. So when we got the face, one face looking straight and one looking to the left, the simple way my brain worked like an army. You know how one way you be facing one way, then they tell you to turn to the other way, and you do a 10 hut. I don't know. That's how I remember it, but I hope that didn't mess nothing up for nobody. This is not
So I was asking the question. So this is from, like, it's all in German, but it says Stella des Monte. So this is from the Stella of Mentuhotep?
This from
Can we read
Mentuhotep.
that? Can we read that Stella to get further context of how they're actually using it and what the
I think I
context
got
of
a
it is?
photo of it right in my drive. I think we look at it. We look at this various times, but the context ain't different than what we seeing on the screen. Trust me.
Okay.
And they got it translated like leader of the black lands. It's not saying nothing different. So now let's keep about the grammar. So how you will be able to know. So they took Hori, which means high, right? Then they took Tep, which means like a chief, and they put them together to make a compound word, Hairy Tep, which represents like the highest chief. Now, so that's like a leader. So what we got in the front? We got a noun. I mean, as far as the grammar is concerned. Therefore, and some people then will know why they got this in parentheses with a J, because when we do these lessons, we know this is in the N. That was me and you, bruh, Eddie.
Yeah.
Wasn't that us talking about whether this is an N or a knee? We know why they chose to put a knee here, because they got a noun in the middle of a genitival adjective after with another noun following. Now, if you want to read it like that, you have more reason to try to make sure it act like this ain't a noun, but it still is. So anyway, this is saying, so when we got this knee in the middle, it means belonging to or of. Those are your two options. So that if you say leader belonging to Kemet and the Black Land, that probably ain't right. Leader of Kemet and the Red Land. And then and that's the grammar constructs and the breakdown.
For sure. I'll stop sharing it now. Okay.
Man, trust me. I like the site read so much that when me and Jonathan Winterman was chilling, like anybody in the chat anywhere can pull up with any glyphs at any time. If I don't know it, I won't be embarrassed. Like that's what me and Jonathan Winterman was talking about. Like, look, everybody know that it requires a skill. So for all the for some of these dudes, I want to play this because this is me. So somebody in the chat just said all experts don't want to say that they don't have a problem with admitting they wrong. Well, earlier in the video, he said, I don't know any instance of this as far as I'm concerned. Now, in order to be a respectable gentleman, I wasn't just going to go, here you go, right, at that time. But I said, before you get out of here, I got some things I want you to look at. Now, anybody, even people who don't read the glyphs, who follow my page, I don't ask you to act like you're reading this from what I'm about to say, but you're going to see something. You're going to see a personal noun for the person, happy, and then we got something in the adjectival position following the name, describing the noun. We also got that happening right here. But in order to not say anything damaging or wrong, he's just going to say, look, man, I don't even want to speak on this right now. After he told me all these other ones, he say this mean different groups of people. He told me Takemi was the black feminine one, but when he seen this one, this was the real killer type. So let's listen to what happened right here. Gave it up, and we'll look at some. And this gave it up, and we'll look at some of that further. I don't know if I need to go back that far.
It's really interesting because you have so the interplay of art and text is something that obviously the Medu-Netur not only allows but encourages. So in a way you could even think of these four cattle as being the classifiers of the words, but it's really cool here because we
see people don't even understand that. So when they be on them dumb shows, they be like, tell me when he said something. So let me explain that. He said we could look at these cattle as the classifiers. We know the classifiers as the determinatives. So what he was saying is you could kind of look at this like this is the word Kim with the determinative for cattle behind it. All right, now watch this.
You have like, it's like they're collecting all these, like literally a rainbow of cattle. So the bottom one is the black cattle. The one above it is the red cattle. The one above it is the white cattle. And then the one above it is sob. That means kind of multi-color pattern.
The same color as the so-called knife, but let's keep going because I want to ask y'all this. Simple question, anybody in the chat. What color are these cattle that he just said? King Jack.
They're all Kim.
No, they're not all Kim. Remember, he just
that
said
was wild.
He just said, see. He just said four different colors. I'm gonna help you. I'm not trying to hurt you. So I just thought you knew. The bottom one is Kim. He said black. He said this one is red. He said this one is white. And then me and him is laughing over how this one is like the speckled or the multicolored one. Right?
He said the second cow is white.
Yep, let's listen again.
No, the third cow.
The third, not the second. I said red on the for second from the top, yeah. But second from the top. But we're gonna play it again so everybody can get it. Hold up.
It's really interesting because you have so the interplay of art and text is something that obviously the Medu-Netur not only allows but encourages. So in a way you could even think of these four cattle as being the classifiers of the words, but it's really cool here because we have like, it's like they're collecting all these, like literally a rainbow of cattle. So the bottom one is the black cattle, the one above it is the red cattle, the one above it is the white cattle, and then the one above it is sob. That means kind of multi.
Now, remember this? This is what I want to point out. In the translation from the TLA, Reggie, they said the knife was sob. But when I look at that, I'm like, they could translate that two ways because I got another one that say the multicolored knife or something.
But anyway,
Hey,
go right ahead, Jay.
Smash.
Watch this.
So Smash. Actually, low key, we looking right at the determinative. We see the charcoal. Then we look at the red one. We can see I can see the flamingo.
Yep.
And
You're
then
right. No, those. But just be clear. Those are the words. He said we should look at the cattle as the classifiers.
Well, I was looking at the actual words as I can read them.
Well, those are words. So but the classifier lets you know what the word represents. So you don't just say Kim. This is you say Kim, but what is this Kim? It's a black cow in this instance. You see what I'm saying? And this is a red cow. He's saying the classification or the class of the word is told to us by the cattle. But listen to what he says next and listen closely.
Pattern, yeah.
Continue.
No, I mean it's just a really interesting example because and again what I would say is going on here, because this is in the Temple of Ramses III, and so basically what he's trying to do, what it's in his interest of doing, is to show control, because he's the one that's holding the leashes of all of these cattle, that he's kind of in control of all the different ethnicities or breeds of cattle, just as he is in control of all the different peoples that might live in the world.
Jay Mill gave us some good insight on that. That it is at that location, but it might be from a temple from later. But nevertheless, the person was in the form of maybe Amin Ra trying to show control over the entire civilization. So did y'all not hear him say people and ethnicities?
Yeah, I heard him loud and
or am I
clear.
tripping?
I heard him loud and clear.
Cause they be like, well, they brain ain't keen enough to even hear that what just got snuck up in there. First of all, he said that this was the black cattle, the red cattle, the white cattle, and the speckled cattle. Then he said, well, this might be his control over different ethnicities of people. What part of that do they not understand?
Well, who's the red people?
Look, what was cool about it is when he said that, that's what made me notice that they had the leashes and the arm that was coming from. I didn't never notice that. I was always focused on what the colors and the determinism and that part. But when he popped that out, I said, holy shit, that was even more significant and on top of what I had already knew about it. When he said that was what those lines represented, him having control. So yeah, he even went even further than what most of us even had taken into this. So
is that the female? Is that the God's wife? Amen. Erdish.
That's what Jay Mill said. But you can find it. You can find the label twice in two different ways. So he been there. I'm going with what Jay Mill said.
And then,
but all you got to do is Google the bas relief of the mortuary temple of Ramses III, and this gonna pop up. So scholarship got some homework to do if Jay Mill is updating their shit.
He talked about the interplay of the art and the Medu-Neter. So he said clearly the calves themselves are classifier. Now they're calves. So that means they're like his children, or in the context of, in driving the calves, that these are young, these are veal, basically, right? In what they are, because they're not full grown, they're calves.
So let me ask you a question, Reggie. Did he say control over different ethnicity or breeds of cattle?
Yeah, breeds herds clearly as day. And
so what would those four ethnicities be then?
Oh, like the four, it was similar to the iconography that they use in the Book of Gates.
Exactly.
Where the four human groups, right? So this theme is a theme in which they say, okay, well, there's four calves, four types of people. So when you bring up the Book of the Gates and they talk about the Ramesh, the Amo, the Tamhu, and the what's the other one? I'm missing one. But nevertheless,
Tamu, Ramesh, and Nehesiu.
The Nehesi, right? The Nehesi. So it's a perfect example. But this is when you study the culture, right? And the people that are talking to these experts don't understand the relationship between cattle and humans, and that's why they always go to the black land. And I heard a source say something that bothered me. He said, well, you could see Kemet with the tongues of the land, right? To make it well, and then he said in the, I hope he didn't say in the Old Kingdom, because there is no Kemet with the tongues of the land in the Old Kingdom, because the place name happens in the 11th dynasty. So I don't understand. You can get over on those people.
Yeah.
You can't go over on Smash and Reggie and Sadiq and Saud Cod, right? Not
Well, look,
even.
This wasn't even the clip I was gonna play. Go ahead, and I'm gonna let it play the part of the clip. This was just before that part. But cats were saying that, oh well, you know, I want to see where you say that. I'm saying, man, I would show that experts agree, don't have a problem when they see something on the spot switching up. And I'm about to just prove that wrong real quick. He gonna see this shit on the spot and not want to read these simple words, because earlier he was like, I haven't seen any of this. So watch this. Wonderful answer. That's dang. I was saying that to people. They don't understand me. So I need to get some credentials. Now this the one. Now just follow eyes. Because he's reading and he's gonna read it. He said he don't mind spot reading, sight reading. So I sent him a few texts, but now this is one that I didn't send him in preamble, because in our discourse, he was like, check it out. I'll read on the site or whatever. So now watch what happened here. Here we're looking at the rock tombs of Mier. This isn't Herman Rank's work yet. We're dealing with Alyard Blackman. And in the rock tombs of Mier, we have, so he's sight reading it, because just follow the eyes. He reading it. So this is what I use when people say Egyptians didn't call themselves black. I'm like, yo, we still have to know what they meant by that. Now, I know everybody can't hear me. This is what I use when people say Egyptians didn't call themselves black. I can show you over and over they call themselves black. Now, I'm talking to somebody who earlier in the video said, I don't have any instances of this. I just didn't say it at the time he said it to be respectful. But I'm getting my bars off, and I can show you in the translation, bruh. I will show you over and over instances of them calling themselves black. But they don't seem to be seeing this part. Somebody got to mute out. I don't know who that got that background popping. It's all good if you don't mind muting out.
She was walking to the bus stop.
All right, well, maybe y'all
that's
can.
King J.
I'll just mute it out for him. Not arguing. Did I not say I can show you over and over? Did I say that or not? Because these dudes is crazy. Like, well, if you gonna get, you supposed to show them. Gave it up, and we'll look at some of that. But here, Blackman in his work, he says this: if we see happy, so I stood on the scholars. So here, Blackman in his work, Jasher, they're brothers, and we can read it all. But if we look at Happy Jasher, this is one of the brothers, and then this is in his tomb, Happy Kim. Now they say even in Arabic. In Arabic cultures today, they would use these colors, black and red, to distinguish between two siblings who did not necessarily have to appear black. And I keep saying that. They wasn't going to call the light-skinned one Kim unless it was somebody lighter than him. They called a lighter one Jasher. Now here I am saying it to an expert. Red, but the one who was called the darker color would be the darker of the two siblings. And so I don't say, and now the translator here, they call him Happy the Black. But to me, I think this is just like Happy, the one who was. Now, he ain't gonna speak on it, but did y'all see him just nod his head when I said now the translator here called him Happy the Black?
No, I was looking at
watch this.
Yeah, go
watch
back
this. Yeah, okay. He just gave it up, and we'll look at some of that. But here, Blackman in his work, he says this: if we see Happy Jasher, they're brothers, and we can read it all. But if we look at Happy Jasher, this is one of the brothers, and then this is in his tomb, Happy Kim. Now they say even in Arabic. In Arabic cultures today, they would use these colors, black and red, to distinguish between two siblings who did not necessarily have to appear black and red, but the one who was called the darker color would be the darker of the two siblings. And so I don't say, and now the translator here, they call him Happy the Black. But to me, I think this is just like Happy, the one who was darker than his brother, Happy the Red. But there's a whole family of Happy Kims, Peppy Kim, and now I've had plenty. I talked to grammarians about this, and some tried to argue it was a title. Herman Ranker did not place it in a title, and I don't know of any title associated with Kim. And man, I gave that dude 3 years of arguments on this text. Anybody watching this talking any other shit is silly. Watch what he say. First of all, about getting something in your face and not being willing to switch up right on the spot, because that would not even be wise. If he was boxed up like that, let's see what happened. He just said in the beginning of the video, he ain't seen it. Now he got stare eyes at it. You see it in the adjectival position, and it always occurs that way as it's modifying the noun, and it simply means, but how do you see these attestations?
So I will admit here, I'm not an expert, and this is the first time I'm encountering these terms.
That was D.
So I don't really want to offer too many comments because actually you sound much more knowledgeable about this than I do.
That's why they don't want y'all to see that part. Because actually, I ain't going to speak on this shit because I'm not about to make myself look like no motherfucking fool. Because if I say one wrong thing, you about to get on my neck. That ain't what he just said in my terms. Why would you not? Nothing about me sounding more knowledgeable than the good, honorable brother. See, I'm not calling him in a religious sense. I'm saying it's honorable that he would make that statement. He didn't have to say none of that. He could have shut me down with some white shit. Like, you know, this is why you should be in academia or read the book. He could have did all that shit. He backed up out of there and said, look, bro, it looked like if I continue down the street, you might put hands. Did he not say that? Well, let's listen. I reworded it. You listen to the appropriate way it was stated. Grammarians about this, and some tried to argue it was a title. Herman Ranker did not place it in a title, and I don't know of any title associated with him. And we see it in the adjectival position, and it always occurs that way as it's modifying the noun. And it simply means, but how do you see these attestations?
So I will admit here, I'm not an expert, and this is the first time I'm encountering these terms. So I don't really want to offer too many comments because actually you sound much more knowledgeable about this than I do.
I don't want to offer too many comments because actually, y'all put would have in chat GPT. Go put actually. What do people mean when they say actually? Like, they just hating. I mean, I'm so honored. This is I'm saying these words clear so nobody could be confused that I'm not even weaponizing a comment or I'm not weaponizing his humility. I'm talking to some other bozos who be acting like this didn't occur. I didn't put it in his face, make him say, oh, I'm not even going to speak on that right now because you sound more knowledgeable. You can't make this shit up. If I'm making that sentence up, help me, because I must be delusional. What I keep hearing is it say, I don't want to speak on this because actually you sound more knowledgeable than me on this. Now tell me where I'm messing up. Grammarians about this, and some tried to argue it was a title. Herman Ranker did not place it in a title, and I don't know of any title associated with him. And we see it in the adjectival position, and it always occurs that way as it's modifying the noun, and it simply means, but how do you see these attestations?
So I will admit here, I'm not an expert, and this is the first time I'm encountering these terms. So I don't really want to offer too many comments because actually you sound much more knowledgeable about this than I do.
Cause I don't want to. This is my first time saying these terms. I don't want to offer these comments because actually, you sound much more knowledgeable about this than me do. So why don't y'all take his advice and listen to what the fuck I'm saying?
And that was a hell of a segue.
I'm saying,
I didn't even know you was going that way. Yo, that was crazy.
I didn't need
Yo, but that shit made so much sense when you said it, though. That's why I'm laughing. Like, damn. The way yo, that was crazy. But yeah, like, really, though. Like, and then see, and what's crazy about it, because they will act like their comprehension level is so low publicly that they can't even comprehend maybe a good sentence of what the man is saying. He's speaking in plain English. He's speaking incoherently like Rob.
Yeah, he ain't coherent, huh? Like, I understood what he said, and I understood. Look, I understood the overlying what he was saying, and I understood the underlying what he was saying.
Me too.
But on the low, he was saying, I'm not even gonna offer no contentions no more, because really he said to me, you did it in a respectable way because you could have bust my wig with this when I was. He corrected himself because he said, as far as I'm concerned, then he changed it and said, I mean, as far as I know, because he didn't want me to take the harsh sentiment of what people get when a person say, as far as I'm concerned. So right at that far as I'm concerned, you could go watch. I shared the screen. But then, because I was like, if we about to bang, we gonna bang.
You slowed it down.
Yep, then I pulled it back.
You really finna go in.
I pulled it back and said, hold on.
I remember this video like the back of my hand. Yeah, you finna pull the video out, then you said, hold up.
That would be tacky. I start thinking what that's gonna lead to. Now you about to look like an argumentative black dude who don't let nobody finish saying what they say before you hit them. You say black. Nope. I'm just gonna wait till we almost about the Discord and make sure I got it on tape. This shit's still rolling. So this, for all y'all qualified people who want to say he said something I didn't say, this is what he said. Grammarians about this, and some tried to argue it was a title. Herman Ranker did not place it in a title, and I don't know of any title associated with him. And we see it in the adjectival position, and it always occurs that way as it's modifying the noun, and it simply means black. How do you see these attestations?
So I will admit here, I'm not an expert, and this is the first time I'm encountering these terms. So I don't really want to offer too many comments because actually you sound much.
Hey, I know y'all know me good enough to know what my mind is thinking right now. Reggie, what would you think your brother Magi thinking when I'm hearing these words come out his mouth right there? You there, Reggie? Reggie ain't even there. What about you, James? What you think I'm thinking when I'm hearing him say that?
I don't know. I can't say. But I know based on what I'm over here reading what you put in his face, and it's just amazing that ain't even that hard.
Yeah, it ain't hard for nobody. It's all kind of titles.
Yeah, I'm just over here thinking about how hard it is to just go on to get that up right there.
Yeah. I mean, because you know the reason why is he know all of these positions and shit. We know all of these, right? And so this the sole companion, right? Yep, smeared. Wow, that's the sole companion. He could have said all this shit on the screen. So this is just his name, Happy Kim. But again, he did what was right and reserved and the correct thing.
More knowledgeable about this than I do. But the one thing that I would say again,
you was thinking in your head, oh, he giving me props. I got him, or not you got him, but you know we on the same level now. He giving me that respect.
He hadn't said the part about You're right. Well, once he said that, I told him, well, thank you. But I listen to what I really say, because I'm like, nah, man, what I'm really thinking is got him. Right? And then I'm like, I'm not going to let him off the hook with this way he's trying to back out. It's not a hostile escape, it's a humble escape. So watch. I'm not going to let him out.
I don't know about contemporary. I don't know how these terms are used in, contemporary Arabic Egypt or Islamic Egypt, or like I don't know if there are kind of modern parallels to this. But one of the things I think we could definitely say is even if you go to Egypt today, like there are black people in Egypt.
Now, I don't think I'm even gonna smile. Just look at Smash Rockwell demeanor. See if that get a fucking smile out of me.
Like that's like
Did
an
it?
undeniable
Yes or no?
fact.
Fuck no. Well, I ain't here to do that. I don't want to be appeased. I want to get to the bottom of this. Did it get a smile? Did I start kikiing like them niggas? Or do you think that I planned to not kiki, that I knew he was going to say that, or I just ain't about to be impressed by you not telling me what to say, but telling me it's black people there?
Yeah, you don't even look happy, nigga.
Yeah, I wasn't impressed. That statement.
You look like, yo.
Look at my
Gave it up.
face. And we'll
Yeah,
look
well,
at
yeah,
that
well,
shit.
you
I'm not
gonna
going to crack or nothing. I didn't plan to not crack or nothing. I simply wasn't impressed. Don't tell
Gave
me
it
it's
up.
black
And we'll
people
look at
there
some of
when
that.
I got you an expert. So I'm like, I'm not. You're gonna hear what I have to say. And he laughed. Me and him was chilling, and we looking forward to this next bill we gonna bust y'all up with, right? Because next time we can contend stronger, and he'll be prepared to show why he think it don't say something, and I'll be prepared to show why I think it does. But we'll give it some time. But here, Blackman in his work, he says this. If we see Happy Jasher, they're brothers, and we can read it all. But if we look at Happy Jasher, this is one of the brothers. And then this is in his tomb, Happy Kim. Now, they say even in Arabic in Arabic cultures today, they would use these colors, black and red, to distinguish between two siblings who did not necessarily have to appear black and red, but the one who was called the darker color would be the darker of the two siblings. And so and now the translator here, they call him Happy the Black. But to me, I think this is just like Happy, the one who was darker than his brother, Happy the Red. But there's a whole family of Happy Kims, Peppy Kim, and now I talked to grammarians about this, and some tried to argue it was a title. Herman Ranker did not place it in a title, and I don't know. I just said that because he said this was an administrative text. I'm beating the brakes. I'm not asking you for no loaded question. This is what it is. You told me you didn't see this before. So now I'm coming out the way you're supposed to when you're defending a hypothesis or an argument. Title associated
you went
with
to other
him.
authors.
So what?
You went to other authors that have already corroborated what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
In academia, so you late to the party, basically.
Yep, now check this out. See it in the adjectival position, and it always occurs that way as it's modifying the noun, and it simply means black. How do you see these attestations?
So I will admit here, I'm not an expert, and this is the first time I'm encountering these terms. So I don't really want to offer too many comments because actually you sound much more knowledgeable about this than I do. But the one thing that I would say, again, I don't know about contemporary. I don't know how these terms are used in contemporary Arabic Egypt or Islamic Egypt, or like I don't know if there are kind of modern parallels to this. But one of the things I think we could definitely say is even if you go to Egypt today, like there are black people in Egypt. Like
so now they're gonna screenshot, but let me ask you a question. How does there are black people today answer the question of what we're reading on the screen? These niggas are stupid. Like they show me where he said what you said. How does him telling me, well, I don't really want to say all that, but one thing I can say is if you go to Egypt today, there are black people there. How does that answer this? They not even seeing that? He like, look, I can't speak to it and I can't say you got me here. I'm just going to say, look, they still there to this day. Exactly. Like, I'm like, what part about that ain't people hearing? Did they not hear the word black people? Actually, in this whole video, besides in the beginning when he also told them, in the very beginning, and they just don't do. This is why Reggie says it, and everybody y'all ask is going to tell y'all you got to read in the language. Because when you ask a question like this, they're going to start explaining it with the language. And so you ain't going to be able to think that he said it when he just said it. Watch this. So simple. Right. It's the first shit I asked him. I don't do them Rudy Poot ass interviews where y'all tiptoe around the question. We just gave thumbs up. Let's see. Again, thank you for availing me with your time. I don't know if you had a chance to look over the documents from the 1974 Cairo Symposium. Right out the gate. Why would I even make y'all wait hearing all these fake questions about Egypt that ain't even what you want to hear? Where Sar Sanaran was settling matters between Professor Abdullah and Sheikh Antijot concerning, well, obviously they were talking about the peopling of Egypt, and in their conversation, race matters were See, he don't forget. I sent him these first ones we going over, so he already confident. I can see his confidence that he gonna shut me down. You feel me? But I took that shit away at the end, made him say he wasn't an expert and I'm more knowledgeable. And that's out of all due respect. He said that in humility, right? Only about this word, y'all. I don't know more about him than Egyptology, of course not. I would just sit down and concede. But if you want to talk about a word we've been looking at for 10 years, I will put my name in the hat. And so as we had this conversation now, we figured that's like an antiquated taxonomy. That's not really working for how they looked at things back in the day. But nevertheless, so they don't understand that part. I told him it was an antiquated taxonomy. It doesn't work for how they seen things back in the day. We got that established. We ain't talking about race. But the dummies listening to that, they don't even know how to listen to. He said, he understood me perfectly. They wasn't talking about that in Kemet. But listen. That happened 50 years ago in 1974. But what happened 50 years ago, and then for their time period, it seemed somewhat appropriate. Now, they didn't even understand that part. I told him, look, the question about race and shit, that's an antiquated taxonomy. You can't even try to act like, first of all, it's old for us, right? It's old, antiquated taxonomy. We ain't using that labeling no more. But even the ancient Egyptians wouldn't have thought of things that way either. But it would have been appropriate for those at the Cairo Symposium who was all up in the middle of that shit to use this black racial term, so let's start our discourse from there. Now let's see how he responds to that. They didn't get none of that, bro. Trust me. That they looked at things that way. That was one of the leading questions about Egypt and Egyptology for a long period of time. And so then in the attestation, Sar Sanaran put forth to say black people, the ancient Egyptians would have said Kemet or Kemu and not Kemetiu. Now, at this point, I have to help. This is what the professor said for dummies. So at this point, we got to remember 3 terms we analyze. Kemet, Kemetiu, and what's the third one? Kemu, Kemet, and Kemetiu, right? Let's remember those. Kemu, Kemet, and Kemetiu. And then he said, he went on. And another side note, when I say those words, James, Patah, Reggie, even, and probably now King J, are starting to see glyphs in their heads when they see those words. So me and the professor fully seeing all the glyphs. I want to say, I'll bring up the quote. He went on to say that, nevertheless, that this attestation was not used. They didn't use Kim to talk about the other quote. I don't like that I said attestation again. Quote, black people that they knew from the hinterlands from the Old Kingdom forward. And so I know it sounds already like it's kind of loaded, the question, but it's really not, because actually we were spending a while doing this research, and there's nothing that attests to what Sir Sanaran says can be found in Egyptology. So this is why I beseech your expert opinion. You know?
Yeah, so I guess as just a kind of just general kind of statement before we begin is that, like, I do not pretend to be able to tell you what the Egyptians thought. Or kind of what they definitively meant. Egypt was, people are diverse, people are complicated. Every term has multiple meanings. So just because, from a grammatical perspective or a textual perspective, it might seem like it means one thing in one context doesn't mean that in another context it doesn't mean something completely different.
Exactly.
But following up on, and so the other interesting thing, you said this was the debate that was happening in the 70s. This debate is still going on today.
So first of all, he just qualified our research right there. He like, don't feel like you doing some old shit that ain't cool no more. This debate's still going on today. Now let me ask y'all, and shout out to my archers. We gotta be on the forefront of the cats who doing the research, besides our scholars who really doing the work, like the Dr. Solange Ashby, Dr. Shayla Monroe, Dr. Deborah Hurd. They really doing the work, and just like I told them to their face, we ain't in academia doing it. We just out here making sure they know what y'all doing on these YouTube streets.
And especially within Egypt and the surrounding areas, and it's not a pretty debate. It's an extremely ugly debate.
Now let's look at what they just missed, because I watched them dummies mess this up. He said it's not a pretty debate. It's an extremely ugly debate. Let's listen to why.
Where very, very nasty things are said. So I also just wanted to kind of, acknowledge that.
So it's a bad debate because nasty things are said. Now listen.
And you see especially, I feel like you see especially kind of more authoritarian systems of power kind of trying to engage with it.
So you see especially some sort of authoritarian systems of power trying to engage in this nasty argument that's going on. He's not talking about black people. Y'all so stupid. If so, which authoritarian body do we have that's arguing for Egypt? He talking about modern Egyptians and the Egyptian government and Zahi Hawass and all of them type of people trying to make sure that nobody can't say Egyptians ain't black. But some people can't even hear this shit.
It's always with the idea that Egypt is something that people want to claim.
Now listen. Listen. They do that with the idea that Egypt is something that people want to claim. Now he thought, some of the opponents of this view thought he was talking about me. Now listen to this.
Nothing wrong with claiming ancient Egypt, but there may be something suspicious about claiming ancient Egypt to the exclusion of others. To say that it's a monolithic thing and it's therefore my thing and therefore not your thing. I think that's where I start to get a sense of discomfort.
They didn't even understand that whole. So which authoritarian system of power spoke on the subject and tried to say it's my thing, not your thing? Black people in America? Dang, they wouldn't answer that question right.
But so to go back to the comment of Sauneron. So basically what he is saying is that you quite correctly point out that the word for black in Medu Necher, should we call it, is kem, or what comes out in Coptic as kema or kem, something like that. The way that the Egyptians made abstracts.
See, they lost already. Because he's talking to me in a grammatical sense. Right, so he's saying so much when he said made abstracts that he's basically saying the way that they're going to take a word from one category and to place it in another category. What would be those categories? In this sense, you could take an adjective black, right? If you want to form an abstract on that to say that one who is black, you put a T or a W. If you don't know the grammar, you can't have this conversation. You can't even be a layman and understood what he just meant right there. Because that's a whole part of the grammar. He know I know, but he trying to see if I know, so he going to explain it a little bit. Watch.
The feminine.
See what the feminine. So now, see, you know that means telling people, if you don't know a feminine is a T, then you won't know that he just told you Kemet right there.
So Smash, he said Kemet would be T and then Kim will be masculine, correct?
Almost correct. You're getting close. He
Okay.
said they formed abstracts with the feminine, bro. Think about that. So that right now, if we know something about the grammar, that abstract that's formed with the feminine is a false feminine. It looks like a feminine term because it got a T on it, but they not using it to state femininity. They're forming an abstract.
Okay.
So in order to form an abstract in ancient Egyptian, they would use a feminine. I don't expect Anka Ket to understand that, yo. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, and so I think that some of his followers who less bright than him might be thinking that he didn't just say it right here. But I'll use the glyphs to show people what he's saying.
You quite correctly point out that the word for black in Medu Necher, should we call it, is kem, or what comes out in Coptic as kema or kem, something like that. The way that the Egyptians made abstracts.
Again, the way that they made abstracts, he just got at me like, nigga, you better know this, as I'm gonna beat the brakes off you.
Was with a feminine.
Yeah, I'm like, like you ain't telling me nothing.
So if they wanted to say like the black person, what they would have probably written, again, theoretically, because I can't really.
Now they could clearly hear he's saying it out his mouth. If they wanted to form an abstract, it's with the T. Now let's listen to what he say right here.
Tell you any examples that I have of them calling anyone, whether it's themselves.
See, that's all they heard.
A foreigner, a Nubian, a black person. I don't think that I have any examples of this.
So didn't I just have it? Let me put it right back on the screen. This how easy this show is. Y'all see it? Here go an example. Doesn't know a black person. And I just did that with the click of a button, and y'all over here tripping. So don't take that he said he hadn't seen something. This is not his research question. I beseech him because he's qualified in reading the language.
But what they would have done, so they would have used the phonetic signs chem.
So let me show people this. Since they like, you show me where he said, the question is how they would have said black people. And these dummies really be like, show me where he said that. Like I answered pure black all day. Shout out to pure black. We just own it like that. But I answered him all day like, you trying to tell me you didn't hear nothing that the dude said. Now, he just said the phonetic sign Kim, right? Listen.
And then they would have had a classifier of a seated man.
Golly. Now, watch this. Classifier of a seated man. We do this all the time, right? That's how he said this.
It's not showing on this screen.
Okay, sorry. Hold on. I don't know why I be doing it. I shared the whole screen. Let's see if it works now. You see, you don't see the glyphs?
Yeah, we see it now.
Look, he just said this. First of all, no one in the pseudo killers know what he just said, and I can prove it. Because he said it in a language for someone who's skilled in the language to understand. Let me listen to this. I'll bet $100, unless they've been watching our shows, that we can all demonstrate no one in the pseudo killers can understand this sentence. Watch this.
You quite correctly point out that the word for black in Medu Necher, should we call it, is kem, or what comes out in Coptic as kema or kem, something like that.
So he also corroborated what we were saying earlier about the damn Coptic. Dang, this shit is crazy, but let's keep going.
The way that the Egyptians made abstracts was with a feminine. So if they wanted to say like the black person, what they would have probably written, again, theoretically, because I can't really tell you any examples that I have of them calling anyone, whether it's themselves, a foreigner, a Nubian, a black person. I don't think that I have any examples of this. But what they would have done, so they would have used the phonetic signs chem, and then they would have had a classifier of a seated man.
So, not to go too fast, he said they would have used the phonetic sign Kim, and then they would have had the classifier of the seated man. If anybody who was just a layman wasn't watching our show, how would they have known what the phonetic sign Kim was?
Oh, they won.
That's what I'm trying to say. So he's already speaking, gauging. He didn't start on the floor. Because he already he basically thinking if he don't know what the phonetic sign Kim is, then I'm gonna have to reel this conversation back in. But you can't start a class talking to somebody like they would have used the phonetic sign Kim, because you're gonna have to explain what that is next. But let's keep going. This is what he said they would have, for all the people who don't know. This is the phonetic sign Kim, and this is the seated man. Right? Now, this is why, and it's another illustration of why we got to know grammar in order to understand what he said. Because if you want to make this into a collective, that would qualify as an abstract. You taking this from one group into another. I think he's going to say it. Watch this. But what I want us to say is, and to be noted on the video, is that changing the number or the gender of this don't change the meaning. It simply changes the number and the gender. So therefore, if I take one man or put 15 men, it's changing the number. So if I put a woman behind this, it changed the number and the gender. And since you got both genders, it's not just a black man. It's a black man and a woman. Now, if you got 3 strokes, it's a black man and a woman in plurality. You can say a collective of black people. But let's hear how he says it.
And again, there's ways of even distinguishing between foreign or Egyptian and foreign in the way that seated figure would have looked.
So look, now this is what he just told y'all. But he's going to go in on how this determinative could be different. And let me show y'all. Hey, M, then what do you put? Everybody know. M. And then what do you put? I wish I could make the T be where it's supposed to be. Maybe I put the M over the T. Right? And then you put that man he told you, right? Now let me ask you something. Oops, I messed that up. I should do that again. M over T. Real quick. And then you just put a man like this. Now, if it was stopped like that, if you thought that this was a feminine, you'd be wrong still. Because he just told us in order to form abstracts, they could use a T. So in theory, you don't need to add this woman in order to make this is Kim. But you can see this, and guess what else you can see? Let me show you. They mad we starting to know this much now because it messed up the game for them. You can see this one, but let me change it. You can see this one. This is Kim U. So now what did they did? They put an U chick on Kim, so we don't even need the man because the grammar shows us that this is a man here, not plural. It is a predicate now. Well, no, I said a predicate. No, it is a participle now. You feel me? They took it from being a verb, now it's describing a person. So if this meant becoming black at first, now this is one who is becoming black. Now let me go back to show Eddie K what he was looking at earlier. Look, see? Oh, well, damn. Y'all noticed the first one we looked at, it had an U chick behind the Kim. I hope it's still there. I don't know if y'all remember earlier, and I pointed out that there was an U chick there behind the Kim. And so that is when we start to talk about these abstracts, and this is why he was speaking to me about that. But just for all the people who said, I didn't see where they say that, well, now I need y'all to understand more. Because in the rendition that he said you would see, he said you could, if they formed the abstract, they would go put a T, right? And then he said something about the man. But then we learned that the gender don't change it, right? So we could add the woman, right? Nope, I messed up. We could add B2. If you're doing Emmanuel Dakota's, I said B2, B1. If you're doing man, all of these mean something different. So B1, and then we're gonna sit her on top of Z1. And now since my man Eddie put me up on D3 today, let me see Z1. Hold up. I'm messing up. Hey, B1. I'm tripping, so I apologize.
A1, B1, Z3.
Yeah, thank you. I know we supposed to know that by heart. Z2.
You
Oh,
gonna throw
yes,
that D3?
Z2, but I'm supposed to put them over that. So in manual decoders, what I gotta do is make these be together. So I gotta go A1 and then put this asterisk and then put B2 and then put over Z2, right? I keep putting, yeah, I did it right, but I used the wrong woman. And I'm gonna fix it. Yeah, I know I'm gonna fix it. Forget it. I don't want to be lazy. A1. Now you put a pound sign, not a pound sign, but you put the star sign, and then that's gonna let it know that A1 is with B2. So here gonna be, B1. I almost messed it up again. B1, and then you put colons and then Z2, and that let it know to make them all a group, and that's on top of that. So now, but what I want people to know from what he just said and what I just showed you, anybody, show them this sentence, show them this part of my video, and ask them, do changing the gender and the number change the meaning?
No.
Exactly. So if this mean black men, this would mean black people. But they still trying to act like, oh, I don't know enough to box them up on a big stage.
That mean Egyptian.
They want you to say, oh, this mean black man, but this mean Egyptians, yeah.
No, and that up at the top, that mean Egyptian. What does that? Does that mean Egyptian man or something?
No, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? That doesn't have nothing
Smash.
to do with anything.
Smash.
Black. It just means Egyptian.
Smash. That was my argument. What we got on the screen right now, all I was saying was we need to throw that D3 hieroglyph behind those people to make it to be black.
All right, so I'm gonna show you this, bro. Let me show you this because I tried.
That's not attested.
Yeah,
That's not
it's not attested. But furthermore, I gave you a scholar who told us. Remember, you probably don't remember. I said, look at Sandro Capo. I'm gonna just pull it up for you, so you won't have to think about that no more. Because Sandro either said publicly or he said it in an email to me. Then you wouldn't even be able to find it. That bro, he like, bro, do not trip. You don't not if it's an ancient Egyptian. He like these dudes don't even know the language. They're not language. He basically said if it is an ancient Egyptian, not y'all, I'm talking about because this was Asar and them was on his head. He's like, if it was an ancient Egyptian word that switched from an adjective to a noun, you won't find any instances of the determinative being there to indicate color. But I'll show us where he put that up because he wrote this for me to share publicly.
Can we go back to that and can I speak for a few seconds?
You got the flow.
All right, so can we go back to the image that you had?
Just a moment.
With the A1, with the chem glyph and the chemic glyph and the A1 and B1. All right. So, okay. The ancient Egyptians, not the ancient Egyptians, the people of Africa in their civilization, when they say Kemet, right, they're basically saying that is black, right? That which is black. Then you have the classifier, right? And the class let's say classifier, the plural classifier. This becomes what you call a feminine singular collective, right? So that which is black is the people, right? The first one is a singular noun, right? So it's a man, or you could pronounce it as Kimmy, right? This is black man, like you would say Sabi Kim, right? Or Sob Kim. You could put the knife in, the Kim and the knife. That would be pronounced, or the knife and the Kim, and that be pronounced Sob Kim, and then it's the man, like I am the black knife, right? Here, the problem with what I just heard from someone talking about adding the hieroglyph.
D3,
right?
this is King J. Yep.
Yeah, that's redundant because the Kemet is that which is black. So if I show another, so how we do this is we start showing different examples. All right. So let me show example. Okay.
Let it run, James. I'm gonna give you this host real quick. I gotta step away and get some food.
Yeah, that's what I was finna do. I gotta go to the store too.
Anybody watch?
Reggie, you can hold it down.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, just give me about 30 minutes. I'll be right back.
Oh, both of y'all. So y'all gonna miss this. Okay, no problem.
Well, no, I'm gonna watch it on my phone as I go to the store. So I'll be watching.
Okay. Okay, so Smash gave us another point, which I did have in my longer paper, but not in my shorter paper of that I put in the journal article. So, yeah. Okay, so we can look at the word Winju. Okay, so Winju is a noun. It means the short-horned cattle. So we can see that. So there's the cattle with the 3 strokes, right? That makes it plural. So that's short-horned cattle or calves, Winju. We have another case of wind duet, right? Wind duet, right? That situation is it works out because of the translation, because you have to because the Meta Nature was translated. That is what you call associates people, right? That is basically a noun, right? But it's actually a collective noun, right? Now we go when we have windu, shorthorn cattle. If we look at this case over here, this fourth case, right, is then we have wind wet. This is what it's the same as Kemet. It's a collective, right? It is a collective. Now, when we look at this term over here, this winju, right? It's basically saying that which is cattle, or that which is a herd. The winju is like a herd. And then the classified tells us what type of herd. That which is a cattle for herd. When we look at people and we do winjwet, it's basically telling us that which is a herd, right? But what type of herd? This is a people herd, right? Now, how do I know that I'm right in this, in my explanation? Well, I know that I'm right is because if I look for an adaptation. So the adaptation is, okay, it says Hinin Remet, right? Which is bring order, right, to the people. Hinin, right? Order, Hin is the majesty, the king, roughly, right? Who gives orders, right? The king's order to the people, to the Remet. Nice. Next, we have this phrase right here that helps us a lot, that was the sack in windwet 10, right? So this is your, 10 is your, right? The sock in is gather, right? Gather. So it's basically, and windwet is a herd, but what type of herd, right? What type of herd? A human herd. A human herd, people. So based on, so they were using this group of people over here, this windwet right here, which would be that which is a herd, and then we have a classifier that says that which is a human herd. When we look at Kemet, when we look at Kemet, so let's look at okay. So how do we know this? This is what I would ask an Egyptologist. This is my exercise. Well, okay, how do I know that I'm right about cattle and humans? How do I know that I'm right? I gave the example of windwet, which I would give, but my first case would go to a textual source that everybody studies, which is the Book of the Gates. The Book of the Gates says Horus, right? And then there is the 4 types of humans. There is the group that they call Egyptians, but Egyptians is a fake term. So it's the people of that civilization, right? Altogether, they're calling them the Remetu, right? It's plural. The people glyph, the A1 and B1 people glyph, right? And so, okay, so this works out to be humans, Egyptians, right? Even though they're all humans, but in this particular case, this is the people of the land, the indigenous people of the land. This one is Nehesu, right? It's plural, right? They're talking about the group. The English translation of that is the Nubians. Fake term, right? But it's the because it's really the Nehesu. The third case is the Amu, same construction. People, right? People, a throw stick, Amu, right? So this is the Amu. The next case is the Tamu, the ones that we've heard that term Tamu so many times, and I've argued what they are, but these is termed in English translation the Libyans. Okay, so we have 4 groups of people. So let's look at the next text. It says, Horus says, right, to the cattle of Re. Okay, the cattle is this term Awat. So this is Awat Re, the cattle of Re. So Horus is speaking to the cattle of Re. That means all of these groups. They are all cattle. Right? And then he goes, these groups of people are in the Duat. They are in the, they're using this term as Egypt, Kemet. So they're in a place name, Kemet, and they exist in a place name, Desert. All right, and then it goes over a companion text that says transfiguration, the Saku, right? To you, the Chin, right? And then it says, it gives us that line again, the Awat, which is the cattle, which is also a collective, right? The cattle of Re. So the issue is that when this thing is an abstract, this thing called Kemet over here, well, no, it's not really in this particular case because this is just a place name, right? When we're dealing with the Black reality of this land, we know that these people are cattle worshipers. Cattle is very important to them, and more so important is because they identify themselves with cattle, right? So these are 2 examples of how this thing actually works. So, but when we go to Kemet, let's see if I have a good one with Kemet. Okay, let's go to see if I have here. All righty. So I've had problems with this that I need to bring to so-called Egyptologists, right? Okay, from the hymn to Sinwar set, that is where these examples are, all within the text. And here's the text at large where these things exist. This is the whole hymn. So it's sung, right? This is sung, right? And these are parts of it. But I want to pull out a couple of examples in this hymn, because this is the hymn that Diab was talking about. He had all these, he should have had all these cases. And if he had did this in UNESCO, there would be no argument. What Dr. Diab did was he only used this word right here, Kemet, and he said it meant the Negroes, right? But he was not wrong because it basically says this Kemet right here, that which is black. But what is black? The collective. What is the collective? The collective is people. That which is black, people, right? Now, how do we know that that's right? Well, in the translation, this Kemet, that which is black, the people, is translated into a collective, which is Egyptians. Now, there's a problem with this. There's two problems with this. This other line says, forget the N and F, right? Which is he has come. It says, Hekanef, he has ruled. This is the second F form that Smash has been talking about, which gives some type of a past tense. So he has ruled. Now we see the Kemet again, the same Kemet, that which is black, the people. But the translators translate this as the black land, right? Can't do that because Jonathan Winneman and others said that there is no land in this situation. Jonathan Winneman, who's the expert. And his explanation, he smiled and he says racism. But that which is black, the people, right? That which is black, the people, works really well. Those people are translated to the here to the Egyptians, but here as an era, the black land. Okay. So and then he says, okay, RDNF, he's given life. And then he says the Deseret. This is the D, the S, the R, the T, the Deseret, the glyph for the flamingo, red, and then then turn around, and then there's no indication that this even says land, right? This says the hill country, right? So this term right here, this determinative is really hill company. But in both these cases, they are talking about people, right? But then the translator, he makes a mistake. The meta-net is right. The translation is wrong because he is talking about the scribes are talking about people. So he has ruled that which is black people, right? And he has placed RDNF, and then he's talking about the Deseret and the valley, but he's talking about basically the people in here. And he has placed them in his midst or on his horns, because this is Ob F. So we see Ob F, and Ob can be horns. He's translating as midst. I hope everyone can see the problem that Egyptologists have, because anytime that they see Deseret, they apply a fake rule that Deseret must mean red land. And then they apply this to this. So they made this the major subject, the Deseret, instead of this, which is the people. In this text, they're talking about he has ruled the people, right? The black people, right? The collective herd of black people. And he has placed those inhabitants in the red land in its midst. So these people are favored. Third case is this one. So now we have the same N and F, right? He has come because they're singing, right? Then we have S Ankh, NF, right? So basically, S is a causative. This S right here is causative, given life, right? So he is given life, right? Now, they say now, they create another term, Egypt. So now this Kemet right here, ignoring the classifier, is made to become Egypt. Not the people, right? Not even the land, but the people, but talking about the state. We know that that's wrong. We know that that's wrong because if they wanted to say the state, the city, the town, or an estate, they would have used the Newitt sign, right? So how do we resolve these contradictions? Now over here in this text, there are some other words I want to point out. So this is Kemet, the people. This is Pot. Pot is the noble, that which is noble. What is noble? The people, right? The noble people. Pot is directly the noble people. Then it says Rekit, right? So Rekit or subjects. That which are subjects, the people.
Could that
Rekit. Yes.
could that be a word for also be used for humankind?
Which one?
Rati, was it Rati? RH.ty?
Okay. The
Rati?
problem with, yes, I'm listening. The problem with that is that Rekit seems to be people living in Kamehu who are not full citizens. They are subjects, right? So that which is subject, right? The people, right? And over here they give another people concept.
I see the throw stick.
Huh? Say what? Yeah, with the throw stick. So this is this group of people. Let me just make sure that I'm saying this right. But it looks like it's a foreign people, but it's the Awinet, the Winnu people.
Is that a tower?
No, that's what we that is a quiver.
A quiver.
These are bowmen. These are bowmen, right?
Okay. Oh, okay.
These are bowmen. And you know, there's a city of Awen or On that they say. These were bowmen. So this is it looks like a tower, but it's really a quiver of arrows. And then we have this one, which is nice, right? Which is basically Kedu, right? Which are children, right? So, and then we know that we're talking about people. So in all of these cases, they are talking about people, right? So this can't be right because this one right here can't be right as the black land because it has an A1B1 glyph with the Z2. This one is the Z2 glyph, right? So this can't be right. This one can't be right because it has the because now they're making this a noun, a place name. That can't. Now, when we go to Deseret, right? Nice, right? We're talking about certainly the valley, but we're talking about since this serves similar to like the Nuit glyph for foreign people, right? So this is like the Deseret, the people in this valley, right? Which are the red. This red Deseret means what it is. So we're not. I don't think that we're really talking about the red people because it doesn't have the people glyph. So we're talking. It seems to be talking about inhabitants in the Deseret. Now we get to this thing that Saul tries to argue about Ta, and then so this is Ta, this is basically Tawi, lands, and then we have the two tongues of land. So what is your thinking about what is your thinking now about the rules, Kemet, and the A1B1 glyph? If the A1B1 glyph and the Z2 is existing, are they talking about people?
I would have to say yes, of course.
Okay, great. And then if you have these determinatives, they're talking about land.
Land.
Right? And this is a valley. So we get into this problem about now it's easy to take this Kemet, right, and convert it to Egyptians, which they do over here. But converting it to the Greek Egyptians does nothing because Egyptians is a fake term. It's based on Greek interpretation in the Greek language. They're not Egyptians. So if they're not Egyptians, they can only be one thing, the Kemet. So this is the Kemet, just like this is the pot, just as like this is the Rakit, right? Just as this is the Winnet, just as this is the Kedu, which is the children. But why do they always take this word, Kemet, and they translate it automatically to Egyptians without paying attention or losing what Kemet means, which is that which is black. So we have these problems, and I've tried to so here's another example with a personal name. Okay, I haven't seen anybody with is black, right? Well, the name of this woman is right here. Let me see if I can blow it up. I should have put the glyphs there, so I'm glad I'm doing this so I could put the glyph, right? So the name of this person, this woman who is here, right, is the uniliteral K, the uniliteral M, right? Kim, and the S, the Darbolt, the Y, and the T. So her name is Kimset. Kimset. And Kimset, Kim is black, right? So, but they're not talking about a collective, right? So in this, but they're talking about a female. So they started with the adjective Kim and then sit. Sit is like the seated woman or the woman on the throne, right? Like a set, right? Like a set. So here is this seat, right? Which is pretty much like a seat, a throne, right? But they tell you who she is. And who is she? They said the voice offering to the Makit, the Makit. So we know we're talking about the respected, venerated
ancestor,
right? Who is female. You see the T?
Yep.
Right?
Yep, Bravo. Yep.
And then we have the rec, which is either the knower or the acquaintance, right? And then, yes?
I was gonna say that's a mouth, correct?
Yes, rec.
Okay. Rec.
Right? No, sorry, care. Sorry, I'm messing this up. Sorry, care. Care, right? Which is under, sorry, I apologize. Under, right? The Imaki under and Het Heru, right? Het Heru, which is the falcon in the glyph, Het Heru, who is Kimset, right? So now, when they say, well, I haven't seen anybody who's Kim, who's black. Well, we have Kimset, and she's darker. So let's just say that we can use darker or we can use black, right? and she happens to be it seems to be an Egyptianized Nubian, right? And her name is Kim Set. So the problem with the Egyptologists and all of this stuff like that, well, here we have an Egyptianized Nubian who's the wife of Mentuhotep, whose name Kim Set. That is problematic by them saying that Nubians can't be Kim because she's obviously a Nubian Egyptian. That Mentuhotep, all of his wives, there's a whole paper on that his wives seem to be Nubians, and Mentuhotep himself is darker,
Now,
right?
is she? A quick question, just to throw this out there. Now, is it possible that she may be this color, Kim, due to her on her way to becoming her Osiris?
No, only because only because we could see I think we could see living pictures of her, but usually if we they usually say when they are Makeru, you actually see lighter, right? That you've heard that formula that they are actually lighter. But in this case, she's more to what she looks like, and it seems like her name Kimset is an attribute of what she looks like.
So for sure.
Okay, so and there are different complexions in here, right? All these people are Kemet, right? But there are different complexions even in of people who are called Kemet, because why? Kemet is not just about skin color. It has much to do with their belief system, their ethnicity. Their ethnicity helps them to be Kim. So then we go to the famous family of the sixth dynasty of Pepi Ankh, right? And Pepi Ankh has a son called Hepi, Neon Pepi, Hepi, Kim, right? But he also has another son called Neon Pepi, right? Hepi, and he's the red, right? So he has two sons. One seems to be lighter, one seems to be darker. They name one of them darker, right? So here we contrast of not of the we see Deseret and we see Kim, but this is in the context of
Reggie, that was good. I had to come back to when I heard you say Egyptianized Nubian. I had to call my lunch short. I started stuffing stuff in my mouth. Because if you take away the false translation of Nubians as another people group, then we won't be able to argue Egyptianization. You know what I mean? I think a better terminology, but and here's another thing. Which one are we was talking about Kim Set? Her husband reunified Egypt coming up out of Thebes. So, you know, I think they should be argued as not Egyptianized Nubians, but just indigenous black people who was Egyptians.
No, I agree. And so I'm glad you came back in to make that point, because these people are how can I say, they have made this argument that only the darker skinned people are Nubians and the so-called Egyptian people are red, and that fails, right? So he unified the parts. So every one of them is a citizen of the land, different complexions, but she is the darker, right? She is the darker. And their argument, their usual fake argument, is that she's out of Egypt, right? As to try to make her not be a full citizen, but she's the wife of the king.
Right. I was going to ask that same question. Is there any other indications other than the skin color that would signify that she's quote unquote Nubian or of some slightly different ethnicity?
So look,
No.
it's nothing next to Maya Hepri in his whole text. It's nothing in Kim C name. They just made that Nubian thing up. Here we see
it
the
is.
language she wrote and spoke in was all what we call Egyptian today. But just because she has that dark hue, they don't want to say she was Egyptian. They want to say she's a Nubian.
And there's something else beautiful about this whole thing, this construction, when you're looking at the colors. So here's a Hotel di Nosud, and there's the Inpu, right? And then there's Tep F, right? Jew, right? The mountains, but we don't have to pronounce that. But yeah, but Tep F Jew, right? Well, in this case, they give
Tep Duef.
Duef,
On
right?
top of his mountain.
Right, on top of
All
his mountain,
praises to
Duef.
Anpu on top of his mountain. Yeah.
That's correct. But now, like Mayor Hepri, they give a darker complexion person, right? In the colors. So this is actually a really beautiful piece, and that all their color arguments fail, right? Because the artist is identifying, right? Now,
well, let me point something out. One of the best failing of their color arguments when we look at this text, even though we see the darkest hue, we see what they call the standard red, and then we see that light skin. The biggest light skinned woman on this screen is named Abet, and Abet is a well in the Sudan, deep far in the Sudan. Yet they calling that light skinned woman Abet. And normally when you got names like that, you either came from there, they ain't just calling her that for nothing. So she probably was a Southerner, so that Nubians is the black ones stuff is dead.
So quick question while I got you guys on here real quick, Reggie and Smash. So so why aren't we using, if we're going this, so I can't pronounce it, SM.W for the Upper Egypt area. And is that known as the Sej? Is that Sej sign the sign for the southern period? So that should be like, is that Thebes would be considered southern?
It's a little
right?
different than that plant. It may be representative of the same plant in a different part of the year, because the plant for the south seems to have blossoms on it. If you look really close, the four things that pop off the plant got little balls on the end.
At the top, yeah. But the one at the Sej had the little points at the top, right? Those.
Well, I got lost real quick.
It's the M26 glyph, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, but what's the word?
SM.W. It's supposed to be the name for Upper Egypt.
Oh no, that's right. Yeah, I got lost. Shema, you talking about Shema?
Shema.
Yeah, so that's how you Shema, Ta Shema'u.
Now, is the M26 glyph the first in spelling of that?
Nah, that glyph is gonna go look into the other plants, and you're gonna see that it ain't the same as the soup plant glyph in the Nisu word, but they probably are variations of each other. I was saying that's probably it when it's budding, and the soup plant is, that's probably a soup plant when it's budding, but I can't say it is or isn't.
Okay.
Best thing to do is use Gardner's book when you look up your Gardner codes, because he's gonna tell you the most information on what they is.
Okay.
Yeah. Sometimes there's another plant, the aloe plant, the aloe plant. But so Smash, what do you think about this exercise right here, which I am going to talk to Dr. Karakuni about? Okay.
Oh, that one she won't be prepared because I'm just systematic with everything. Winterman is her reader. So if you that's one UCLA camp. These dudes is tripping. You should have went to some East Coast scholars.
Well, this is a simple exercise.
No, I'm saying so she won't be. I mean, basically, she can read the glyphs. But Winterman is her reader. We might as well just go over her head. Not like that. No disrespect to her.
Well, no, I will. But this is the exercise. This is the exercise where it all falls apart, right?
Well,
Here,
but when you read it, does it fall apart? That's the whole point. Like when we read the whole text. All right, I don't want to take some of that off the screen because I don't want nobody to be like, "Oh, I read the." I don't want to see the translation on the screen. Can you get the translation? Like, can you make your slide bigger?
can I make this?
Huh?
You want me to take the translations
Oh,
off?
never mind. It don't matter if it's on the screen. All I want to do is see that text, and if we was to read this text to the right with everything that we was saying, stand up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, this is a part. This is not a good this is not a good translation. So let me see what's happening because so this was my exercise, right?
Well, yeah,
That
but can we make that the metal nature bigger so we can read through that?
can we make the medu nature
To the one that's to the right. I was thinking to that. Yeah, that one.
This one right
Or
here.
just stretch the photo out real quick so we can just read it real quick. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Here we go.
You don't have to do it permanently. Yeah, just for the momentarily. Appreciate
Let's see.
that.
Okay, so I have to delete all this other stuff here.
So Eddie K, this is again the grammatical category. First thing I used to learn on was trying to sound out the words and stuff. And I hope you could probably memorize that translation. That's maybe because it's in the way. I don't know how else to do it. I don't want to mess your slides up. Thank you.
No, I just won't save it I just won't.
Hold on. Okay. Yeah, okay. Oh, so we started from the upper right hand corner, right?
Right here.
Yeah, and I guess I'm glad he took that off. So you see them walking legs and then the reed leaf after, but we see another little something behind it. I don't think that's intended as a glyph. Then we see an N and an F, right? You see that N. So those feet on top of the N is just letting you know it's a determinant for the first word, which means to like come, right?
Right, here's come.
Put your mouse where we at so I can read.
Oh, Reggie is on the screen. So the word itty, put it on itty, the first word. I'm translating that first word as itty, and then we got an NF. So it says itty, NF, nin, something like that. So in the beginning, it's telling us he has come.
Okay.
But that don't say nin. See, now it says to them. Now, how do I know that ain't two N's forming an N? Because the bottom N got the plural strokes on it, and the N on top of it is dative. So that way it's saying he has come to them. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no, don't worry about it. Now what we got with the Chetef, I don't know that word. Maybe if you got the answers open, Reggie, you could check the words. I don't know. Like, what's that Chetef? Do you remember?
Well, I can't see.
Press Control Z, and then it'll pop back on the screen.
Yeah. Okay. So
there you go.
Okay. I see.
So what did it say? It says grasping. It means so. We was right. He has come to us. Remember, I said it's to them, but it was to us.
Let me get rid of all of this, and then I could play with.
Yeah, that way. We kind of don't want to see it. We don't want to read and have the answers there.
I'm gonna be able to
go back and forth. Yeah.
Cancel it. Yeah. So I just got to get rid of all of this stuff right here, and I hope I don't. So while you was doing this, you was saying, don't go through the middleman, right? The middleman, which is whatchamacallit. Yeah. Well. Okay. So. You wanted to say
let's read this for the good brother because I'm gonna give some examples of the things he's actually. So if we take, I'm closing my eyes, like I don't feel. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so yeah.
All right, so again, he has come. Now we figured out the word chat. You want to put it on the word chat so they can see it? You can probably make it bigger. How bigger can you make it?
I'm following now. I'm following now.
You can make it really bigger.
So okay, chat. So he has come, and now you see the F after the man with the stick, Eddie. So we know the word chat means to seize. Now we know that F means it's suffixed on there, so he seized. Now what did he seize? We know that next glyph after that is the glyph up top for land, right?
Yeah, I see two lands.
Yeah, and you see the determinative for canals and shit. So you know they talk about he seized the land. So he has come and seized. Because you ain't gotta say he every time when you
Now,
take it in
Smash,
your language. Go ahead.
this is the question that I just asked you. Remember I said about the M30 26 lift of sedge? That's the next
Yeah, that's
sign that
why I
I
said.
said.
Remember, yeah, that's why I said a question that you asked is about to be answered. So one thing I was pointing to that you see is different than the sedge because it got the two little things on like. So I got four things poking out, but those things have little balls on the edge of them. Notice now. Look at the suit plant and knee suit right here. On the second line. Second line at the. You see that suit plant? How you see the difference between the two?
I do.
One of them got little buds. It's like the plant is budding or the plant is not budding. Don't you see the difference?
Yep, I see it.
Do you see that, James, or anybody else see what we talking about?
One the M26 is budding, the plant.
Yeah, and the one maybe M25. That's normally how it'll be listed right before it. You could look that up. Maybe that's not the one budding. But if we kept on continuing to reading, he has come to us because we got this dative in. And you know what? I'm about to screenshot this if you don't mind, Reggie.
I think I could have given you the
but no, I'm gonna do it right now. Hold on.
What happened?
Just keep it. You just go put it back. Whatever you did. You did something else.
This is my example to Kalkuni to show how Egyptologists.
Well, I want to give you another point for this, and this is what I'm trying to illustrate by reading. All right, I'm about to share my screen now. Hopefully, we could. We can see it. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, so that would be okay. So
yeah, because then we could do the we could use the colors and follow everything.
I'm gonna stop sharing and I'm gonna put everything back.
Now, peep game and James, if you, I ain't no pressure, but if you feel like participating, at least peep how knowing these grammar forms is working. Since we're starting at this top upper right, the first word we identify was itty. Now, if somebody want to look this up in the dictionary, you look for the I, the T, and the I. It'll probably mean to come. It could mean to go to, but shim is to go. So, I mean, this is like to come. But this is part of the word. So those legs let us know, again, the category or the classifier. That means to come. Now, this is in the sense of direction. This is sejum NF, so this is not in the sense of direction. This is kind of saying has. Now, if this is he, we got he has come. This is a dative end, so this one doesn't mean the same as this one in the way that we know the difference is this end is not in the same construct as this first one. This is called this. Yo, hold on. Let me see something. Oh, I thought YouTube wasn't hearing us. This is called the sejum NF form. Why they call it sejum NF? Sejum just represents a generic verb. But notice coming is a verb. I mean, like, I don't have to say pause or none of that dumb shit, but that's a verb too, right? And so, NF.
Sejum is to hear.
Yeah,
so
sejum is to hear, but iti is to come. That's what I just meant. But sejum was a generic verb that they use for the grammatical tense. So whenever you see a verb, an N and an F, they call that the sejum NF form. This is what we have here. So now we know that it is past and it is active, right? Yeah, so he has come. And now this second N is dative. So it's in the sense of direction to, and then this one right here is them. I'm going to take it out the green. This is us. The N when you see the three strokes under it.
Okay, yeah.
Again, next, this was to grasp, right?
Then the T.
Chet F. So he grasped. So we wouldn't say he has come to us. He grasped the land of what? So now what we have right here, well, this is how I want to show. But real quick though, let's look at the grammar. So we got a noun, right? Because it's land, and then we got another one. This is Shema next to it. So you could say Ta Shema, but that wouldn't work because I think this is Ta, land of Upper Egypt. If you feel what I'm saying, the reason why is because land is one, and then remember if we got two nouns together, the second one owns the first one. So if the second one owned the first one, then this is land that belongs to this one over here, Shamu. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
so when we read the translation, it's probably gonna say land of Tashamau. And then who wanna come in with this glyph? That's it looked like a
Reggie,
jar, but I'm not making that glyph next. Who making that one next?
Okay, so that the meta nature of it is Kanum, right? Kanum N, right? So Kanum M, right?
Also Kanum, and that's the phonetic compliment on him.
Okay.
Why they put Kanum right there?
Kanun means to kind of open, to create, to join.
Oh, okay. So they using this as a word, Kanum.
And then they spelled it out, K-N-M.
And there go the purpose role. So I should have knew that they wanted us to think of that as a word. So then what we got next?
The join, and then we have the curb.
No, before that.
Is that the scepter?
Right, the scepter after the Kanun,
But y'all left off the N, and then that word.
Yeah, I said I see the N.
So I thought I said Kanun N.
So what's the transliteration for the scepter? Cat.
What's that?
Sakem, no, sakat. Is it sakat? What are you gonna see, Reggie, when you look at the transliteration for that?
Oh, that's they say sakat,
right? Oh, they say met.
Yeah.
How can they say that when it's like ket as the final sound? Keti. It actually say keti. No, that's the double crown, bro. Saketi.
Right.
Sakemti.
Yeah.
Okay, Sakemti. That's we can see it right there. And so now, for all the people that's looking, this is the double crown right here, the word for it, and then we see the determinative after it. So all I did was look at the classifier like all of us did. I mean, that's what they intend for us to do.
And then there's just two strokes.
Yep. So I didn't intend to start. Here you go. I didn't intend to start reading it in the meta. That's just like he has come and he sees the land of upper Shemau. I don't want to say upper upper Egypt. I'm speaking English. And then what did he do right here though? And opened. You saying?
Joined. Well, see, we always got to check so
you got the translation. I'm just looking at this screen. You can look on your computer and cheat. So help us out.
So the Kanunan seems to be joined, and then you have what you just said, the Saketi, which is the double crown.
Oh, so he adjoined of the double crown. Okay, adjoining of. Joining for joining of the double crowns. Now we got is this M tap F upon his head?
So the translation says, but we always have to check it. In this one, we definitely have to check. So he has come grasping the land, right? You was right about that, of Upper Egypt, right? Of Upper Egypt. The double ground, then it's another clause. The double crown.
Wait. Before after Upper Egypt, what do they say right there?
I just read it.
Oh, you said there's another clause? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yes. Then they do this other clause.
Oh, another clause, like another group of words. Okay, keep going. Okay.
The double crown has joined his head.
Okay, so they said his head. I was correct. So that word is to join. Now the verb is going to be in the beginning. So the double crown. They use this as a has. So they saying that this is some type of a sejm NF. And Chris did say they could do that with a noun. This is a sejm NF with a nominal suffix. I mean, it ain't suffix, but it's this. We know that this is the double crown. So it's not a suffix pronoun like this in the beginning after this N. Anyway, on his head. Okay. So now we got uniting next. Sama.
Well, we have a Sama in F. So
so he has united. Thank you. So whenever we do that NF, if y'all hear us say it's a sejm NF form, you got to think past and active. So I think the translation should say he has united. If this first verb is to unite, this is letting us know how to read it. He has united. Now, what did he unite? I know Eddie can answer that.
The two lands.
Yup.
Uh-huh.
So I'm about to put that in a different color. You know what I be liking when I look back at my computer at the end of these shows and all the colors is on all the glyphs. Then I'll be like, damn, we really just went through that whole text like a real class or some shit. So what are these two things? Just the two determinatives for the two lands then, correct? So who wants to tackle this right here? With the B kind of giving it away. Well, I don't want to say nothing. Who want to tackle this next turn?
Oh, we
Is
mean
that
in front of the B, there's an ob.
Mm-hmm. But I didn't want to give it all away, but go ahead.
Okay,
well,
no.
actually, okay.
Go ahead, Eric.
I
You
see.
just say it. Well,
Is that
whoever.
is that under that little underarm? Is that an M underneath the M? And then I see the N, and then I see
Wait,
the F.
wait. Where you see it, M? We start
Okay, I
at
see
the last color that you're saying. Now go next.
Oh, okay. I don't know that first sign right there.
Who wanna stab at that one? Did you say Abu, Reggie?
It says
Ob.
ob X, right? It's I got dirt on my screen. Ob X
Abek.
in it.
Abek.
Yes.
Okay, so let's show people where that's at. Right. So this is the AB, and here go the B phonetic complement. Right. And then this is the KH. Abek. I don't know this word. So what does this mean?
Which word?
This word.
Now they use the word abek is to merge.
So Abek. And now look, this is in that. Y'all see an N and an F after it?
N F.
Whenever you see an N and an F after, you got to know that that's what we identified as Sejm NF form. So that means, again, that it's going to be in the past and it's going to be active. So it's going to be he has merged, right?
And what had...
And so we're going to see what he has merged. We kind of know already, but this say suit. And now look at that suit in, and then you see a bitty, right? So how would you read that? Would you read that suit in bitty, or how would you read that? Well, let me show people what I mean. I left off so people can see. We solved the NF, so we noticed the Sejm NF form. Now we dealing with this suit after it. We got a suit plant and a T, but we got an N behind it. How should we look at this N?
And
huh? Now think about it. Think about it. You got an N next to the suit.
Okay, so Naset.
It could possibly be that. Whenever you got that, you should entertain if that makes some sense, because it could be the N from Nisut being transposed. So if they say the king of Upper and Lower Egypt in the translation next, we know that this is Nisut Bidi. I don't see this being any other way. I think this
they're taking it apart.
Yeah.
So they're not talking about the king because they're merging the...
Okay, suit. So they're calling this the suit, the south then.
Imagine a suit
with the north.
Because it's merging. Smart. It's merging the suit with the bit. So we know what the suit is, and we know what the bit. We could say the north and the south, but it doesn't say that. It just simply says the suit and the bit. So he has merged.
So how did they translate it?
Suit.
No, how did they translate it?
Oh, they merged the read with the B.
They said the read with the B? That's fine, but they messing that up. You know why? Because the suit represents the south and the B represents the north, because all of them marshes and shit. There wasn't no bees in the south. It was hella desertous. Where was they going to? So really they trying to say the upper and lower, but if they just tell people the read and the B, Chris, feel free to hit the link if you ever want to. We just chilling.
Yeah, they're doing it literally.
Yeah, but they're telling people he merged the two lands. So this is what I'm trying to say. This is another text to show that I thought, like I always thought, brother, two lands ain't the upper and the lower.
Exactly.
The two lands might be the interior and the exterior. It might be the black and the red. Because if he already stated that he united the two lands, why is he going on to do this shit with the suit and the biddy? Or are they saying it again?
They might be saying it again in a poetic way. This is a song.
All right, well, here's the best part about this song, and this is what I want to point out, and I would like to get Chris's commentary on this. In my study of the Meta Nature, hold on, man, dog just busted in. Hold on. Study, it's my alarm dog. Somebody hit my office door. He just hit the bark. Well, look, in my study of the mental nature, and probably in mine ain't that extensive, it's limited, but I'm gonna tell you this: ancient Egyptians do not, and I'm gonna stand on this until it get debunked. Well, it's not happening now. It starts happening down here. So let's start reading. Let's read till we get to that point before I make that statement. So we just got another thing we should be familiar with now, and I was showing James, I need you to chime in here. Because remember the other day when we was looking at this Sejm NF form with the Haka NF right here that we got? He has ruled. Remember that other artist put an A behind it because he had the space. And I was saying, look, he didn't really have to put that A there because he could have spelled the word Haka without even putting the A, as we see a rendition of there here. Haka NF Kemet. He has ruled Kemet. Now, first of all, ain't nothing in this whole shit. Well, I gotta take it back. I gotta take that back all the way. So I should say it better. So he has ruled Kemet right here with the people glyph. Now, now all the little simpletons and even the expert said he had not seen no rendition of what he described. Now, let me make this hella bigger for all of the people. Because he told you, I'm going to do this with two colors. He told us this. And what I'm going to do is use this other color to omit things that wasn't in what he said. So I'm omitting that. I'm omitting this. And I'm omitting this. What he said was, if they wanted to talk about a black person, now let's be clear, we know this don't mean Egyptian, so you really ain't got no other options. Now, if he wanted this to be a black person, we just see this. In the same video before that, what did he say? He said, let me press Control Z. He said if they wanted to form an abstract, they add a feminine T, right? What forming an abstract do is takes this verb from one category. If this was him to becoming black, it would make it into one who is becoming black. So we see a T there. Now, no one who knows the grammar or not could argue that adding another gender or adding gender and adding number changes the definition of the word. So therefore, if he already told us that this would mean, if they wanted to say black man, you see the Kim glyph and a man, this don't alter nothing what he said. And I'm not going to translate this as Egyptians, because that's worse than saying black people. You forcing more on this translation by saying Egyptians, because if we got in a time machine and you said tried to look for it, they wouldn't know what you're talking about. But if you got in a time machine and you pointed to the color black, if you didn't know how to say Kim, they would know what you're talking about.
Oh, you explained a lot. You explained a lot. I was just gonna say real quick. You explained a lot for me just right there, real quick, Smash. Because that feminine T, the bread loaf, I was pronouncing that as the T, the ta, and I was just simply replacing the in that with the from the N23 determinative as that's
not correct though. They wouldn't tell
exactly.
You, they
Exactly.
Okay.
He said that which is black. That was his formula.
Exactly. So, and look at this. Reggie's talking about this part. This part means that which is black. And this is the classifier to let you know what he was talking about. Just like he did with the cattle. Like, I don't get it. So now let's read it that way. He has ruled that which is black. What is which is black? How about that? He has ruled that which is black, and it got two people right there.
So he has ruled the black people.
So would that be the sacred black people, or just what do you think?
Well, I would go with Reggie on that. I would be able to argue at any university that it was the sacred black people. Yes, I would argue that. I can show you how that argument is formed. But let's
Yes,
try
sir.
to get through this text real quick if you don't mind, and then we could revisit that. Reggie could just tell you because they named themselves after the black herd of cattle that they thought was sacred. And then no one can argue that this is an impossibility because the Hebrew people who running shit today, the Jews, said that in their story they was the divine people. And they said they came out of Egypt and they was lightweight in Egypt. So that what they got an original story. So they basically heard that divine people shit somewhere and we found out where.
Killing it.
Killing.
Is that G Lacan in the building?
Yes,
Yeah, I'm
sir.
back on
Yes,
the
sir. I'm
scene,
listening. I'm
Smash.
learning. I'm learning. I'm listening. How you doing, boss?
Okay, yeah, I forgot I wasn't even at the steering wheel. I was just in the chat. So if anybody didn't get let in, I don't think James was here. So now we got, so I said the name of this forum hella times and we got clues to give it away. So anybody who wants to say what the name of this forum that we haven't identified what it says is, what's the name of this forum right here?
Sejum NF.
Thank you. So then what we know before we decipher this, I'm gonna say the first word is a verb we know because we identified the Sejum NF form. We also know it's past and it's active. Help me, Chris, in the chat if I mess it up. Now it's past and it's active. So if the first verb is to give, you gotta make it past and active. So try what that say.
Well, I looks like raw to me. Am I tripping?
Ra mean erdi, my bad. Erdi means to give. That ain't really Ra. It look like Ra, but you're gonna start when you see that and then you don't see the sun behind it, it probably ain't Ra. It's probably erdi, which means to give. Now you know the verb, you know the grammar, so you know how to use that word give. He has given possibly. What does the translation say, Reggie? He has given?
Right on.
And so then what's this next word that we hit? I'm gonna guess since you said I'm right on. You
You don't
got
have
me
to
juiced.
guess. How are you gonna guess?
That's because they is this his
I don't know.
hand? Is this his
What
yeah?
is that?
That's a D. That's
So
a
that's his
hand.
hand.
It is,
So
okay, that's a
what people in the audience should know is what we just did was some scholars translate this hand different. So that's what now I can see Jeshurek. Hella easy, right? But at first I was stopping at their hand. So we got Jeshurek. So he has ruled that which is black with some people right there. And he has given. Now you can't even say this is the funny part.
Wow. So look, so now we're saying that there's black people in the red land.
Oh, no, because he started a new clause right here. So I'm gonna show you where it starts.
Because I'm reading it as he has ruled the black people of the red land.
If I say he walked to the park and he went to the store, you know, a new clause started when I said it and he went to the store. So you wouldn't be thinking that was just one thing. You feel
Well, yeah, how could you say that? Because he has ruled the black land, then he says RDNF.
Yeah,
now
this is a new clause started. He has given.
Okay.
So so this is something I should say about the Sejum NF form. That verb is at the beginning of a new sentence or a new clause, basically.
Okay.
It's not gonna be in the middle like it looked like it's in the middle. Because notice we said. Well, go ahead.
I was going to say RDNF that he's saying. Normally we would say he has given, but in this case they're saying he has placed.
Oh, they say place works too. Because they took the word to give. There's certain things that you could change give for, like let, place, but it's all going to be about allowing in some type of a sense. So yeah, they say he has placed. Now Jeshurek. So this is red so far, and then see in this word, guess what we actually see? Land. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So if it was people over here, then we'll be like, look, he did that. Man, why is this so hard for people to see?
Hold on.
Oh, well, maybe they don't know, so maybe we ain't explaining it good enough. So look, this is the word for red, right? This is the determinative for red. Now, this is the category. So it's two determinatives here. The second one is the category of the word red. So we are qualified to say red land here. Because we look, all right, I keep doing stuff unsystematically. The determinatives, when I'm explaining this, should all be in the same color. So this will help people. Let me show you. I'm just going to put the determinatives in the same color so people can see what I mean. This word right here means black. If you say it means Egyptians, you have to look at the time period of this text. That could be true at a later time period. No, I'm sorry. No, I'm just so tripping. That's the word.
There's never any Egyptians, so
I knew Reggie was finna get you.
I feel you, but
Word.
what about when the Greeks took over? Then there was some Egyptians, but that wasn't a real. That ain't Egypt. Then I mean, that's Egypt. That's not Kemet.
Well, when the Greeks took over, it was Egyptos. It wasn't Egypt.
Okay, yeah.
Land was called Egyptos.
So in the Greek, I'm so unsystematic. Golly.
You're the master.
Yeah, you supposed to be putting blue in there.
Yeah, exactly. I just was doing it backwards. So people can see what we got in the blue of concerning these terms, the black land and the red land. Right now we got.
So that's the red land?
Well, real quick. They say this is the black land and the red land, but we about to use our logic to see how they doing that. This one got people. This is the classifier in green, and that's the classifier for that word in green. The classifier is known as the determinative. It helps you determine what category, not the meaning of the word, but what category the word that preceded is in.
But Smash, so check this out. If that's why I say it's black people in the red land, because if, like you said, if we starting the sentence off, with I know, but let me just ask the question. Are we starting the sentence off with Deseret?
No. This sentence is starting off with this RDNF that I hadn't colored yet. The second part of it is starting with the RDNF. If you want to call that the second clause, fine.
Right there. Okay.
But think about this. If you say he has ruled, I'm gonna just do it the dictionary way. He has ruled Egyptians. Ain't that the end of that sentence or statement or whatever?
Yes.
He has. That's what I'm saying. He has let. So now you start the new sentence. He has let Jesheret. Now this ain't people. This is the red land. He has let the red land do what? Let me make it small.
Well, it's actually the river valley, or the hill country. It's actually the hill country. So it's the red hill country. The red
this
valley.
don't make it worse. Because this say M-I-U-F, even though I don't see the U. M-I-F, on his horns? Oh, hell no, this shit hella stupid.
But they translate that in its midst.
No, that don't say in its midst.
But it's basically saying that he has ruled the that which is black, the people, and he has placed the Deseret.
And I mean, I'm not mad at that. That works. It's
Deseret,
yeah, that's fine. In his midst, on his horn. It literally say like in his horns, on by way of his, So yeah, in his midst, that's fine.
Saying he kicked the Deseret's butt, right? He put them in subjugation, right? He put them on his.
I think you did say that.
But the problem is this translator, Smash, he doesn't translate the Kemet with the people glyph. He says, he follows the fake formula. He says that it's the red land.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hold on. It is the red land.
No, he has ruled the black land. He makes that. He
messed that up. Yeah. I mean, he gonna call it black land, but he ain't gonna call it black people. See, it got people there.
Exactly. So that's the beautiful thing is the era. He's gonna call it the black land. So he's going to accept the adjective, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then he's gonna mess up the land and put the people in it.
Let's ask everybody what they see here. Like, you don't need to know meta nature. They didn't want you to be a genius. They just want you to figure it out. This right here, I'm talking about the ancient Egyptians. If you think you see land right here, or do you see a man and a woman?
You gotta be a damn idiot.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I got a ski soap in the Sahara that I'm selling tickets to. If you think that those two people glyphs means land.
For real.
We need to pull some 5-year-olds in on this. You know what I'm saying? Just to make them look dumb. Cause I asked the baby, is that some people? What does that look like? Right?
So he has ruled the dark people. He has ruled the dark people.
I mean,
the sacred black people.
Well, the word is most appropriately translated as black. And from the PhD, he said that which is black. So let's trip off this. He has ruled that which is black, and then we got the category of what which is black. Like, there's no way around this.
People, for sure.
I'm just gonna say he has ruled that which is black, and,
That is
and
true.
let him
Yeah,
look at
I
the
see it
people,
now.
and let him look at the people, and he has let, or what did you say? He has placed.
Yeah, he has placed.
Jeshurun are the red. Now, if you want to say he has placed that which is red land, that don't make no sense. So he has placed the red land on. To me, I say on his horns because it looked like I said that literally, but I accept what the scholars say for M-Ob-F at the end of here. This determinative
What that
is
mean?
a horn.
Smash.
This is
But
a horn.
smash.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right. I bet, but Smash, if we actually try to make a nuanced translation, they are because they started with people, right? This Deseret, they're talking about inhabitants of the hill.
Well, I want to be 100% clear on Reggie was saying, but when I started analyzing it, the text starts off talking about lands and shit, right?
No, it was talking about lands, but that third sentence starts talking about people.
Yeah, you're right. They're gonna start talking about bodies
So
of
hold
people.
on, Reggie. You saying your contention is that they're talking about some black people that was in the red land?
No,
that's what I just said.
Yeah, because see, that's what King. I don't know who that is that was trying to agree with.
No,
so I was trying to make sure that wasn't what you were saying.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not listening to that because he's breaking the rule. There's a new clause. There's a new clause.
It is, and there's something else to know. Go ahead, Reggie.
No, I'm just saying that I am not. So why don't King J, do that translation that you're trying to say it means. Go ahead. Read what you think it says.
He has ruled over the black. Yeah, ruled over.
He has ruled. Don't add the over. He has ruled.
He has ruled black. I see the feminine, the abstract to make it the
abstract.
The abstract. Yep, with the T, the black people.
Now you normally, let's be clear. Even
what does
if
three-stroke mean?
You don't say the determinative. So even if we was ancient Egyptian, we would have said Haka NF Kemet. And we would have knew in that instance Kemet is people. Because you see, so yeah, you can keep going. If you vocalize it, you might say Ramech Kemet. Because how you see a determinative in vocalization.
Exactly.
Okay. And we're seeing those three strokes are going to mean plurality, as in more than one person.
That's a collective.
But the construction of this is called a feminine singular collective.
Okay.
Right? Because Kemet is feminine, right? And it's talking about what Smash exercises, they're talking about persons and then people, but this is collective of persons, male and female, right? So that which is black people, right? So he has ruled that which is black people, and then the RDNF starts a whole new clause.
Yeah, it does.
Okay. That's where I was getting confused at.
So look. Go ahead.
No, I was going to ask. So what are we saying that yellow means? That conjunction, right there.
He has allowed. He has let. He has placed. Right. He has placed the red land. Now we got a land here. So whenever we see that, we qualify because they got hills and mountains right here. That's what they're talking about.
Look like a crown.
Well, yeah, that's because the artist who drew it sloppy.
It's really like kasut, right?
Yeah,
Cassette, right? Right. Okay. So it's really the valley.
But here's the game cats got to peep when they start getting down to the next lines. They will continue talking about some land here, it appears. But who wants to break down
hold on,
James?
Smash. Hold on, Smash. So what I thought it was a crown. Can you read what Just read that part, like
That
at the
is
end of it.
that
What is
means
that?
land. What you think? That's
The land of what?
now that is
Red land.
just the
What
word. The
comes after
word
land?
that is in front of it. It is telling us the category of this word that's in blue. So the word in blue
This
is
is red.
Jesheret, and then we see the flamingo that let us know red, and then this a red what? Red land. So even when we
And then
read this one,
what's after that?
Kemet is black.
Am,
Okay,
am I pseudo to say Deseret is as desert?
nah,
Is
that
that
ain't
a pseudo?
pseudo.
Okay.
That's where the word might have came from. Might have.
So what are the words after that? After the land glyph, and when you start with that M
That's
going
an
to the
M.
end of that line?
Whenever you see M as a preposition, it normally means in. So that's
Okay.
but now in his horns don't make sense to me. Now I could translate this hella different ways, and people really won't like it. But Abuev, well they can see that the one reason we know is Abu symbol and all that type of stuff, but we don't want to throw that off. So let's just go with they are clear within his horns, and they might know something about a prepositional phrase that occurs when you put ob in a dictionary, right? And that's the type of things Chris be knowing. I'm not familiar with all the prepositional phrases, but I can break it down nevertheless from having an understanding of what the possibilities are. So what Reggie said is definitely what the scholars put is definitely a possibility. But you got to start at the literal, which would be like in horns his. So what is in his horns? Now we're gonna go on his horns because you can't put nothing in a horn. You probably put it on a horn. Then we see what type of idiom this is from the ancient Egyptian perspective, and they would figure it out and be like, "Oh, it mean what did they say it meant, Reggie?"
Mitch, because the
In his
reason why
midst,
you're doing
yeah.
it, because it's just not
Miss?
ob. Wait, the ob has a classifier, which is a road papyrus.
Hold on.
So that
I thought you meant this classifier above it.
that would change. Yeah. So yeah. So
That's
no.
a bullhorn above that.
Right. But that's his. Okay. So before that, you have M, and you have ob.
Yeah.
M
That's
ob,
M.
And the F
and
is
then
over here. Yeah.
classifier, two classifiers,
Right
a
here.
bull's horn and a papyrus roll. So that changes it from just, I think, horns.
Yeah, okay, because they want you to think about something abstract. Even though they put the horn, they put if they want you to just think horn, they wouldn't have put the papyrus roll, is what Reggie is saying.
Or they
So
would put
they're
this.
telling me to think more abstractly about but I would never have got in his midst. But whatever, that's fine. We can continue.
So how does that read together though with the land of the red lands? And then you go, how would you say in its midst? How would
I
that
wouldn't
sentence
even
read?
say that. I mean, I would try to figure out what on his horns mean. I would look at hella more M-ob-Fs, and if I could have to conclude what the scholars concluded, so be it. But I think Africans don't necessarily know what we be saying, Joe. That's what I'm saying.
Read that sentence in your way you want to read it, Smash.
So he has ruled that which is black, and then you see what is black. He has ruled that which is black, and he has allowed, let, or placed. Now, why I ain't saying that which is red? Because we really got them telling us, and I don't know. Okay, I'll be fair. That which is red, we know is the land. The only reason why I'm avoiding this one, because y'all dumb. Not y'all listening. I'm saying because the cats who don't want us to say that this say people.
Oh, they're saying land. How? Yeah, you're right.
Exactly.
Man.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's crazy as hell.
I gotta say land over here. So I won't. What I'm gonna say, he has let that which is red and not show y'all he talking about the land.
Yeah. So speak it.
All right, forget it then. He has ruled that which is black, and them is people, right? That's what I'm saying. And
Black
he has
people.
let. Now I want to give him more. I mean, after we talk about this, he has let the red land, or he has placed the red land upon in his midst. I'm going with the scholars.
In the midst?
I'm going with the scholars, but I'm gonna just say
Okay.
on his horns, and I don't know what that means, so they must have figured out what that means. But now let's go back to this and trip off that. What we got? Or we can, no, we don't have to. We did that one already, so let's continue, maybe. We got we got to behold next, basically. So if we get this in the beginning of a sentence, even though you see this NF after it, there's no mech NF construction. Is there?
I don't think
Well,
so.
well, I bet you this sentence ain't starting like he has seen or he has looked. Is it?
Okay, so let me help you out. You see this the first part that says E and F, right? This follows that E and F follows all the way down. They just didn't
Oh,
put
so
it
you
there.
saying all of these got ENFs?
Yeah. All of it has ENF.
Well,
So
that's fine, but yeah, because all it's
yes,
saying he has come. Does it have NF to us?
yeah, it's come.
He has
All of
come
them.
to us. All of them got. He has come to us.
Right.
What do you mean? Where are you saying that at?
At
Yeah,
the
the
top, he made me go back to the
it's
top.
come to us.
Y'all see this portion that ain't
Yeah,
repeated?
where the N and the F is
Yeah,
is
he's
being
saying that
consistent.
all of
It's
these
being
is down there.
consistent almost all the way down that
That's
line.
good to
That's
know.
what
So all of them start with "he has come," but that's not messing up this next construct we talking about because that
But
don't
why
even
they took
appear,
that off though? Why
that
they
don't
ain't
even
show?
appear to be
Take it
right,
off.
Reggie, because it shouldn't be. A mech is a beginning of something.
But it
Right.
makes sense though. But I wonder why they took
Let
it
me
off.
ask you: in the translation of this line, Reggie, does it say "look" or "behold"?
What it says is
After "in his midst" or "on his horns," does it say "look" or "behold"?
this form is this mech. This mech has a determinative with the man with
I know,
the
I see it, but I see mech NF, and I think that's
that
hella
word,
weird.
that mech means protected.
All right, so this was a verb then. I mean, protected. I mean, so this is a mech NF then. It's not behold. So he has protected.
Yes.
He is protected.
Y'all see
The
see
two
it,
lands?
yeah, there
Two
you go.
lands.
There you go. Look. I
Two
love
lands.
when
The
new
two
people
lands.
get it right. He got that right. So he has protected the two lands, and that's going to determinatives to let us know that they talking about irrigated lands, which are artificial things that man makes irrigation. So now what's the next term? Who want to knock it down? Reggie, I know you're going to say it, so don't say it.
I see the S.
You gotta bring it down. I can't
Hold on,
see.
Eddie doing good. Hold on. You see the S, right? Now what
See the
you
mouth.
see? You see the mouth. What's the mouth?
Does it mean
That's
to
the
speak?
R.
Now what's
That's
this?
R.
I think that's the Q.
Oh, try again.
No.
Try again.
Is that a nose?
You close, but try again.
Hold
You
on.
ain't really close, but you close though. I know how you thinking because you thinking about the shapes and stuff. So try again. Well. Ain't that a G?
Pants?
Wouldn't that
Yeah.
be a G?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
It's a G?
Yep.
Yes.
See, I said Q, didn't
now we don't know no words for gur, huh? Well, I messed that up. So we
Well,
gotta
no.
know that a lot of times we only look for 3 consonants, but I think somebody said something about a causative S. So this S is a prefix. So that
Yes.
boy, we gotta keep going. That word is sagur. So the root is gur, G-R-H. Yep. Now gur would mean something like night or wait, which one? Night or silence? Well, we got different determinatives for it right here.
This case is abstract again. So
Okay, and it's abstract. Yep, I keep forgetting that. So let me think about it. That arm look weird. That's an arm?
It's palmed.
Look like a snake.
That look like a chicken arm or something.
So
Yeah, but
what does it mean, Reggie?
It's calmed.
Calm, like calm down?
Yeah, like calm. Yeah.
So this is causing one to become calm. So he has calmed. Yeah, that's right. CALMED. He has.
And then
now let me show y'all something.
And we see that NF
This
again.
might not be this. Yep, this the he has. Notice how I keep saying he has, and this is the calm. But now this last word is. I'm glad we encountering this in this text. And I don't expect everybody to know this word. But let's think about it. I'm about to break something. Yeah, you're right. No, not 2 canals, but you're close. But these are 2 canals letting you know what category these words are in. But think about this. Later in history, they stopped kind of using this and it started being a determinative, and we be encountering this determinative. And even in what's his name video, TKM, where he said they didn't put the land, remember? So it started being something for land that we could find in later periods under these two lands, but right now it's saying something else. It's talking about the East Bank and the West Bank of the Nile. So I
Now,
think
see, I'm reading it. I see, I already read it. I know it. So I'm gonna let you know that Smash knows his shit, right?
Right on.
So what do it say? What do it say?
So he calmed his riverbanks.
Oh yeah, they so the two banks. So what are the, how do they transliterate it? I was forgetting it. Is it IDB? IDEB?
Yeah,
What is it?
IDB,
Yeah, IDEB. And there's two of them. So whenever you see two, you put the we. So we know this is Thai. So what we say for this? Because we see two of them.
Wait, Tawi.
That's why we be saying Tawi. See, so when people say this shit ain't transliterated, they gotta demonstrate it the way that we're just for fun demonstrating it now. You know,
How you transliterate he has? Well, well, how will you pronounce that?
NF.
The N and the snake.
Just an N and an F with dots. You connect them with dots.
So the one on the bottom is N.
Oh, you see other ones. So, all right, now you starting to cook. He's looking at ones we ain't got to yet. Figure one out then. Go ahead. All right, you could probably, now I said enough for anybody watching this show to be able to figure this one out. So I'm not even gonna do that. And this is where it's gonna start getting critical. This the term. Remember, I put this green line over here because I was trying to speak about this term long ago, but we just took like an hour and a half for the teaching purposes to go through that part, or maybe an hour. Now I'm not gonna do this one because if I'm telling y'all brains, we all got the same brain. I'm not no special shit, so I know that y'all can figure this one out. And I'm not talking to Reggie because I know you already know it. So think about the things that we've already said about the glyphs that you can identify. We just was talking about one of them that Eddie pointed out.
Well, I would say that it would be Sa'unk, but I'm not sure if I ain't.
You 100% correct.
Yeah,
but we got to know the
grammar
grammar of that.
NF.
Yep, you got that right. Now what? All right, what's the grammar for?
Let me see it again.
Yeah, that's where
you took it off the screen. I can't see it right. Smash.
Reggie can answer
No,
that.
you just said it. Say it again. What did you just say and say?
Who, me?
Yeah, you just said it.
I said Sa'unk NF.
So what's the grammar for?
I know that the last part.
Sajam NF. That's what I'm saying. You just said Sa'unk NF because you're just saying another verb. But in order for us to understand what it's called grammatically, we always go back to Sajam, which only means to hear. We just using a generic verb to identify this grammatical class. You see what I'm saying? So if you say that this is a Sajam NF, then you know how to state it. Now remember when Eddie was up here.
So hold on, but you saying that you said the NF mean he has, right?
Yep, exactly. But you got to address, you know the word Ankh already, right?
Yeah, that represents life.
So then Eddie has said up here that I see an S. They're going to say
that's what
S.
I said, Sa'unk.
And
I don't know what that means.
It's causative. It's a prefix. If you know the root word and you see an S in front of it, it's always going to be causative. If you know the root, the root word is Ankh.
Yeah.
And you see something in front of it is an S, so that means to cause whatever the root word is.
Okay, so
that's what causative means.
To cause life.
Okay, now he has what? He has.
So you reading it?
He has caused the life, but don't that sound like weird English?
Giving life.
But this ain't to really give it. It's the difference because they would say Erdi if you want to give. This is causative, like you made it happen, but you didn't necessarily have to do it. You made it happen, though. You see what I'm saying? You caused it to be possible, but you didn't have to like. So that's how the causative sense is kind of used. So let's think about it. Now, this is why it gets sticky, because if we investigate Sa'unk, if we just go, I could go right to the TLA right now while we're talking. And
that'd be great if you did that.
All right, and I'm gonna prove everything I'm saying. Look. First, I want to close this email.
We can't see it right now, Smash. Just to let you know.
I don't think y'all, because I have my email still open. Y'all see it now, the TLA?
No.
No, we don't see it.
We still see that other screen.
Oh, shoot. Christopher Wizards I wasn't looking at the
Oh,
screen.
it's two Christopher Withers in there. Oh, he was trying to get in for a while?
Yeah, he in now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you gotta have that little participant screen up too when you
How
hold
do I
it.
move it back to you, Smash?
Oh, yeah, I can take it back. My bad. Yeah. Thank you. I
Reggie,
appreciate it.
I didn't lock Christopher out, and I didn't even see it.
Oh, I think, do I got it back now? Did you give it back? Yeah, I got it.
Yeah,
back.
yeah. Reggie's still the host right now.
Oh, he is? I thought it said me.
Okay, so let me find you.
Oh,
Smash.
Reggie the host. Hold on, reclaim host.
Okay, so where you at, Smash? Okay, Smash. And
I
then-
just
Okay, now
reclaimed
Reggie,
it.
now
I just
Smash
reclaimed it.
got the host. Okay, so
Peace. Okay, so I'm gonna try to share the screen again. How much I mess up, Chris?
Yo, peace. Yeah, I caught some of it. I mean, everything was pretty much dead on. I still have some differences of opinion about that line where
Oh, the
where
blacks,
Deseret was at,
yeah.
and Clement was at. Yeah.
I would like to talk about that. But this part, I want you to hear my argument on this. And my point is, when we come in here and we go, maybe it'll pop up. Sa'ank. Maybe they want me to hyphen it, but let's see.
Yes.
Let's see. It's popping right up. Bow. So that because y'all see it's red, so y'all know y'all loaded. Y'all in for what I already seen. It wouldn't be red if I ain't clicked it and did my homework already, right? So what I'm trying to say is when we go over these 293 attestations of these, you show me one time where he sa'anked something that ain't alive. You don't sa'ank the dirt. You don't sa'ank the black silk. You sa'ank things that are living. Now watch this, because it means to make, live, or to perpetuate, or to nourish. So the fact that we got them with sa'ank right there, they can never say that, look, I have provided for the lowly. The first time it was used, sa'ank in. Was he talking about the dirt? No. So they got to show us not just kemet, but the words in conjunction with kemet being used in the ways that they're trying to say. What's the second one? But Mehu has written down his instructions to look over them in this letter that I have brought to me. In this one, they're using it either for instructions or look over to provide for, right? But this is Mehu, these are humans. They ain't gonna sa'ank, and no, they never use sa'ank for the ground or nothing. Fighter Horus, who is above the Saheju part of the sky, who animates Ra daily. I think they're using that for animating Ra. Look, because he's bringing life to Ra. So that'll probably be the closest one you get. But Ra, you can say, well, Ra the sun, but he ain't the damn ground. They bringing life to Ra the nature. And you ain't going to find them like animating, sa'anking a building or anything. Horus has quickened you in the name of what you call it. The quickening is their translation of sa'ank in this one. But Horus has quickened you in your name. They really saying has in living, in case anybody, look, it's right here, so I don't want nobody to be clear. None of this happens to the ground or the dirt, but when it comes to this black people, one day gonna say, well, he see Ankh and Kemet are Egyptians, so they won't say he's Sa'ank in Egypt. They'll say he's Sa'ank in, look, that he may quicken you. Here we talking about Pepi. He will anoint himself with the best oil and the clothes and the best linen. Which one? Oh, gives life. All right. Sit on that which gives life to Ma'at. Even though Ma'at is not a real entity, it's an entity and not an inanimate object or whatever, or a mineral or anything. Now, we could keep going, but do y'all kind of see what it's kind of getting at? When they use the Sa'ank thing, they talking about people or groups of people or entities that take the effigy of people or what have you.
Yes, sir.
So why is it going to stop when we start analyzing this? Because they translate that as you have Sa'ank, the black land, remember? Find one in here that, I know it's other places to look. I never want people to think that when I'm doing this in the TLA, that it's completely exhaustive. But it's closer than just any other channel. Shit. Like, you got to do footwork to find things that are outside of these text corpuses. Do y'all either see one that's talking about anything that ain't all right, I got it from there by flooding the water, launching the ships, and supplying the troop. Sa'ank Taj. So that's the supply. is to allow them to let them live. See, I let the troops live, but people ain't feeling that. Because that would take it back to African American vernacular English. The way when you let somebody live, you hooking them up with some supply. But or letting them do something. But whatever. I'm taking it too far. Well, my only point is, let's see if, since they mentioned alabaster, let's see if they sa'ank the alabaster. Sa'ank, what is this? To give. So they said, I have brought life, or I have caused life and given to what? In accordance to a command with what? The residents. Well, I hope we get my point, right? They don't sa'ank things that ain't living too much. I mean, are intended to have a heartbeat and stuff, you know. And so when we go look back at the text, they say sa'ank enough. He has. So I don't want to say no word like in living, but that's one of the best words. How do you say he has cause to live? And you know what I'm saying? He has brought life to. I mean, this is not really saying he brought life to. It's so
manifested.
Yeah, nourished works good here.
Nourished.
Yeah,
and that's even better because now we got let's this like I did with Jonathan Winterman, but this is the worst case because I said let's rule out people for a minute, but you can't analyze this one and not rule out people. I mean, you can't do that. You'd be being dishonest to the research because we haven't confirmed that this category is people. So now we got to look and be rhythmic. I mean, like fair and algorithmic to what categories of people is this concerning. You know what I'm saying?
So hold on. So they're saying he has nourished black people.
No, not marriage, but the one
nourished, like
nourished. Yeah. Well, no, they're not saying that. What they say, to be fair to it, is he has enlivened Egyptians, right, Reggie? Do it say enlivened? I know they translate. I mean, we just seen it in the TLA. Reggie might be gone for a minute, but nourished is good. They might say nourished. Now they say Egyptians. At this point in time, that word didn't exist in history.
Nah, man, that ain't working.
But they might not be trying to be so rigid there, and they might be just trying to say they're referring to some people who occupy a region, but then they would be having to say that their region is called black. And there's nothing to indicate that that's what this person who wrote this was talking about. As he would have put an 049. So he wrote the word black, and then he wrote people after that. As a category, not as a word. As a category for what we should think about this. Now, if black was a place, then you could try to force this into Egyptians. But he didn't put an 049. He put
that looks unequivocal.
People. Exactly.
So Smash, there's never an instance where Southerners were in that word, like you said, were replaced for Negro, right? Negro and Southerner were in a the Nehesi, right? Nehesi were known as Southerners, right?
Yes, sir. Okay.
So is there any instance where we could use that interchangeably with the word Egypt? I mean, are you saying what I'm saying? Like, could that have been Negro for the Southerner? You know.
Well, I don't really think it works. The white people did that and they lived off that for about 75 years or something.
Right.
But once we learn and we get this deep into it, it should not ever be referenced that Nehesi are a Nubian. Nubians just like saying Egypt. Like later, in a later period, they knew about Noop, but they wasn't doing EUs and shit. So, I mean, I would think that one ain't cool, basically. But I mean, I don't want to overanalyze that. What we got next? Anybody? I mean, do y'all think this word stop right here, or do it include this R? Anybody want to answer that besides the experts in the chat? I think this is the whole word because I ain't one of the experts here. So I think I'm going to guess to say this is What? Kasir? What would Kasir be? Kasir NF. So we see the reason. I'm gonna show y'all how I'm figuring this out. I don't know this term, right? But everybody watching can see we didn't identify so many Sedgwick NFs that all of us here, no matter what level, because this is the N and this is the F, what comes before that is normally a verb. So now I'm thinking, okay, I identified this as a Sedgwick NF, I think. So now I know that this R ain't a preposition. This is one word and this is the determinative. So they let me know the category for this word. And so now y'all can help me out, but I think kasir? What is kasir?
Yeah, kasir.
Kasir
It means to
NF?
like depart. It can also mean to drive out or to yeah, like depart, be departed, depart out.
So that if Chris told us it means to depart, who want to use the Sedgwick NF form to show how we should read this part?
He has departed.
There you go. Reggie, you one of my teachers. I'm not talking to you. I get juiced when the people.
what it means.
Well, I get a thrill when people just watch my show and don't study no place else but here, but they accomplish some shit like that. That made me feel cool. So I'll be like,
He has
yeah.
departed.
I already know you know that shit. You here to help me help them.
Yes, dispelled. They're
Oh,
using
dispelled? Okay, pushed out. That's what Chris kind of said. Yeah, dispelled. That's just another way to say
Yeah, all that works.
push out.
Dispel,
Yeah.
depart, drive out.
Okay.
So now this one might trick some of us. Reggie got the answers, so I'm just gonna try it since I don't got the answer. But I know how to read it, but I know how it's gonna fool me right now. I'm gonna show people.
Definitely gonna start with an N.
I'm gonna show people what I'm saying. So I think I'm gonna figure this out, but so no, it don't. It start with this S. So this word sin. So this is sinu. It's sinu, but now let me show you what I got to deal with. I think I got that right, but if some could say shinu, is this sinu or shinu?
Shinu.
Shinu. So I should have put an H. I mean, yeah. So shinu. Now I know it's a bad word, and I think it might have something to do with it or her. So I know it's a bad. When I say a bad word,
it.
Or I said it or her, right?
Yep.
Yeah. It or her. Yeah. So I think it's probably gonna be it. But so something about this this word that the category is not really fresh. I mean, when you use this, it'd be like not positive things. So what would we think shinu mean? I don't even know the root. I can't even tell you. So I'm at the end of my knowledge. What you got the answer, Reggie or Chris?
Troubles means something like trouble or woes.
Oh yeah, I knew it's troubles. So it has dispelled its troubles. Yeah, that's right. So
what's
hold on.
here? Christopher Wizards is not the regular person.
Oh, but we got more to talk about with the grammar. Because some who want to argue that this is Egypt, they just seen it get referred back to a pronoun it.
It's called a resumptive pronoun.
Yeah. And so they're going to say, well, it qualifies them in translating this as Egypt because it just got called it.
But why isn't it upper or lower Egypt?
Huh?
So why isn't it so like we saw earlier when they mentioned upper Egypt, it was as we saw the sedge plant that represented the south. And
it really don't say Egypt at all, remember?
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying.
But if they was trying to, let's just say if they was trying to say that this wasn't people, not even Egypt, you don't really refer to people as it, do you?
No.
But how often is quote unquote Egypt used without the 049 glyph?
About a handful. I mean, that was a trick question because you said Egypt used without the 049 glyph. You mean I know you meant Kemet.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And a series of times. Because I think you mean not with the 049 but with the people. Because sometimes you can just have Kemet by itself, and then you really got to figure out what it means. And or it might be with a papyrus roll where it could be either or of those, or just mean completion or something else. But one thing this text is really good for that the reason why we chose this one because they're talking about different categories of people here. So they're going to translate this. Listen, let me see. Hold on. I don't even want to guess. Y'all know, I know who know what I'm looking for. So let me see. Well, obviously, I think that's another phenomenon because the only the only term referred back to in this way is this one. But am I wrong? Because they don't call none of these other people it's. You see what I mean? Now I'm not. I know this argument, and I'm not the harsh interpretation of that as it. That I mean, you know, it could go further than it, but I've never seen an S used to say them. If you put the N after it, then we could try to work that out, right? So would it be I could do what Jonathan Winterman and say, oh well, the N is omitted.
Right. Now, what I was going to say is that if this is late Egyptian, then sometimes you can substitute those with that sin. You can just make it. It's just one general set.
So there you have it. But it has to come out of somewhere, though. You feel me? I mean, like I would just argue, like Jonathan Winterman argued with me, that he said a reed leaf and a uchik was omitted from Kemet, and that sometimes we could just see Kemet u. That's further than just saying that this isn't an it, this is a sin at the end, and it's still saying them, and it's just early. We finding it earlier in the text because they're talking about people all throughout this text. Every time he sa'ank something, it's people. So here go another sa'ank. If people see it again, sa'ank nf, he has enlivened or he has nourished. Now, is this a country too?
That's pot. Or something like that.
And those are dignitaries. And they're not limited to dignitaries of any type of ancient Egyptian type. For instance, Taharka was with the pot. I said it plenty of times. Dignitaries of Taseti when he got called to the throne. And he said, I was amongst the pot. And he put these people there like this. And so that's just like some bosses. But I think it's correctly called dignitaries or something like that.
So would that be put off in our language or something?
Mankind.
Yeah. Or regular people could be pot?
No, nobles. Nobles.
I think they could be both, but they normally are. Well, in the case of Taharka, that's an instance of them being the esteemed class. We could pull that up too. But I do know what Chris is saying to be true because I remember seeing it as just regular people too. Like people on the earth. But watch this. Are y'all seeing the TLA right now? I hope I'm saying that right.
Yeah, too.
And while you're doing that, do we know what dynasty this text is from? That we were looking at?
I think it's the 12.
Okay.
It's Set.
Senro Set is the 12. It's one of the first occurrences of Kemet. Then why ain't finding
Oh yeah, well
pot?
this is classic Middle Egyptian then. Yeah, it's 12th
why,
dynasty.
why ain't finding pot?
I think you're spelling pot wrong.
Tell me how to do
try
it.
Let me just see.
I tried a capital A and a lowercase a.
Try PA dot.
Dot T. Dot T. Let me see.
All right,
I mean, come on, dog. I do that every time, but I don't be tripping. Now look. First of all, this ain't got no rank to it. The people, humankind, and the patriots. In here. But if we pull it up in the dictionary, we will see an expanded semantic range of that term. There you go. I was about to say, I ain't never like that wrong.
Yeah.
So they
Noble
upper class,
dignitary.
like they like some bosses. That's what I first said. But I only said bosses because Taharka bragged about being amongst them. So I'm like, no, they must have been somebody. Shit. But so now he said
those are people right there.
Exactly.
Right?
So, but this was
so hold on though. So when we go up one line, that's all you got to do is just slide on up where you missed out on coloring that one in. And I mean, I'm not really finna be playing around at this point.
I know, man.
You know what I'm saying?
And we're gonna continue.
You see what I'm saying?
Look, we're gonna continue in these.
Yeah, I'm just
people.
not finna do that after that.
But what's things? Hold on. Did I leave? No, I didn't leave. This part of the Riccati?
Oh man.
No.
Leave that out. Just started with the R, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, just started. Now this is people too. So now here, what they're really saying is the upper class and the lower class, but because the Ricketti is like common normal subjects, right?
Yeah.
If they say if they got this one like the pot as the bosses and the regular people. So right here, the blacks, the upper class and the lower class. But see, they don't want that. And we got to get an explanation grammatically for this S at the end. Man, I'm going to beat that S up right now.
Do you know what you're reading? Do y'all know what you're reading?
All right, help us, Reggie.
Yeah. For people who do not know what we're reading the case that Diop used in UNESCO. Diop, what he did, Dr. Diop did not do, which would have gave him a total win, was read the phrases. He only read the word, and so they was able to play with him. But what Smash and Chris and all of you are reading is the exact case that Dr. Shekhar Diop argued in UNESCO, right? The hymn to Sinwar said. So
and you're saying if he would have went all the way down, that would have been more devastating.
It would have been devastating because he would have gotten rid of the black land BS, right? He would have showed that it was a feminine singular collective, right? He would have been able to show that. He would have been able to show that they were talking about black people, not by just the glyph, but by the usage of all the other collective nouns that dealt with people. The Rikit, right? He would have been able to talk about that, and then also put land and riverbanks in its context, right? Unfortunately, he did not read the whole line. This may not have been published. It might have been obscure. It was always in hieratic, right? So for Shekhar Diop to even source the A1B1 glyph, fine. He just didn't have the full, he just didn't fully translate the hieratic into the Medu Neter to make his case. If he had, we wouldn't be arguing with these slow gases.
Well, first, I need y'all to see something. This is what me and Chris talking about. I think I just lost it. Let me try. I can't refresh. Look, so y'all see the S, but it got the 3 strokes. If we would have seen 3 strokes, it would say they, them, or their. And he says sometimes it's interchangeable, but that's later. And since we in classic Middle Egyptian, it's going to be hard to posit that S as anything but her or its. But I think in this dictionary, I think they have more to it than that. So I'm trying to go find it. Because why would they say it if they talk about people?
Right. It would have to be, if we can see the original, maybe there's some strokes there that they left out. Very possible.
I know, right? That's why we have to study this hieratic, because the original isn't it hieratic?
I have the hieratic.
You got the hieratic of that
shit.
sentence? Oh, okay. There you go, Reggie.
He came right with it. That was beautiful.
All right, now we can test our hieratic skills.
Let me go find it for you. Let's see. Oh.
See, got you, Chris. Look. That's with 1 S. So this later Egyptian, hold on, they're doing this backwards though.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they ain't even got no S on it. I'm just trying to find these S's translated as they or them. Look, so now this is cold because this is close to the term that we're looking at. It ain't Sa'ant, but it's that they be given life. This is Dion. So we about to come across it. But you know they're using this S in this instance to say they.
It's they.
So I'm saying, why can't be they in the instance of what we looking at?
It can be. I was going to say, it can be, though. Very well, it can be.
Oh, word up.
So but as a stickler, we would like to see it And,
we know we have to see it because we can't
have to see
as
it
we
to
leave ourselves
be able to
open
validate.
a body blow. Somebody be like, "Well, actually, in the hieratic," and you just be like, "Holy shit, I should have looked."
No. See, we did the homework, so let me just try to pull it up. I'm waiting. So what I'm giving you is, you know how long it took me to it's not
All right, while you looking for it and loading it, let's do this next word. Did we ever
not
get
even
this?
not even loading. So
All right.
they know we talking about it, so it's not even loaded yet. It's not even loading, saying the Etna site where it is refused to connect, but I have it. Let's just try it
So
again.
he's just gonna keep setting in up and stuff this whole story, huh? I'm just trying to look at the grammar tenses for people. Nobody messed that up. But Hetty, what is Hetty after that? It's just because you don't know a word. I don't know a lot of words in English.
Hetty.
Yeah, you see that
word.
I don't know that
what
word.
is that head? That like a giraffe head?
But that's gonna
I
tell
know
you
one
what it
meaning of
means.
it can
So
be
if you
throat, but I don't think it means that here though. But one meaning of Hetty means throat or neck.
But this one got a giraffe, so it might mean neck, yo.
And then the word seher can mean to grab or to
grab somebody by the
I know
neck.
that one. Well, hold
I
on,
put it
though.
together. He grabbed
I said
somebody
the
by the
wrong
neck.
word, Chris. That ain't secare. That's Serek.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
That's
that's
correct.
Serek, yeah.
We got dyslexia in the glyphs.
Yeah,
You're right.
I know it be happening. I do it sometimes. And that's a different Q at the end too. So
That's cute. That's
I'd
the
have
K
to
dot.
look that up. Yeah. Oh, you said K dot now. You just messed up.
Wait a minute.
Hold
Okay,
on.
wait a minute. That's a papyrus roll.
Have y'all
right
heard
there?
Kendrick Lamar?
Yeah, but hold on. That's a
You ain't
papyrus
feeling
roll
that,
before
huh?
the
All right,
NF.
go ahead. Papyrus
Is
roll
that-
with.
Before the NF right there. I'm just trying to make sure because I thought that
Yeah,
was
that's
one
a
of them.
papyrus roll.
Hold on, I thought it was the D again. You know what I'm saying? It kind of threw me off.
You can do that, but you know at least what they be messing up. So that's good to know.
Yeah. I was like, is that a D? Or...
But all I wanted to point out is, look, if we say this is Egypt, we just qualified that this S doesn't have to be translated as it, but it's going to be. What did they say in your book, Reggie? It or them?
Yeah, which one for where read?
For he has enlivened or nourished Egyptians.
Okay. So wait, here's
you messing that up, man.
No, I'm talking about in the book. I'm telling them what to look for in the book. And I ain't gonna say black people in the book.
I ain't even feeling that no more.
Oh,
I'm starting to get like Reggie.
Oh, wait, he is given the noble's life, he is giving breath to the throats of the
right
people.
before that. This is
no,
the
Reggie,
noble.
that's the one above.
Yeah, above that.
Oh, above that one? Oh, he is giving Egypt life.
Yeah.
So they called this Egypt. See, they doing worse. They didn't even use none of the plural. I mean, they try to say Egyptians.
They inconsistent. That's why I want to bring this up to Karakuni, right? I want to show how they mess up avoiding the adjective.
So what the rest say?
It says he is giving Egypt fake life. He has dispelled her woes.
So see, now you heard what they say? They said her.
Yep.
So
Her.
basically they translated this S as a her, which would refer back to it kind of like an it, calling it a feminine location and still not letting us out of that conundrum. They just want to make it easier.
America's seen as a feminine.
Yep, they just want to make it easier to say it. I mean, not make it easier. They felt it was more appropriate. But I still think that this could be a sin.
This sucks. They
yeah, it's very possible, but classic Middle Egyptian normally didn't abbreviate it like that. But I agree with you saying that you can't substitute the folded cloth sometimes for sin, but in classic Middle Egyptian, you normally don't say that a lot.
It's hard to find,
Yeah. My bad, Reggie. Go ahead. So sorry about that.
No, it wasn't giving me, my system is timing out on, okay, so here, okay, so help me.
Nah. I still ain't working for my logic. I feel you, and I'm not disagreeing with what you said, Chris. But my logic is saying when they started Sa'anking things, what I said hasn't been trumped. They don't Sa'ank lands and shit. Like they don't say this and then put like he has brought back Kim He has Sa'ank Kim Unless we find instances of that, that's another conflict that they would have to rectify. Every time we see following Sa'ank, it be humans. And here's an an instance of it right here.
Okay.
Yeah, but what they would say is that those humans are those inhabitants of the land of Egypt.
Yep.
That's what they would say.
Also, he's bringing. So they're going to argue like Winterman did that this is a commit to you. This is going to be a commit to you, huh?
Yep. I'm telling you, that's exactly what they're going to say. They're going to say, "Oh, but those are the inhabitants, the people of that city."
Yeah, we got to be prepared for that argument. So that meant when he tried that on me with the Kimmel text, he's going to be saying that they omitted. Well, we would just this would be figuratively the way he was reading. This would be Kemet. Ooh, where's the read leaf? And then he's gonna say it's omitted because it's implied. Blah blah blah. Blah. Well, actually, they could argue that the single man was the read leaf if they wanted to.
Can I give you the hieratic?
All right. Oh
yeah. Yeah, that's it, Reg. Absolutely, I see that.
All righty. Good. Reggie's useful. I like it when I'm useful. Okay.
Man, this is one of them long ass shows. So just for anybody watching, I'm gonna re-upload all the videos I've been showing, but
here we go.
In their own thing. Here we go, yeah.
Okay, so now let's go find it. So now we gotta go and find the area. So I don't think it's this one. I think it's here. I think it's this one. Yeah, I think it's this one. Let's see if I can blow it up. Yeah. So one thing is a song, right? So if it's not this one, we gotta either find the Howie or the He Has Come. So let's just check.
But I just was saying something that damn near was looking like it. Go back to that one.
Go back to
the last one.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Can we blow that up?
Yeah. This is about as big as it's going to get.
Okay.
But what I can do is I could put it in the chat and maybe you can have more.
Well, what is this called?
What?
What is this text called?
The Hampton Sinwar set.
I'm gonna help you out. Do me a favor. Type go to your computer address bar.
Yes.
Type AWOL.
Just what?
AWOL and then put Egypt.
AWOL in Egypt in my Google.
Yeah, right there. And just put Egypt. And then click enter. Hopefully. Are we waiting for it to come back with something? Oh, there we go. Hold on. I think that's it. The second one, not animal welfare. Scroll down a little bit. All right, I'll do it. I'm sorry. And then I'll just share my screen because you just getting some different results. I want to just show you something where we can look at it. Ancient World Online. And I thought it was going to take you there. So, you said Sinroset? Oh, yeah, definitely. And you said the songs? So let me show you what I was trying to share. Right? So you can feel what I'm trying to do. Now, if you type AWL, I got it bookmarked on my page. So this is just taking us to a collection of works that got all that broken down for us. And then if we go right here, Sinroset again. Yeah, here we go. Was that his first hymn, second hymn, or you know what I'm saying? I'll just start with the first one. But now we're looking at Moeller's work, or who is that, Molière? I don't know how to say it. But then we can, you see what I mean? We could do it like this, and we won't have to, we could see if what they said was the S or not, or I hope y'all know what I'm talking about now.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm seeing exactly what's going on.
So I just gotta. You think that's useful?
We seen that right there. Remember you explained that with the two. But maybe I'm not sure.
Well, I was I did. I was going through this with his work. So now, like, we could go back. Right, first thing I could use is this. What words we looking for Kemet, right? So I can just type KMT and search it like that and see if this the text. So this ain't the first one, basically. That's just the speed way to do it. And it won't betray you, really, unless the text ain't searchable. Just watch me find it hella quick. If I put F and then go KM. I know he run those words together without a transliteration dot. So here go one of them, but this is a Kemet. Now we trying to find the Kemet so we can see. This is it, because there go that Mac word. Remember? No, but we didn't see nothing about the compress, right? But look, there go that Kemet with the people right there, and that's on this sentence. But we trying to get to the one with the line with the S, right? I mean, with the S at the back.
But hold on, look like it's something omitted at the end right there. You see that how it's scratched out?
Yeah, he's saying this is how it looks, and this is what it is, what it would be in the Meta Nature. But this, I think we're a line or two too high. We're a line or two too high. They're going to pot right there. Oh, shit, this is it. We found it. So here go the pot, and they're going to come at above. So pot is in this line right here at the beginning. So it's the line above this we want to analyze. Now, it look like stuff is changing already. See how this be happening? Tell me I ain't crazy. Wait a minute. I must not be at the right part of the text. You know why? Because
there's Kim again.
The thing is, this is the line number 5 that we're about to start analyzing. He started with a pot. So what does it say on your text? Is it pot M? Yep, Shrek. I remember we was just reading this. Wait, what does your text say, Reggie? It ain't pot. What does it say after the pot word? Pat.
Give me a second.
Is it Pat M? Shakir? I thought we was just toiling over this word, Chris.
Yeah, it was sector.
Yeah.
Cert NF.
So it says NF, but this don't
Well,
say
hold on. I didn't
NF.
see nothing with no walking legs like that.
Yeah, and this is Cert Ek. This isn't Cert NF. All right, so this we might be close, but we might not be on
This ain't the ones, man, because them 3 for me, whatever that is right there, that wasn't in there.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I think it's below this, but there's
so it's gonna come one more time. It might be on the next, on the final one. There goes something with the 2 lands, M. Patty, we didn't read none of this today.
Why don't you just search in Surek or SRK?
I found I did both of the Kemet words, and it wasn't at none of the Kemets. So this is the last one. Wait, we looked over 2. This number 3, and then I'm gonna just search it quick with the word Kemet. So that should just solve everything. But it'd be so fun to look through the glyphs. Sometimes I'll just be liking to look, bro. So this word, they say this word ain't even in this one. Let me try KM. Maybe this one ain't searchable. I'm gonna go up, go down.
And you didn't put a dot. You didn't try a dot T.
Yeah, but he don't. This Moeller, he don't. Different transliteration schemes. He don't do it like that. Like he just putting KMT straight. He does do that, but notice when we come to Kemet, what he do. See, that's because this paper was hella short too, probably. When he come to Kemet, he just put KMT. So I'm just following his thing. This is the 4th one. If this don't work, I'm sorry that took up our time. But why shouldn't it? See, here we go, right here. I came straight to it. Look, Hakat NF, Kemet RDF. This the one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there go the first Kemet. So this is representative of a people. We should know that. And if we keep coming across that. Now let's see what fell off the next sentence. There go that Jezeret M. Here go his horns, IMF. Here go line 4. Now look, we could try before we look. Before we look, I don't even see an S at the end of line 4. This S is way.
That's the Debwe. That's
yep.
Those are your Debwe glyphs.
Oh, so that is line 5 then?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit further
so
down.
We need to go line 5.
That's it.
Yeah, they're gonna Mac NF that y'all was talking about. They're gonna 2 lands. Mm-hmm. So they go. We never worked that out. Cigar NF. So it's gonna be line 5. All right. It is just an S at the end. Look. See how you be having to see?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just the S at the end.
But it's broken up though. I mean, you know, I'm just
how
saying.
You know?
I'm looking at the top. It wouldn't have been. It wouldn't have been. You don't see how the top is broken up? Or do you see the whole S?
I don't know what, I don't know if you can know.
Where's
if
a
it's
line
broke.
right here? That's
I
You
see
can see where
that.
it's cut.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, but it ain't at the bottom though. It's just an S, y'all. Ain't no need to force nothing. Now let's look at what he doing. So this don't mean that these ain't people. It just means that that got referred to with an it, and we gotta understand that. Now they say it looks just like this. Look.
Yeah.
All right, this was a long ass 7-hour stream. I'm gonna re-upload all this stuff, but I'm gonna go sit down and watch TV or something.
Word.
It's 'cause
All
I've
right,
been
peace,
out.
everybody.
Let everybody do know, because Smash had cut me off because you know
Oh,
he
my bad.
the point. But the most important point is that if we can do it now, and we can argue the case now to any Egyptologist, right? Their failure to be consistent. One minute they use Egypt, the other one they use Egyptians, right? And then they use black land, right? Instead of black people. So they kept the black in the that doesn't give you translations. That one right there.
But
Does it give
how
you
did they had to know they was wrong for saying black land when they seen people though? I don't know.
Yeah, because what they did was they used the formula when they saw the Deseret.
They
They
should have
saw
said people of the black land.
right, but what they did was they saw the formula is anytime that you see Deseret and Kemet, that means they make Deseret the subject, right? And so Deseret, if you see Deseret land, then what you're going to do is say Kemet becomes black land because Deseret is red land. And that is something that you have to know to trap to say, no, let me see it in the primaries, right? And or I don't want to see your hocus pocus. I want to see the primaries. If I don't see any if I see the people glyphs, right?
10
then they're talking
Egyptologists.
about people. But what they do is they play these tricks, and I just want to see what Karakuni says about that, because they kept the black, but then they did not look at the class.
Well, I'm pretty sure she's been talking to Winterman, and she probably ain't, because she came out and said what she said. Now she's going to have to retract it or something. So, but I'm going to end this Zoom by sharing this video. So I'm not about to close it down instantly. It's a 10-minute video. If y'all want to watch it, feel free to watch it. But at the end of this, I'm just going to close down the show.
What do you say about she's been talking to Winterman?
She has to because she's his boss.
Okay, so on this, so that how can I say that won't help.
I don't know if what I'm saying is true. By the way, y'all just listening to YouTube. They work together, and she's got more tenure.
Yeah, So exactly, but the question, the issue that I'm going to do is just simply why aren't they being consistent and why are they ignoring the classifiers, right? And where is your primary source for black land? So the last time she was on, she gave us a source to go read Bard's Encyclopedia of Archaeology of Ancient Egypt.
No
she didn't
have no source, basically.
Right, and then she gave us a book to read, which I got the book, right? I got the book and see what it says. There's no primary source.
And then I could beat that argument up, but I don't want to mess it up. Go ahead. Daniela Canderola laid out a good argument in that book, but I noticed something about what she said.
Right, okay, but I actually have what she says. I don't think that she laid out a good argument. She just talked about the fertile alluvial soil, and then she sourced that to somewhere else, which was Bard, but she never made any evidence of her point.
Well, her point was that they need to reinvestigate Kemet because it's inconsistent. She didn't say what it meant, but she just was saying that at least we know it's inconsistent. Well, y'all, I'm getting so nasally clogged up that I'm about to get off. I'm about to go take some medicine. I'm going to holler. I'm going to play this video. I'll holler at y'all. Thanks for making it a good show.
Peace.
10 Egyptologists who say the Egyptians were black.
A hierarchy of race like that developed by Morton, Knott, and Glidden, and still deployed today by white supremacists, cannot be sustained if not one but two great black civilizations arose in Africa at the dawn of history. It is therefore entirely appropriate and even necessary to confront constructions of race for Nubia and Egypt in the recent past and acknowledge both civilizations as African and black.
So did you face any of that type of backlash or harsh feedback from your stance on ancient Egypt?
So yes, but interestingly, I haven't received any harsh feedback from Egyptologists. When I go around and I give talks on this subject, the Egyptologists who've been in the audience of my talks are very receptive, and they think that this is really important work and that I need to keep forging ahead with it. But I have gotten negative feedback, especially over email from Egyptians. So it's an interesting conundrum where there are some Egyptians who will tell me, I mean, these are people I don't know who are just like finding out how to contact me and send me an email and say, what you're doing is wrong. The ancient Egyptian culture was not a black culture. Modern Egyptians are not black people. What you're doing is dangerous. You need to stop saying this, which of course, I'm not going to stop saying this. And I try to explain what my work is about. And I also try to explain, you see, our perspective in America on what black is different from a lot of the rest of the world. And so I try to explain our American context of that word. But yeah, I've definitely gotten some harsh feedback.
First off, the Egyptians, of course, were African, and we have evidence from Herodotus and other sources that Africans tended to be black, that they were a range of colors that would constitute black today, and they were actually, the Greek words that are used for them is black.
Now, don't misunderstand me. I am not saying that the ancient Egyptians were not black, as we Americans perceive it. They were. The way we define black, with mixed race one drop rule, the way we define black as a positive thing, the Egyptians were black.
So you're suggesting maybe these people migrated north?
Yes, or their culture did, and them. Really east to the Nile Valley, east and north.
East and north.
Yeah,
I see. So today in Egypt, the archaeologists often refer to, and I've been there, to connections between ancient Egyptian culture and the Sumerian culture and the Crete culture and the Persian culture. Yet when you visit Egypt, especially around Aswan in the southern part of the Nile, you see mostly black people.
Yes, yeah, and we know from the anthropological evidence that the people just predating the dynastic civilization in the Nabta Playa region were black African people.
I can sympathize with the impulse to sort of to be very strident, to be very argumentative, to be very certain, to act very certain about the blackness of the ancient Egyptians, because for the longest time, the very longest time, there was this prevailing idea that black is Africa and Africa is less than, right? That no matter what happens, no matter how you cast it, anytime you fall on the wrong side of that dividing line between black and not black, even not between black and white, whatever's coming from that black side is going to be less than. And it took people being willing to challenge that orthodoxy, and sometimes in a very ill-informed way, right? Sometimes, it just took people coming up and going, I feel like this, and so I'm going to say it and make it right. And it turns out they actually were in some ways, right? Because now we can look at Egypt and say the ancient Egyptians are an African civilization. These are people that, by and large, we probably would have looked at and thought, oh, these are Black people.
When it comes to the 25th dynasty, a lot of people are going to commonly call them the Black Pharaohs. You see it online, you know, there's books written titled that, so on and so forth. Do you feel like that distinction has to be made? And how I ask that is, I've noticed online a lot of people don't seem to think that for some reason you could be Black and be Egyptian. And I've always kind of disagreed with that, because I feel like even though the ancients weren't colorblind per se, I feel that you could be Black and be Egyptian. Would you say that is correct?
Yes, I think so. For instance, as I told you before, this kind of, for instance, of Nubian warriors that were settled in Egypt. At some time, they were living a perfectly Egyptian life, and they collaborated with the Egyptians and so on. I don't know if you have in mind, for instance, it's the representation of people carrying a Colossus statue. There are rows of people, of young people, young soldiers, something like that. And you find Nubians, Egyptians, Libyans, and so on. There was this kind of idea that the local rulers rule, in fact, over say, multicultural society, probably in which the military component was quite important. Military contingents made Nubians of people from Asia, from Libya, and so on. So I think it was perfectly normal that these people, they were Black, so they married Egyptians, or inversely, Nubian women, they married Egyptians, and so on. I think there is some evidence, for instance, in the documents of the New Kingdom, of this kind of, I don't know, of marriage between people from different geographical or cultural or ethnic roots. I think it was no problem at all. As I said before, they could reach very important positions in the kingdom. And for instance, in the late Bronze Age, it was quite normal that very high, Nubians, a very high local position, they built their wonderful and excellent tombs in Egyptian style. They reached important positions in the Egyptian administration, so on. So why not, when Black people or people from Nubia, they became far out, well, they continue to represent themselves, sometimes with their very distinctive physical characteristics, and so on. It was, I think, no problem at all.
I've worked in prisons now for 18 years. That was my first time I'd been in a prison. And the teacher who picked me up at the stations, she said, well, you are looking at this as Africa. And I was like, well, yeah, of course I am. Mm-hmm. And she said, well, because she said, that's how they, my students see it. And I said, well, how else would they see it? And I remember her looking slightly confused, and then the first sort of interaction I had with one of her students was he came in the room and he said, ancient Egypt is Africa. And I went, yeah, of course. And I think he thought I hadn't heard him properly. And he said, I said it was like African, as in Black African. And I'm like, yeah, and what's your point? And I think it was only really that after that experience that I thought, am I in some kind of bubble here or something? And so I started to actually look into the sort of background, really, the sort of, which we're starting to talk about it a little bit more in terms of colonial approaches, but still not directly the racism that Egyptology is founded upon. And at that point, it was almost like a sort of light bulb moment. I thought, well, why is this still the case when we, are we still stuck, 100 years sort of previously in this kind of racist ideology? Why is nobody challenging this? Because other disciplines had. So anthropology had looked very hard at itself in terms of looking at its colonial kind of past. It just seemed that Egyptology was kind of almost stuck there, and it didn't really want to talk about it. So for me, it always was African. It was a bit of a shock to me when I actually started looking a bit deeper into this, and then started having conversations with people and seeing how they responded to that.
I think that the further back in history you go, the blacker the Egyptians are. And by black, I don't merely mean dark skin, but also with other Negro characteristics.
You have spent much of your life studying the history of the ancient Egyptians. Who were the ancient Egyptians? How did they look?
Voilà, les Égyptiens anciens ressemblaient à cette terre que vous voyez. Voici le premier roi de la terre.
Here you have the first king of the earth, the very first. And the Egyptians, the ancient Egyptians, looked like this man.
Cet homme a des traits, si vous voulez, plus, comme nous disons, vous m'aviez dit tout à l'heure de ne pas employer un terme, mais sur le plan scientifique, c'est un terme consacré. En tout cas, il a des traits de la race noire plus marqués que celles de presque tous ceux qui sont ici dans cette salle.
You can see that he has those traits that are associated with the black
feature.
Those features associated with the black race, which are even more pronounced than many of the people here. It was this man who unified the Nile Valley from Upper to Lower Egypt, and this was 3,300 years before Jesus Christ.
Je passe donc, ce que je vais dire avant de passer au suivant, c'est que vous allez le voir donc déjà d'après ses traits et les traits aussi des pharaons qui vont suivre.
You can see by his features and those of the pharaohs and kings that will follow it
que les anciens Égyptiens n'étaient pas des blancs qui seraient devenus progressivement noirs et en perdant leurs traits.
You can see that they were not people that were started as whites and became progressively more black.
Mais qu'au départ, c'était des noirs authentiques qui, à la basse époque, vont se métisser avec des blancs.
They were instead black people, and authentic black people, but which never ceased to be blacks.
Donc, attendez, je dis en un mot. Donc, vous voyez que les anciens Égyptiens étaient des noirs comme tous les autres naturels de l'Afrique, c'est tout.
You can see that the first the Egyptians were black men, like black men that you see in Africa now.